guys, it's Basic Sorgamonics, Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter with you. And we had a really great weekend with the Renegade Wrestling Alliance, just changing things up a little bit with Wirecast, with some new devices, going full-on HD with that. So please go check that out, IndyWrestling.us for RWA Seasons Beating. So what are we talking about? So we're getting deep into some ideas and thoughts for video production today. The biggest thing are these right here. If you're on video, these are the Black Magic Intensity shuttles. We have actually the USB and the Thunderbolt versions on hand. We're running them in tandem here. So what did we used to do for video production? I actually have some images right here for you guys. Again, on video, if you're joining us, a very big kind of hodgepodge of action going on here. We actually had a hardware switcher that we inherited from the guy doing video production before, and it was really nice. And we had a 2-monitor setup. It was pretty cool, except it was only standard definition, and we were kind of working around that for a while. Not a big deal for the longest time because we just a DVD was the product that we were putting out. But since I took over at the beginning of 2012, we since had moved everybody over to digital downloads. Most of the stuff we sell on IndyWrestling.us is digital download. And again, comparatively, that doesn't look so well on a computer monitor or your Retina MacBook or whatever the case may be, or your Plex to your TV. I don't know how technically proficient these guys are that are getting these things, that are doing something like that. But we needed to upgrade things a little bit, and it's been kind of a struggle with that. I mean, even if you look at this, we actually have the hardware switcher going into another camera. This is a Panasonic. It's actually a P2 card based camera, and then that firewires into this laptop, which is capturing things, just so I don't have to capture tapes, because we're still running on HDV tapes, mini DV tapes for the most part. We have always had a few HD cameras on hand, but again, that switcher has not been the case, and we don't have a consistent run of these cameras, right? I basically can't guarantee that we'll have an HD camera in both positions during these shows, so it's kind of odd to mix and match. Plus, we never had the same make and model of these cameras, so that they have to match at least there, because they're both coming in at the same time. And we've really not had a good run of that. And because, there's different settings, different lenses, different ways that they process color, basically, even across the two different Sonys I have, which were fairly different. They weren't even the same, I think, like prosumer level, to be honest. And we've been working around that for the last, several years, and I've known that we've needed to do an upgrade for a bit. And I wanted to move to a more digital format. Unfortunately, we weren't able to move completely off tape as far as things go, at least for the backups, for the cameras themselves, but that's okay. So what did we do? You see, we were already using a computer kind of setup to at least capture the footage. So, again, the next day I can take that. I've already edited it live with the live switcher, and maybe fixed up a few things, crop down the matches, so there's not a lot of extra stuff on them, and it goes directly into the next match, things like that. And then we're good to go. And basically, if all goes well here, I have the show up by Sunday evening on IndyWrestling.us for you to download, purchase, and that's it. And we wanted to keep that. And I was asked kind of along this process, well, why do you have to have a switcher? I'm like, well, time. It's time is of the essence here. And if I'm going to do something like this, I can't take yet another day to edit the thing, capture all the tapes, edit the thing together. I have to sit there for the duration plus one to sit there and switch it again and make sure everything matches up. And it's not that easy of a task. I basically have to live through the show yet again. And I just spend the majority of a day with this show to do the production, to do the setup, to do all this stuff. And it just, financially, time-wise, does not work out. So we have to have a live product in order for this to go. And plus, you get it out the next day. One of the big problems with indie wrestling, I was talking to somebody else about this in indie wrestling, and they're like, yeah, it seems like you do a show and you don't see the show for 2 months. right? Because somebody has to find the time to do that, and this usually isn't somebody's number one job. That's how I circumvent it, and that's why it has to be done this way. Also, when we get good at this for wrestling, we're really good at this when we go do, like for a few years ago, we took this setup when we did something with the women in biotech with Sorgatron Media. And now we're starting to promote that through Sidekick Media Services, that we can go do an event that's live streaming. And again, we don't have to worry about following people doing elbow drops and the like at this point, right? We're following people on stage speaking. We're following the mayor talking about businesses in Pittsburgh. A lot easier than trying to keep up with Sanjay Dutt, I can tell you that. So we've done the hard thing, and now we can do the easier but more professional thing with the things that we've learned in this over the years. So it's really been a nice testing ground for something like that. So what did we do? What did I do, I guess? So I had been experimenting with these for a little bit. I bought actually this USB 3 version, and there's actually a card in the computer that I'm recording this on, but I've never really had much luck with them over the years. Plus, and I discovered that the USB 3 was not compatible with the Mac format. Just something about the USB 3 driver just didn't work. And they've since updated that as I went back to investigate again, because I'm like, I got to figure this out. And I was actually going to just get 2 Thunderbolt versions of this. I might still, as I'm discovering, I'm still locking things down. So we have 2 of these, and I have a little bit of some pictures of the new setup. And Wirecast is what we use for this. If you're watching on video, that's the graphics here. I have some stuff plugged into a Windows 8 computer I bought a couple years, a nice i7 we got from Lenovo, and it's. This camera's hooked up to it. The graphics are hooked up. I can live switch, like we're just talking with you guys on Periscope. Holding down the Alt key and hitting the 1s and 2s, and I'm good to go. Right, the audio's coming in, everything's pre-mixed through the board, and we're taking that concept and we're pretty much just making it mobile. We're going through a MacBook Pro laptop. I believe it's a late 2013. Again, an i7. Pretty much i7 or bust if you're working in video. If you have the time, if you have the money for it, it's the higher end one. We have a couple of these. I bought secondhand. Actually, the cameras that we used to use in Prime Wrestling. There are some nice Canons. Again, HDV, but very nice. And we hooked them up through component video cords. That's your red, green, blue cords. Bought a 100-footer, bought a 50-footer, and we were good to go. Bought a whole new board, a nice PV board. I'm not sure if I have a picture of that one necessarily. But yeah, a really nice PV board. Oh, I do have a picture of that. I was very thorough this Saturday night at RWA. Because typically, also part of that hardware switcher we had before, there was a small soundboard built into it. So I was able to bring stuff in, the XLRs, to a small mixer, and then bring that into this other mixer, and then that all came out into the camera, into the computer. I needed a new interface. I needed a bigger interface, so we got a 10-channel, 8-channel. 1, 2, 3. It's like an 8-channel board, really nice. It's USB, so I don't have to worry about having to go through adapters or anything like that. That digital sound comes straight from the board into the computer, into Wirecast, and mixes right in with the video, and we are good to go. And again here, why did I pick these? The intensity shells. Some of you in video may be familiar with the mini recorders that are out there from Blackmagic as well. Blackmagic, a really good standard in high-end video equipment. The Blackmagic ATEM is ATEM. I don't know. Yeah, the 4K edition is actually what we switch with at Work Hard Pittsburgh. I just want to have my own setup as well. Just so I'm as mobile and don't have to, necessarily have to work around a Work Hard schedule if we're double booked and such for streaming gigs. But I like this because it's very. It looks like it's very. We have every input. If I got one of those mini recorders, we would have SDI and we'd have HDMI. And then we'd have to buy adapters for those. These, we have HDMI, we have the component cables, and if we're in a pinch, I have S-Video and Composite, which is the old SD formats that we even used to use on the old setup. And generally, it worked very well. Again, we have a nice product. I had to do minimal work. Like before, we had it. I just throw the graphics on it, and we're all good to go. And even in the future, if we're getting a little more confident with this setup, we can add match graphics. We can add the on-screen graphics and stuff and do the whole production through Wirecast. Eventually. So we did have a couple of problems crop up, and there's a little bit of how it looks on Wirecast as we're setting up for RWA Seasons Beatings here on this past Saturday. And I kept it very, very slim. It was 2 shots and the audio. That's it. And also, you have the ability there at the bottom. You see the shots at the bottom. You have the. I don't do this during the podcast because it's not really necessary. But for such high action thing, I kind of needed this for RWA. I set it up. You can turn on live view in. I believe I'm on Wirecast 5. I think 6 is the most recent version. And I'm not currently seeing much reason to upgrade at this point for my needs. So I turn on live view, and then I'll get a little bit of a preview of what those shots are, a lower frame rate, but still I have an idea where my guys are, what they're pointing at, especially the guy on ringside, see if they're doing any camera movements, and I'm on a headset with them as well to try to coordinate as well and let them know what shot they're on. Like, okay, you're done. Go ahead and swing around the post, swing around and get that guy in the entrance, something like that. And we're pretty good to go from there. Issues that came up. And this is the first run. We did it at RWA. We're going to be at IWC this weekend. And there is the bigger test because I have to add more hardware to the setup because we're going to a big screen. We're going to be putting videos online up there. We stream the entire what we switch here to that, that whole situation. And so I want to make sure we are good with this part of the setup before we get to that part of the setup. So the issues I came up with, first of all, I'm trying to determine, it looked like we were having some issues with the ringside camera. I don't know if it's because we had the longer cord, 100 feet of component. I can imagine we're going to lose a little bit of quality at that. I think I'm going to try the 50-footer and see if it looks a little bit better. And I also don't know because it seems like the frame rate wasn't quite up to snuff to the other shot. So I'm wondering if we're losing a little bit because this is USB 3 instead of Thunderbolt. So the question is it my cord? Is it the fact that I need to get another Thunderbolt edition of these? Or is it a combination of both? Not entirely sure at this point. If you have any pointers, if you're an expert in these kinds of things, let me know. We're going to run with things and try a little bit different setup. Other issue that we had, so the cords I had a little older. There are these breakout cords that at least clip in nice versus the Sonys, which are horrible. That just slide out no matter what when we're using their adapters for the S-video and composite outputs when that's all we had. But I think we had some issues with the connections at ringside, and whenever we did, they don't always come back. I don't know if it's Wirecast. I don't know if it's the interface with the Blackmagic intensities, but I had to basically restart the entire system in order to get the camera back, and that it didn't always work, which was really you can't stop the show. You really, a couple times we had to tell the announcer to stall for a minute while I restarted the computer. Thankfully, it's a very fast SSD MacBook, and it was quick, right? And then the guys in the back, I had a monitor actually fed to the back from the HDMI out and just feed into that, and it would just show. Like I was talking to some of the wrestlers afterwards, like, "Oh, look, we're good." But I saw a beautiful mountain every once in a while. I was like, "Yes," because I was restarting the computer and I hadn't set a signal to you yet. So we're going to work around those, see what's going on there. You can join us at IWC's Winner Takes All in in Elizabeth, PA, IWCWrestling.com. And if I fail, I'm going to fail very much in public because, again, these are going to be hooked up to a projector. And you're going to see if I screw something up, if it crashes more or less. I have some ways that I think I'm going to be able to cover that up. We're working on that. But no, we're going to try that. And if it looks like, I might still have some issues. Now, granted, again, I don't think everything looked 100%. We're only recording at 720, so I wasn't pushing the envelope as far as processing and everything. We were up to HD. It's better than what we had before. We're stepping up, right? Eventually, I'd love to have a 1080 product out of this, but for the moment, I think we're going to be conservative with it, of course, because I don't want to overstep and then we're crashing in the middle of the show. I want to find the issues as we build up. I think that's a very nice, safe way. And again, nobody that I work with on this is expecting an HD product as far as the clients go. They're happy. They've been more than happy with the video the last several years. Thinks it looks very good. They're watching it on DVD. And really, I don't think even, I've had many complaints that's not HD from the customers either. Maybe they're silently complaining about it. I don't know. Maybe they're complaining with their dollar. I don't know. But I think it needs to. I think it makes a difference that you have that little HD bug even in the corner of YouTube if a lot of people don't notice the difference. And I know a lot of people don't. I know this is a thing that bugs me for several years because I'm editing on a Retina MacBook and I see the difference. But I'm a video producer, so I'm going to see the difference. So there's a quick rundown on what's going on with us. We're using Wirecast, a really great program. I definitely, if you're looking to get into video and need a nice switcher, investigate it. It's not just I download this thing and it's good. Plus, it's expensive. It's something like $400 or $500 for the main version, and there's like $1,000 version with some extra bells and whistles. Even the upgrade is $150 for me. And I got to give a shout out to Stephen Haywood of the Tech Buzz, by the way, because he's actually the one that hooked me up initially with an edition of Wirecast legally. Yes, it was a a promotional thing, but he's the one that kind of got me to dive into it, and it's just stepped up my game across podcasting, across video production in general. Opened up a world of options. I've since paid for it with upgrades and such since, but he's really the one that kind of got me in the door for that, and he was an advocate for them long before I got on board with it. I was using Boinks TV for my podcast before that. It was so heavy. It's such a heavy program, and we have so much flexibility with Wirecast over that. It's so great. If you want to hear more about Wirecast, let me know, and maybe we'll do a few more shows on this. Let me know at Sorgatron on the Twitter. Sorgatron.com is my blog where this show lives, and I try to write something up every Friday and sign up for the newsletter so you can get that right in your mailbox as well over at the newsletter little button over at Sorgatron.com and everything else at SorgatronMedia.com. If you want me to do some video production for you and or social media with my awesome team here, let us know over at SidekickMediaServices.com. You can check out the demo reel of what we've done in the past with Sorgatron Media, and there's a contact form there. We're working on the website. Hoping to have that to you very, very soon. We'll see you guys next time. This show is a member of the Sorgatron Media Podcast Network. Find out more at sorgatronmedia.com. Hey guys, it's Basic Sorganomics, Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter with you. And we had a really great weekend with the Renegade Wrestling Alliance, just changing things up a little bit with Wirecast, with some new devices, going full-on HD with that. So please go check that out, IndyWrestling.us for RWA Seasons Beating. So what are we talking about? So we're getting deep into some ideas and thoughts for video production today. The biggest thing are these right here. If you're on video, these are the Blackmagic Intensity shuttles. We have actually the USB and the Thunderbolt versions on hand. We're running them in tandem here. So what did we used to do for video production? I actually have some images right here for you guys. Again, on video, if you're joining us, a very big kind of hodgepodge of action going on here. We actually had a hardware switcher that we inherited from the guy doing video production before, and it was really nice. And we had a 2-monitor setup. It was pretty cool. Oh, hi! Didn't see you there. Enjoying this wonderful pizza from Slice on Broadway. The people in Pittsburgh that provide good pizza to podcasters. Hey guys, it is the Awesome Chat. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitters with a very musical edition this week, and I'm really looking forward to this conversation. But before we get into that, of course, please check out the Awesome Chat and everything else at AwesomeCast.net. You subscribe to this and the other main show on iTunes, YouTube, Daily Motion, all over the place. All the links are over there, and of course, you can communicate with us. Let us know awesome things that you're checking out in the Pittsburgh area and beyond. AwesomeCast on the Twitter, on Facebook, on Google+, wherever you may find us. So let's get into it. We have on the line Gil Teixeira. I probably didn't do that right. Oh, I did it completely wrong. I did it completely wrong. We're just discussing. This is always the thing. I can't get past the intro and remember what we talked about on pronunciations. But thank you, Jill, for joining us today. You were with
Thank you for inviting me.
PlaySeeMe.com, and you were someone I was doing this. I was behind the streamer at Show Your Work. It was a startup event over at the East Liberty Carnegie Library a couple of weeks ago, and you really stuck out to me with your presentation of what CME is. Can you tell the people what's the concept here?
Well, CME basically stands for like collaborative experiential electronic music instrument. And this kind of stems out of the final project of my master's in London, where I was working on, that's what I do, like engaging communities in making music together. And I know that traditionally and until now in this kind of music workshop world, either we work with musicians or, you work with people that are not musicians, but in a way, the non-musicians are kind of limited to usually two roles, which is, okay, you guys are singing, or you guys are playing the drums. And that was it. It was kind of a very limited, if you're not a musician, that's what you can do. And the idea behind CME was to kind of, what if I could use an interface that people are already comfortable with in their daily lives that does not require learning a whole new skill, namely smartphones and touch devices, or even like laptops and desktops. Like people are comfortable with that interface and just use it to be able to connect them together and playing music. So that's what CME is. CME is basically a virtual ensemble that you connect using your smartphone or your tablet or your laptop.
Awesome. So, and again, your demo really stuck out to me. I got a little bit of the video playing here in the background. If you guys are on the video version, can you explain a little bit about that demo that you did at the Carnegie Library a few weeks ago, and kind of how that put together?
Yeah, like that demo was kind of very organic, but it's kind of what I wanna. It's my main message with CME, which is there's not really anything happening on the screen. And the way I did that demo was really about, because I know that sometimes in these presentations, it's all too much focus on PowerPoint presentations and like, charts and statistics, whatever. And the whole concept behind CME is that you should not look at the screen, because CME wants to actually reverse the usual relation that people have with these devices. Because I just see every day in my everyday life, and we all see that, how people just get so isolated and alienated when they're using their digital, when they're lost in their little digital world. And, they're in the bus or in the train or even in cafes, which I find amazing. Like you're in a cafe, there's more people on the table, but you're just completely isolated on your device looking at that screen. So what I did for my presentation was basically there was nothing running on the screen besides a lot of photos from this amazing photographer that had this project called Removed Social. His name is Eric Prinkersgill, and it just has photos of people. I highly recommend it for people to check it out. It's just photos of people using their devices, but with the devices removed. And it's really, really powerful, because you just see how sad it is when there's like all these people together in the same photo and they are completely disconnected because just they're drawn into their empty hands. The fact that their hands are empty, I found it like really perfect. And then I just tried to engage the audience, like, look at me. And I even told about the pun about see me has this dual meaning about can you see me, like, can you look me in the eye? And because that's something that we all musicians, we know what it's like. The idea of you're playing a musical instrument, but you're not really looking at the instrument. So if you're playing in a group, you have to be playing to your fellow musicians. You have to be looking, or you have to look at the conductor. So it's all about creating this powerful connection between individuals and working as a group. And that's why I felt that music was a powerful vehicle to kind of try to fight this tendency of people using their devices in a very isolated and lonely way, and to kind of reverse that through the power of music.
Awesome. And so you had everybody, kind of log into. It looks like you had a personal Wi-Fi kind of going on there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
CME creates its own Wi-Fi. CME now is like it's a hardware device that you can actually. It's a little box that you can take with you, because I wanted to be. My main worries about CME is I didn't want to be relying on a lot of external variables, like is there a Wi-Fi already in the building? Because I want to be able to do a CME workshop, anywhere, like in a shopping center or in a retirement home, or in a nursing home. I don't really want to be worried about, do they have Wi-Fi? No, they don't. So I tried to make CME the most self-contained as I could, so that I can just arrive somewhere, plug it into a pair of speakers, and it can be like just any normal kind of computer speakers would do. And then CME creates its own Wi-Fi, and people just connect to the Wi-Fi, go to their browser, and instantly they enter See Me, because you don't even need to install an app. It's not an app for Android or for iOS, because that was another worry, another concern that I had, is like, I don't want to exclude people. And I want it to be as fast as possible. I want people to be able, like in 10 seconds, to connect to See Me and not worry about, oh, I don't have Wi-Fi, I cannot get the app. Like all these concerns that have to do with dedicated apps that have their own strong points. But in terms of like fast democratic access, browser-based was for me the way to go, because even if you have a laptop, you can still play See Me or a desktop. Like, you're not excluded.
That's great, and you had people that from the crowd, and you set up kind of a real quick lesson in directing. And I've been in band, my mother's in band, and done some symphony stuff.
It was kind of funny, actually, Michael, because I have to say that when I reviewed the video, I was just like laughing with how lucky I was in terms of some amazing coincidences. Like that was completely unexpected. Like, because people started connecting. The last slide of my presentation had the instructions for connection. And people started connecting while I was talking, right? And I don't know if you remember that, but there was this moment when I asked the lady, like, okay, if I had a violin here, and if I would bring it, and I would ask you to come and play, how would you feel? And she was like, oh my God, I would never do that. I wouldn't know what to do with it. And exactly on that moment, you start hearing already from the background, somebody that connected was playing a pizzicato in a violin. And it was just perfect. I was like, okay, I was just like, that totally proves my point. Like, you would never be able to play a violin, but you can play violin in a smartphone and it's fine and it's not scary. And then I just asked those people to stand up, and I just led them in kind of a instant sound painting workshop where I just make gestures and people follow them with musical instructions like volume control, pitch control. It's kind of the work that I do already even before See Me. The only difference is that now it opens up a lot more the kind of people that can be a part of it.
Awesome. So it was a really cool, authentic feeling. It was really cool to witness, and I'm really glad that we were there to capture that on online as well for everybody to check out. I've been pushing a lot of people towards it as well. So basically, how now you're self-admittedly you're mostly a musician. You're not a programmer.
No.
How did you get to the point of concept to actually having and talking with some people at Alpha Lab yesterday? It's got to be so much harder to do a physical box that's going to do something like this, as far as other than an app, right? I mean, there's a whole nother level of manufacturing and demoing and prototyping you have to do with that, right? How do you get
Tell
from?
Me about it.
Yeah, apparently but how do you get from I'm a musician that wants to do X to having getting to a demo like this?
Stupidity.
I think that's
be stupid. Only a stupid person would do something like this.
I think that's called entrepreneurism. I think around here.
No, I have this tendency to be kind of an over-the-top visionary person that's just like, I get stuck with this idea in my head, and then I'm very stubborn, and then I'm like, oh my God, that would be so cool. And then I just like really throw myself into making it happen. And most of the time, these kind of utopia projects that I get myself into are way beyond my capacities and what I can do. So See Me until now has been basically the most challenging and the craziest, because it really threw me into like going from just playing music in an acoustic instrument. I was already doing a lot of electronic music, but mostly as a consumer. You know what I mean? I always distinguish electronic musicians as the consumer type and the making type, because when you're a consumer, you're just using software and hardware that's already there, like MIDI controllers, software like multi-track sequencers and stuff like that. But doing that step about stopping just using software and hardware that everybody did to create my own software and my own hardware. Sorry. That was a really big step. And I basically entered cold turkey into visual programming. I started with Max MESP and then changed to Pure Data, which is a more like open source kind of highly accessible platform. And and I had the help of an awesome programmer, which happens to be my brother. It's kind of a little family business. And even the interface designer is like my childhood friend. And they're both still based in Portugal. And that's the See Me team. It's one web designer, one back-end, front-end programmer, and me as the sound designer and concept creator. And it has been like crazy roller coaster 2 years about like learning without any kind of, just learning with your own attempts and just figuring it out. And it's exciting. It's like right now, what you saw is like, I'm finally thinking that CME is getting to the stage where I envisioned it to be when I started the project. And it's exciting because what I really want is to put it out there. One of the things that I realized through this whole experience is that, being inside a computer programming like the whole day, doing just coding, is not really my thing. Like what I really want is to be out there, like what I did at the library the other day. What you saw the other day, that's what I want to do. I want to engage people. I want to connect with people. And this kind of was more of an intermediate process that I had to go through to make it happen. And I learned a lot. But it's definitely like, I do not want to become a full-time programmer, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. But I think it was important to actually understand that world and to have a little bit of knowledge of what goes on there. Because I know that sometimes there's this total lack of communication between people that do the programming and people that do the usage. And it's important to be able to do some sort of a dialogue. And to do a dialogue, you need to know a little bit about the world of the other one. Otherwise, it's just like there's no real dialogue. It's just a unidirectional, two different unidirectional conversations. Like it's a monologue, two monologues.
Yeah, and I know that's a conversation that happens. I know from designers to to mm-hmm. coders, right? Especially in the world of web design. I've had experience with, and I can't even even more. You're thinking the art side of design versus code. Going from music to code has to be an even longer path.
Yeah.
So and language barrier.
Well, music in a way, it's like. From music to code, I opted for visual programming just for a very simple reason. Like people that know a little bit about visual programming will know what I mean. Because as a guitarist, guitarists are usually, I say that guitarists are usually the dorks of the musicians by nature. Because they are the only musicians I know that get so completely stuck in their setup, in their rig. You have the pedal board, and then you have the processor, and then you have they are used to having all these pedals and cables, and they know all about signal processing, that you have your input from the guitar that goes to that pedal, and then goes out to the speaker. So this concept of visually seeing the signal was, for me, that's why I opted for visual programming, because that's exactly what I see on the screen. I see boxes that have functions, and I connect them with cables. So, that's like, for me as a musician, that was not such a big step, especially as a guitarist. So in a way, it was not such a big step as you might initially think. Mm-hmm. But yes, it was a pretty big step. But now now it's working, and it was all worth it. And I'm so excited because in 2016 we're still finishing updating the website, but it's already there. Any mentioning, we're going to have already real offerings for the community here in Pittsburgh and around Pittsburgh, and anywhere that people want to take me, which I'm really excited about. Like, you can actually have the way I envisioned it is that CME for now, it's going to be more, you can hire it as a service, like as a music workshop or an installation that can be kind of running by itself. It doesn't need to be anybody there, or something that I also really look forward to, and I think it might be really cool for musicians or composers that want to integrate audience participation into their pieces. Mm-hmm. And that's something that I really am looking forward to, having like an original piece for CME and music ensemble, for example, where you can have, a quartet, and then the audience members have a role in it that's actually part of the composition itself. So all of these three different options are going to starting already being available from 2016, which for me means, I'm finally out of the computer and I'm back into the real world, which is so exciting.
Well, it's kind of like sitting in the practice space and getting it right, and then you can go out and perform and do the tour, right?
Exactly. It's like finally the concert. You know what I mean? After 2 years of rehearsals, mm-hmm. and now it's finally time to do a gig, and I'm very excited about that.
That's amazing.
Really looking forward to it.
I actually got you caught my attention. One in general because of the demo, but also this is not the first time I've heard of a concept like this. There actually mm-hmm. was a band several years ago, and the name escapes me. I should look it up. up. I know it's on my network somewhere, where it was at Mr. Small's. You downloaded an app and they had it hooked through.
Yeah.
I don't think it worked very well, but I love the idea that there's like a little bit less overhead for the audience participation, because there was a lot of, hey guys, make sure you download the app before you come in here and that kind of thing, because we're thinking like 5 years ago we didn't have LTE and all this fancy stuff on our iPhone 6s and Samsung curved screens and all that stuff. So this seems like the right nexus of technology and easy use for the user as well. So is it and it's compatible both Android and iOS, right? Because it's web based.
It's web-based, so it's actually compatible with anything.
Nice.
It actually just relies on the technology of your browser.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, the only problems I've had so far is people that have you remember like Androids used to come with this built-in browser that was not Chrome. It was just like, I don't know, it was called Internet. If you remember that.
Internet.
But,
yes.
Yeah, it was like a little globe, like the icon was this little planet, and then it just was called Internet.
Yeah.
And that browser, I've had so many problems with it. So I always say, okay, if you just want to make sure things work, just get a recent browser updated. Just because the whole browser technology, HTML5, is actually a very exciting and fluid thing that's still going on.
Mm-hmm.
And almost every day you have a new API that comes out. And I also mentioned that in the presentation the other day. It's really interesting how, for example, right now we try to implement some things forcing full screen, blocking rotation, and then we realize, oh wait, this is still not standard. So you actually have to wait, but probably in a few months, we can do that now. You know what I mean? It's just so quick the way that the API thing is happening, and so in a way, I hope that in a few months I will be able to really get rid of all the kind of things that I still not really like about it. And things like that. They don't seem very important, but they are. The screen rotation is highly annoying if you're playing an instrument and you rely, for example, on the angle of because the new version of CME also has new cool features that you didn't see the other day. Like, for example, the angle of the phone has music potential too, and you can control pitch bending, or you can change the program that you're playing just by rotating your phone. But if the screen rotates, you know what I mean? So it's this kind of juggling exercises that still have to go on, but it's exciting because it's evolving at a very fast pace, and CME is always trying to catch up and just trying to use the most recent updates, just bearing in mind that they still need to be,
including the one who's not supposed to be here.
It's not even supposed to be here today.
Who? Me. I have no idea. I have no idea what day it is. That's my problem.
Hey, calendars are hard, man.
Christmas is tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Do I have that right?
Well, I got a lot of shopping to do.
The other day I thought it was January. I'm not even joking.
Well, I just booked two things for January, so I'm really confused.
Oh, God.
I don't know what I do. Oh, go away, new Hangout. You do not serve my needs.
Poor new Hangout.
You are not a friend.
What's the matter with new Hangout?
So, I don't go full screen on you guys, right? I kind of take you and crop you out and stuff, and I need to double click on it so that, because, if I double click on it, typically you'll just kind of fill the area, but I need you to pop down to widescreen so I can cut out your entire frame, basically. If you double click things on the new Hangout, it goes full screen, and that's it. So I can't configure it the same way to fit what we're doing. So I have a problem. I don't have enough bandwidth for all of these things to go full screen into Wirecast, because I tried it last week. It didn't go well. Hey, I should light myself. Bink.
Yay.
It's no Siri, Chilla.
Hey, check this out. Hey, Siri. I will not work while it's docked.
And anybody out there, don't worry. Just Kraus in the chat room. He doesn't have any Siri.
Well, if you have a new phone, it shouldn't pick up it should only pick up to certain voices. Hey, Siri. Turn off the podcast light. Boom.
Dude. Wow.
Nice.
Hey, Siri, turn on the podcast lights. Hey, Siri, turn on the podcast lights.
Magic.
I'm like, hey, Crappy, turn off the podcast lights. Like,
But I can't reach mine.
That's nice. That's awesome.
It's kind of bright, though. Oh, well. I need to update the dock real quick.
I'm just looking at it for the first time.
I got a lot of feedback today in there.
I have a lot of feedback.
No. I have a lot of feedback in there. If you notice, there's the Lightroom thing, which I realized I neglected to put the article in there, but I think I tweeted it today. I realized, like, I don't know much about Lightroom, and I know you probably do because you're a photo guy. But I hit up, Rob and Hooven because I know they're very deep photo guys to get their opinions on it. So, oh no, there we go. I bought all new connectors, and then I lost them all somewhere in equipment. They're in the bags somewhere, but they're this big, so I can't remember where they are. All right, so that's that. Let's get your shots up. Your Chilla. Do. So next week, Chill and Katie, I went on the presumption that you guys will both be in studio for the Christmas episode. Is that accurate?
What day are we doing it? Did we decide?
It's going to be Tuesday. No, that's the
Okay.
the Christmas episode. The
other Christmas episode.
The end of year thing.
Supposed to be on.
We're looking for the one Crappy was supposed to be booked on.
Okay, so that's next week, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was
I'm good.
trying to do. I actually talked to Buzzy at Epicast. I want to try to bring him in and do a podcasters episode for one of the specials on the 19th.
Whoa.
So I'll see about maybe getting him, and maybe I'll just bring in like Frank or something from Pittsburgh On Demand. Who's missing? Katie's missing.
Sad Katie is sad.
Russell.
It's supposed to have an open mic here.
So are you kiboshing that other thing you told me about, Crappy?
That one would be better suited for an actual Christmas episode.
Oh, okay.
And work just launched the new photo site today, so you get the T-shirt on board.
Oh, cool.
And it actually is pretty nice thing.
So I don't have to be mysterious about your employment. I couldn't remember if I was just doing for fun or not at the end.
I think we have mentioned it before.
Okay.
I didn't. It's fine. Especially, I'm gonna go to trouble to pimp their stuff.
Yeah. We're allowed to say it. Yeah. At that point, I just realized I just had this on just like a crazy wide shot.
Studio
There's
B
Gonzo.
now has
Oh no!
some slice on Broadway.
You took my slice because I didn't even get any tonight.
Whoa.
I have the Slaughterhouse 5, which is the capricola, bacon, pepperoni, prosciutto. Am I missing one? Sausage.
That sounds good.
And then I had the chicken pesto pie, which is a basil pesto sauce with baby spinach, chicken, and roasted red tomatoes.
You're doing a commercial tonight.
Jerk.
I agree.
Because that was
about both of those things.
like that thing you just did was expertly done. So you get to do the commercial tonight. I'm gonna have a very sexy 4-up here. If I can get everybody to match. I'm trying to. I'm working on my New Year's resolutions. I'm working on something for each show. One of them, I forget what my other one is. Oh yeah, one of them is to actually start migrating things onto servers that I'm not afraid will go away in the next year. So at least like the main shows on Libsyn or something. The other one was I want to make new graphics for the new year.
Go with a very flat, very plain design for AwesomeCast.
When I say make new graphics, what I probably mean is keep looking through Periscope to see what titles they have and I haven't used yet. But just saying. I'm not talking like a logo or anything. Like this, I'm working on. Oh, here you don't see the thing I'm working on. Like here, there's this 4-up thing here that I just lined up for you guys. But there's no guides or snaps or anything, so I can never get them to line up appropriately. So I need to make, and I need to make an overlay instead of just putting this over a texture like I do.
Go to DeviantArt and type in Twitch TV overlays.
Really? It's that easy? Oh, son of a bitch. Why am I doing things the hard way? DeviantArt.
Build character.
You know how many times I've used like Final Cut templates since I started using Final Cut X? Like once, twice, maybe.
I actually started. I wanted to play. I want to play around with some Final Cut, and I actually started grabbing a lot of free plugins and free type stuff. And there's a lot of cool
some of these, dude.
transitions and templates for doing 4-up video and templates for background editing.
These are like StarCraft overlays I'm looking at so far. This is kind of funny, and not entirely what I'm looking for.
I found some good ones that looked like it was like a painted background, and all the painted, like there were 4-up and there were 2-up different paintings to make it look like your video kind of sat inside of a nice border.
See, I mean, a lot of times I gotta watch because like sometimes they seem a little too, I don't want to say the word gaudy, I guess.
It takes some searching, but we used some of the concepts from that for some video conferencing templates at work.
Wait,
we actually took the Twitch TV template where they would be pushing the video game and used that for like the PowerPoint presentation. And then the template where it had the video, we would put a live video feed in there.
All right, here. So, okay, I finally brought the thing up, so maybe I could even show this off a little bit. So this is what I'm looking at here. So but you're telling me that at Bank, they used a Twitch overlay for their big presentation.
We used it for the concept. Yeah.
Interesting.
We had to do a little bit of work because we couldn't take it verbatim from that site. Not because of copyright. It was
basically,
it wasn't a copyright issue or anything. It was because the template wasn't in the right format to work with WebEx. So we had to like cut out. We had to put it into Photoshop and cut out some stuff.
Basically, all I'm looking to do here is, I can even take that texture that's behind us and I just need to cut out holes for putting people, kind of like how this one is, because it's just. Yeah, because I think I just carved it out. So actually I just need to do this again for 4 and 3 or whatever the case may be, instead of like this. So and actually this might be built in. No, this is the texture. I think. Did I make this? I might have made this.
Can you make it where? Can you make it where it kind of puts the photo on top of the video?
I can make it where it fakes it.
Where it fakes it?
What are you talking about, like a news pop-up kind of thing, or
like the AwesomeCast logo is on top of.
So like that
is the top layer. Can you put the video as kind of the bottom layer and a graphic that has transparency in it on top? So in that case, that if I had a frame that looked like it was painted with a paintbrush, right? And you would have some gaps in the paint where you would be able to see through. It would see the video behind. Maybe I should do it like this. It would see the video is my hand, and the paint goes across, but there's going to be splotches or whatnot where you can kind of see through that paint.
Yeah, I can.
Or imagine if you took the thing and splashed splatter paint on it. You want the video in the background to give more of a three-dimensional and overlay effect to your multi-up.
Well, I mean, I could do transparencies and such. So,
Okay.
I think that's what you're aiming at. Maybe. Kind of.
The transparency, but the video being the top layer with transparency versus, I'm sorry, the frame or your graphic being the top layer with transparency, and the video actually being in the background.
Yeah, I can do that. There's actually a 2-up on here where there's a bit of transparency going on, and that was a problem when I was lining everybody up. But no, I think so. I don't think I'm good enough to make a graphic the way you're describing, but like it's technically possible. Yeah. Why can't I retweet that? Okay, I think everybody 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, who's 8? Why are these the couch? What's happening? That's me. That can be. Whoop. All right. Who is this? Goes here. Oof. Okay. All right, Tech Brady Bunch. Let's do this. I'm going to swap this up for that.
Wow.
Oh, hold on, let me go get something real quick. Dang. Okay. Chilla, actually, all three of you. I recommend checking out Awesome Chat later this week. See Me, I talked with. It's a pretty cool application for kind of sharing music and workshops and installations, art installations and stuff. It's kind of hard to explain, but the guy's really cool, and it was a pretty cool concept. I don't know. I might mention about the guy that like kind of directed everybody with their phones that didn't have any music input at the library a couple weeks ago. It's that guy. So,
Cool.
Very nice.
I did probably about half an hour with him. It actually was playing before you guys got on here. But maybe I'll kick you a private link tomorrow or something if you want. But definitely worthwhile.
Very cool.
All right.
Okay. Hold on, somebody was just talking to me. Make sure. Can we show that as a preview, Katie?
What?
What we were just sent? Text. You have something on text.
Oh no, I have it on my phone. I don't have.
Oh.
Sorry. Yes. The answer's always yes.
Okay. All right. That'll be part of our holiday preview.
Okay.
You guys will find out when I show off this. about our friend in Washington.
No.
All right. Let's do this. Backups. Chat room. I gave a show title already? Okay. There and here. 278. sure I don't spill my coffee in the middle of the show. Oh, and I have an old tech. It's not on the dock. I'll figure out where to put it.
Okay.
I have this old tech. Thanks to Josh. Hey guys, it's the AwesomeCast episode 278. I'm Mike Sorgatron on the Twitter. AwesomeCast.net, where we talk tech from a Pittsburgh state of mind. Myself, a video producer, social media kind of guy over here, doing this kind of thing, and so much more. And with a lot of people using this kind of stuff in various ways with us, as usual, from Studio B, or Studio Chilla, as I like to call it. It's John Chichilla, at Chilla on the Twitter. He's our gadget guru. For a big Goliath multinational, whatchamacallit company that we won't mention on the show.
I like Monthly National. I like the Studio Chilla.
Studio Chilla. I keep
wanting to rock that from now on.
I know I've mentioned before, but I keep pausing not to call it Goliath National Bank, like in How I Met Your Mother, like every week. But I'm just going to go with that, I think, from now on. But
hey, I think that works.
But, and also with us from Studio Dutters is Kate. Is that Kate Dutters? Sure, why not tonight? Social media peeps up out there at the Scare House. Is that? Well, yeah, we'll just go Scare House for that. I mean, I'm trying to narrow down what we need to. I need the pitch for each one of you, right?
So. I know. I'm going to keep changing. I'm just going to keep adding new jobs, so you have to change it.
I know. I'm just going to pick. Well, I'll just pick one every week.
Okay.
She's Zombie Wrangler and Social Media Extraordinaire over at Scare House. That's not what's on her business card. No. So, and also with us, purposely or not, it doesn't matter. He's always welcome in these doors in the AwesomeCast.
Surprise!
Blogger, beer advocate, and the writer for the Post Gazette here in Pittsburgh, PA. It is Mike Pound, your Uncle Crappy.
I think, can we call this the crappy desk? Is that
the crappy
really
desk? Oh, I like that.
I think the crappy desk works.
That's very fitting. I like that.
Okay.
Straight from the crappy desk. I can't wait for you to get breaking news now. Resolution for 2016 soundboard. We're going to work on that one. But somebody put it in my Slack for me, please. But anyways, but this is your AwesomeCast. Like I said, check everything out at awesomecast.net. Please subscribe to us, audio and video formats all over the place. Too many to say on a podcast. You can also follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, a Facebook group. And you can drop us a line and let us know your awesome things of the week on any of those formats as well. And you can join us here live at live.sorgatronmedia.com. We start kind of moseying in here digitally about 6:30 p.m. Eastern time every week. You can be part of a little bit of the pre-conversation as well and join us in the chat room. Like our good friends, Crazy Kraus has been here since about 5:30, guys. I had to put something on. I had to put reruns on to entertain him for the last hour. So yeah, he's tailgating. And of course, Missy's helping us out with the show notes as usual. Hey, big thanks to the people that support the show. Of course, thanks to everybody sharing the shows, sharing the awesome chats, sharing some great content we have. We actually had a great talk with Leah from over at 412 Food Rescue, a great cause, trying to do something really cool here in Pittsburgh. Check that out at awesomecast.net. But also big thanks to our friends at Thistle Seed Business Development up there in Cranberry, PA, for supporting the show. One of our executive producers on there, as well as our friend Mike Fedor at Mike Fedor Show on the Twitters. Again, both executive producers. They got the business cards to prove it, and you can too if you want to check it out and contribute at patreon.com/awesomecast. So let's get into our awesome things of the week. Let's start with Studio Chilla today.
Studio Chilla. What do I have? So I actually picked up. It's actually made by iHome, and it's called the Smart Plug. A lot of sites actually refer to it by its model, so it's the ISP 55. I recommend actually getting this device at Home Depot. Primarily because it's between $10 and $15 cheaper than everywhere else, including Amazon.
Nice.
So I definitely recommend picking it up there. A lot of stores don't even have it on the shelf, so ask for it. They have it in a box in the back. They'll bring it out to you at a $30 price point. This lets you actually add HomeKit type plugs to your house. So this plugs into the wall, and then you can plug something into it. So you can do things like, hey Siri, turn off the podcast lights. Wait. Hey Siri, Now it's not working. Hey Siri, turn off the podcast lights. Boom. The lights are off. Turn on the podcast lights. And they're back on. So this works actually from anywhere. So you can actually set this up.
Your video paused every time you tried to do it. I think it was too much for your video to handle, and it cut out. You're still paused.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it's too much change in the footage, and you got stuck somehow. Like it's your Hangout. It's not even like the in studio here. Like you're frozen. Like it took a sec. Like you're still in dark mode over here.
But I can see myself okay in my frame.
That's interesting. Oh, you know what? It's the computer you're on. It's a computer on my end you're on, apparently, because I see you moving on every other one. But we get the idea. You're still in dark mode. We'll figure that out here in a moment. But
at $29.99, I thought this was an interesting buy, especially because it's one of the only HomeKit devices that doesn't need an additional hub.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're familiar with the Cassetta Lutron wireless devices or Philips Hue or any of those devices, you actually have to have an additional hub. This device actually kind of has that all embedded and wrapped up. Works inside and outside the house. You can actually limit it, that if you wanted to just make it where it worked inside your house, you could do that. I'll probably be picking up a couple of these as stocking stuffers. They're definitely good for things like Christmas trees, any kind of lamp in your house. And then you can also set up, when you walk through the first time setup, it works on Android, but it also works on iOS. I'm primarily using it on iOS with the Siri-based stuff. It also allows you to set up zones and themes. So if I want to say it's movie time, it'll turn off a bunch of lights or specific lights versus turning on other lights. Obviously, it's not like the Hue lights where it's going to let you set color or anything like that. It's the functionality is to turn things on or off. The other thing that I like about the Cassetta, while it's a lot more expensive in like the $200 to $250 range, the Cassetta and the Hue systems, bless you.
Thank you. Sorry.
The Cassetta and the Hue systems allow you to actually have kind of a physical remote. So if you have people that don't have cell phones or Android tablets or whatever laying around the house, the other devices have kind of a very wall switch, wall plate look controller to them, whereas this only works via your phone. But like I said, I think I'll be buying this as a couple stocking stuffers for the holidays.
Nice.
Very cool.
Check it out. Yeah, I love that. This is for. I need to get more information for you, and but I actually had a good conversation at Alpha Lab at the Open Coffee Club. They're actually trying to do. There's a company over there at Alpha Lab Gear trying to do home automation, but without the internet. And
like in a closed system?
I think so. I don't have any more information for you, but I think we'll investigate for a later discussion. But that was kind of an interesting, like, oh, okay, that's anti what everybody else is doing, you know.
Because one of the other products that I use, the X10 equipment, is meant for closed network connectivity. It's not actually meant for coming in across the internet.
Right. So, awesome. So go check that out, Home Depot, and it is called I just closed the tab. What was it called again?
It's called the iHome Plug. It's made by the same company that makes like iHome speakers and alarm clocks and whatnot.
Awesome. Go check it out. All right, Katie. I don't know about your awesome thing of the week here. Explain what happened.
Well, I got, along with our house, got to participate in Unstuff a Bus, which is essentially we unstuff the buses that were stuffed. I think it was 52 this year, which is awesome that the guys did such a great job. So many great gifts for kids. Well, what had happened is we unloaded at a storage facility, and I was in one of the elevators helping with the unload, and I loaded a couple boxes in and hit the button and nothing. So I was in the elevator. I'm like, hey guys, I'm stuck in the elevator. I actually hit the little phone button on the elevator, which I was like, am I supposed to hit this button? And the lady's like, oh yeah, this is the right button to hit it. I was like, okay. And they kept saying it'll be a few more minutes, no big deal to come get you. And about a half an hour into being stuck in an elevator by myself with some toys, I decided, well, Scott pushed me into periscoping it. So I periscoped from an elevator for an hour. My adventures of being stuck by myself in an elevator. And the best part was they were watching me outside the elevator. The picture I sent Sorg is a picture of me that they made me stand in a certain place in the elevator so they could take a picture of the group and I would still be in it. I'm in the elevator behind them, but I'm also appearing in Scott's phone. So if you, which I honestly,
sorry, I'm having trouble with the image here, but here it is.
Oh, sorry. It's so funny, but it made such a difference that I had people to talk to on Periscope while I was stuck in an elevator, because I think I would have been a lot more nervous, and I would have thought more about having to use the restroom, because I was like, I'm stuck in an elevator. I haven't peed in a while. What's going to happen? And it was fun because it was like the interactions I was getting. I had 300 and some. At one point, I had 70 people watching me at one time. And by the end of it, it was like 300 and some plus that had watched my adventure in the elevator. And they were all being very nice. And at one point, at the beginning of the conversation, I said, don't say the P word. And someone else would bring it up in the chat. And someone else would tell them, oh, don't say the P word. I was like, see, they know, they caught on. And I think the best part about this is I had sent out the photo that I was stuck in an elevator and to my boyfriend and my mom, and he did not believe that I was stuck in the elevator until he saw the video posted on Facebook, the Periscope video. He's like, oh, you weren't kidding. I thought you were kidding. I sent him the picture and he said, oh, I could think of worse ways to die. I was like, no, I'm legit stuck in an elevator. You don't understand. So yes, Periscope is a great place to hang out when you are stuck in an elevator.
That's great. I actually caught up with Sean at RWA Saturday night about that too. So I got the outside the elevator version of the story. So yeah, it was good. It was good. That's. And I was the same way, because I saw it pop up. I'm like, oh, she's just stuck with a pack of toys in there. And for whatever reason, like the Periscope wouldn't load it when I was at the coffee shop, because I was doing like too many things to begin with. And I had the same reaction. I'm like, oh, whatever. Then it's like not until like 2 hours later, I'm like, oh God, she was actually stuck. I'm glad to say I wasn't the only one, but yeah.
Nobody believed me. I was really stuck by myself in an elevator, picking one of the boxes as my P box in case it came down to that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You're the kind of person that periscopes like so many different things, and we're like, oh, how quaint. She's in an elevator and periscope. But like, oh, wait, she's still on the elevator. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. So anything happens on my Periscope.
There you go.
Was there a particular toy that you would have peed on? Did you actually make that selection?
Yeah. Well, the nice thing is the boxes for Stuff a Bus, the ones they had places where you could drop off the toys, were about waist high. So I figured
perfect.
if I emptied them out, I could just duck in there. Nobody on the camera in the elevator would see me.
Right.
But with the toys, I was very upset. So many required batteries that I wanted to play with. And there was a set of colored pencils. Sharpen. It was like my own special hell.
It's like a nightmare. It's like a Christmas nightmare. Wow. So there you go. Technology helping you cope, apparently,
yes.
In this case. So there you go. Uncle Crappy, what do you have for us this week?
Nothing nearly that interesting. Unfortunately, that's I can't claim to being stuck in it. I was not aware. I missed that whole thing. And actually, I came home from work that day, and Mrs. Crappy's like, "Did you see what happened to Dutters?" And it's like, so she had to go back and explain, because she got to see all that stuff. My awesome thing, the timing for this is actually works out pretty well, because we just launched at my employer, which is the green newspaper in town, launched a new page for our. It's a product of a lot of work. I'm especially happy with how it looks on mobile, because this is a thing that I tinker with a lot professionally now. But it's called a Pittsburgh in Focus. You can find it at post-gazette.com/photos. It's something that we're going to, the photographers and the other visual people, I guess that includes me to a certain extent, will spend a fair amount of time tinkering with to give you guys a different look at some of the work that they do, some of the work that I do as well. So please go check that out. I'd love to hear what you think. And we have a big thing about Pascal Dupuis retiring all of a sudden today. That was today's big deal. So Not as exciting as getting stuck in an elevator. No, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. Nah, it's okay.
So I got to say, I'm taking a peek through this. This is the first time looking at it, and I know a lot of the discussion. I don't know if you have to be part of this too, but with the ad blocalypse and what, like, especially newspapers are being called out for how dire they look, I guess. For instance, not do any slams on anybody particularly local or anything in particular, but this is a very nice, clean the HTML5e. I gotta be honest, I do have my ad blocker on, so I don't know if there are a lot of any kind of pop-ups that might be on here, so I'll actually disable it to be an honest viewer here. But no, it looks very nice, and probably and even the ads aren't all that bad when they do pop up, which is nice. And I imagine this looks like it's a responsive sort of design. It's going to look. What's that? That
is a nice part of the page, and that was one of the goals, to make this fairly clean. We've engaged a lot of time discussing about load times. So that was something that we wanted to take care of this as well. Yeah. Especially, a photo heavy page is that can be a real concern. But I'm pleased with how this one turned out. So y'all go check it out.
That's good. I mean, and that's a big thing. I mean, in a day when newspapers need to, catch up digitally and get some attention these days, you're competing with the bigger guys that are doing clean designs. I just saw Engadget just redesigned, and again, I keep forgetting I have an ad blocker on. And I'm just like, there's so much white space over here. What's going on?
What are they doing?
What are they doing with all this white space? It doesn't make any sense. This is horrible design. Then I realized, that's where the ads go. Oh, okay. And for me, it's like, it's security and such. Like, and we've all had that. I was getting annoyed. Uproxx is kind of off my Christmas card list as far as mobile goes, because it pops up that thing after you've been reading for a moment, and I end up going somewhere else. And there are especially smaller market newspapers that are just horrendous with those kinds of ads. And I don't think Post-Gazette or others in town have been plagued by that in particular, if I recall. Like, they weren't pretty, but they weren't that bad.
Especially the mobile stuff has been an emphasis for my employer recently, and that's right. One of the things that I'm supposed to be working on every day. So I'm happy that they took the time with this site to make that work. Generally, that is something we emphasize when we do a larger package. We want to make sure that it looks good in that format too. So it's good stuff.
What was the site? I didn't get the URL.
Post-gazette.com/photos.
Post-Gazette without the hyphen also works as well. Because I've been doing that by default, honestly, and it goes right through.
Guys, unbelievable.
What? I'm sorry, I'm messing with your brand, man. That hyphen, I tell you what. The hyphen is everything, right? But,
yep.
That's in the manual. Awesome. Go check out. Yeah, no, this looks really good. I'm going to have to. Oh, and you. I imagine a lot of this goes over to the Instagram as well. It's linked up here.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Nice to see that popping up. So definitely going to follow that stuff around. All right. I was trying to remember who's next, and I realized that's me. So
did you get stuck in any elevators?
I did not get stuck in an elevator. I got stuck at a wrestling show this weekend. I don't want to get too far into it because I actually did about 17 minutes on this concept for Basic Sorgamonics today. So go over to Sorgatron.com. So if you watch my wrestling products, you know that we haven't been HD yet. Okay. Partly because I got this old, if I can find the button. I got this old thing, this old switcher, a nice thing that I think a lot of churches use. It's SD, and you see, I kind of had another camera that I was using as an intake to turn it into FireWire so I can capture it digitally so I have a backup, right? This is what we've been doing since about 2012 when I took over this part of the biz. Is somebody got a cricket going? What's happening here?
Oh, dang it. Sorry, the cat. Oh. I'm at home,
like,
so I've got the cat pedestal, and I forgot the cricket.
Are you telling me I'm boring over here? What's happening?
Sorry.
Somebody let Katie have the soundboard again. But I updated it with a few of these things. These are the Black Magic Shuttle, and you see it's got all the outputs. That's why I kind of picked these guys. This is the USB 3 edition, but I also have a Thunderbolt edition as well. Have those going in the computer. And using Wirecast, just like what I have here, which I think I put in another tab. No, there it is. And there it is. That's it. Got another soundboard. So since it replaced a lot of what the hardware was doing, but I usually that's somebody else's contact. We're just gonna, as a business card, okay. We kind of were able to replace a lot of that big hardware with this, and now I have like all this table space, and I don't know what to do. Mostly went okay. Couple technical glitches that we need to work out and smooth over, but I think for a maiden voyage, we did very well. We are HD 720. I didn't push the envelope too far on the first run out, and I think it's pretty good. So these things, if you're looking for these are also recommended for if you're doing Let's Plays with like Xboxes and PlayStations as well. Like there's a lot of tutorials on that. I will caution you, these are when you use Blackmagic hardware, they're very stringent and picky. Like you have to know what the resolution and frame rate is that whatever you're using is outputting to it. HD, 720, 1080i versus P, 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second. And you have to set that accordingly. It's a lot easier than it was a year ago when I was experimenting with this stuff. This thing I've had for over a year, almost 2 years maybe. And I just haven't had much success for my needs until now where everything kind of lined up, right? So Blackmagic and Wirecast. And also cool to use Wirecast in a different environment than podcasting. We've used it actually before in some live streaming, mostly just to get us to YouTube Live. But it's kind of nice to take it out of the studio here and use it in a bigger format. So Wirecast, again, these are a little more. It's about $400-500 program. More details over at Sorgatron.com. And check out the video on Basic Sorganomics about that. And I'm sure I'll have some more to talk about as we go and we experiment and we start growing with the setup and perfecting it for everything. So that's what I got. All right. So with that and your Slice on Broadway ad of the week, because Chilla's got the slice this week.
I do have the slice this week. If you look here, I apologize. I got hungry during the show. So I started eating the Slaughterhouse 5. So we have the Slaughterhouse 5, which is your pepperoni, your bacon, your sausage, your capricole, and your prosciutto. Definitely a great pie, followed up by my other favorite, the chicken pesto pie, which is a basil pesto sauce with small spinach or baby spinach, chicken, and roasted red tomatoes. So definitely a tasty meal. I highly recommend that. I think, Sorg, one of your favorites is the Gonzo. Mm-hmm. And keep in mind that they can take any pizza and make it a sub, and any sub and make it a pizza.
That's right. We had some here. We were doing a Sawtooth Willie filming here on Friday night. Got some pizza. We had an audience for Sawtooth Willie. The audience for filming Sawtooth Willie is growing. Like, I have more people in studio when we're filming that than we do for any of the podcasts at this point. Cricket.
I'm just wait. This is what you're dealing with. This is all it is.
I know what that is.
Oh,
I just threw it away.
But anyways, so Slice on Broadway's been supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with the perfect pepperoni pizza for over a year and a half here. Thank you so much for helping them feeding the in-studio guests here. Check them out, sliceonbroadway.com, PGH_Slice on the Twitters, and look them up on Facebook and Instagram, and let them know you heard about them on AwesomeCast. Thanks a lot. Sawtooth Willie approved, by the way. So thanks to them. All right.
How does he chew pizza? How does that work?
It was a gumming action. I mean, he's only missing one tooth. I mean, he has the rest of it.
Okay.
And he does something very interesting with that gap this next set of episodes, by the way. So keep an eye out for that, and Merry Christmas. Yes. So we had some stuff from our audience. Katie, you and I both got this email today. I didn't get to sink too far into this, but it's yourprimer.com. You can find out about this. And it's I got to download. I didn't get too far from that. But Dougie Doug Doug Dirda of ShouldIDrinkThat.com. I can't wait for him to hear that. He was letting us know this is a free service that Google has rolled out for 5-minute sessions to help digital advertising content measurement and strategy. He took the first lesson on creating creative beefs while doing something quick and finished. Okay, I'm not reading that part. Perfect reading because we all know you have it in there with you. It says it's a nice thing, and you can pin cards to go back and revisit. Plus, there are key takeaways from each lesson. So again, Google kind of, and I'll see if I can boot it up here to show off a little bit. Google kind of, expanding that education kind of aspect here. Katie, did you have an opportunity to take a peek at this?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. But no, but kind of a pretty cool kind of mini lessons kind of situation here. And I'm kind of digging on that. It is available for iOS and Android. It's Google Primer, and you can get it now for free. So I know some people that have expressed interest in kind of getting into marketing and advertising, and actually forwarded this to them. This could be a nice little thing to kind of start wrapping your head around a few things. So. Go check it out. Yourprimer.com if you want more information on that. So thanks, Doug, at Doug Dirt on Twitters for that. He was also popped us a comment earlier in the week. So Facebook just punched Meerkat and Periscope in the gut. So apparently they opened up their Facebook video streaming. We talked about this before. This was the thing that like celebrities had it, right? Like Ricky Gervais had it. Some WWE wrestlers had it. But apparently they are opening this up to the general public, which and it's part of. I think it is an app separate from Facebook, but it integrates pretty nicely with it. And I know I was looking at a few things. You can actually subscribe to get notifications, pretty much like Periscope whenever somebody goes on. So, when Katie's stuck in an elevator and she wants to be on Facebook, I'll know about it.
Pay attention to me.
Exactly. But they're beginning to test it. This was this was back on the 3rd, so last Thursday actually, and they're starting to kind of roll it out. I think slowly to begin with. So I think this is going to eat the lunch of as long as like it's easy enough. I cannot imagine Periscope and Meerkat holding up to this. I mean, Meerkat's barely holding its own against Periscope backed by Twitter, right? And they're doing a celebrity thing just like apparently I'm supposed to take my shirt off whenever I'm on this, according to this video. Okay. All right. I don't know if I'm sold on this one. Apparently only attractive people are allowed on this one that work out a lot. But anyways, go live with friends. It says. I don't know that. It could work, but I don't know. Did Facebook Skype calling really take off?
No.
No. But
Does Facebook? I wonder about this because I think that the Twitter has an immediacy that Facebook maybe does not.
Mm-hmm.
And so I could be completely in the minority about this, but I think a streaming service on that works that integrates well with Twitter, maybe that's a better fit than something that Facebook does. That's how I feel. I mean, I use Periscope in the course of work. And those are broadcast live on Twitter, and I generally upload those to Facebook after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the impact of periscoping stuff live, whether you're stuck on an elevator or not, works best on a platform like Twitter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Katie, you're the biggest Periscoper here, obviously. I don't know. What do you think about yet another player in that space?
I think one with Periscope, like even when I try to pull up my video from the elevator, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the availability of maybe if Facebook is able to store these videos long term without you having to upload it afterwards might be an advantage. But like Crappy says, Twitter is my immediate. Facebook is me catching up with what people did overnight or in the morning or when I get a few minutes. But I'm not constantly on Facebook like I'm constantly on Twitter.
Right.
So I would not get the notifications would be nice, but we already get so many notifications for things.
Yeah.
That's what needed an ping, right?
Yeah, I know. Facebook usually pulls something out that I go, oh, wait a minute, that's awesome. So I'm waiting for that must thing.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. Yet another feature. And I don't think it's as distinguishable as when they put out like they're calling it, what do they call it? Facebook Live, right? Yeah, introducing live video collage. They don't have a name for it really at this point. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it grows. So thanks, Doug, for passing that along as well. We had another one. I'm going to bump this up here in the lineup. So Lightroom. Lightroom's kind of the big photo editing app that you guys can pick up part of the. Actually, I own a copy of Lightroom, but I've never used it because I paid the $10 for the photography bundle on Adobe's Creative Cloud. So you get Photoshop and Lightroom in there. There's now a mobile version of it for iOS and Android. You can go check that out. And so I hit up some of our friends that I knew were big photography buffs. And Chilla, I know you're kind of in this. Now you haven't used Lightroom a lot, right?
I have not used Lightroom a lot. Only because I didn't need something on my mobile device, and it wasn't free on my desktop. So that's the reason I haven't chosen really any kind of organizational thing. And then the thing that really sealed the deal was Google Photos being free. Right. But anyway, go with your...
Right, and it's a kind of a trimmed down version. So I reached out to Daniel Hooven on the Twitter and Rob De La Creta, the original co-hosts over here on AwesomeCast, and I know they're like big into photos, both professionally and hobby, etc. Great stuff with the Ins team, Rob. But anyway, great photo that popped up the other day, actually. As the professionals, saying it's useless for editing. You're not going to have the full suite of functionality on those platforms, but it's good for showing off and organizing a little bit. No color collaboration or profiles. It's not going to be that big of a thing. And that's the thing, is we're seeing a lot of kind of stripped down stuff. There was an article last week talking about how Premiere's Clip application is on mobile. Well, now on Android. It's been on iOS for a little bit. I mean, they're taking little bits of Adobe Suite and kind of dropping it onto mobile platforms, which is nice to kind of start a job and then you upload it into the cloud. The cloud is persistent, and then move it to something else. Yeah.
I think that's the whole point of a lot of these mobile tools is they take the big tool and they snip it or they clip it down or create a bunch of sub tools that allow you to kind of use your workflow in the way that makes sense to you. And then to your point, kind of push it up into a cloud, and then you can kind of finish with the full suite on a desktop. I just think we're still a little further than a lot of companies would like to be from that full-on suite on a mobile device, especially when you get into a 5-inch screen. You just don't have the real estate that you do on a 20-inch, 25-inch, whatever 4K monitor to start really getting down and dirty with your video editing. I mean, Sorg, you know how it is with video. It's not that far off from photos. Where would you want to do all of your work on a small screen?
No, I couldn't imagine doing it. I was actually kind of as a point. I after my lunch meeting today, I just brought my iPad with me, and with the with the new Zag keyboard, I was like, well, I'm getting a lot done on this thing whenever I pull it up, and I just did emails and connections, just kind of touching base with a lot of people, writing up some stuff for a good hour at the coffee shop before coming home, and. But also, I was realizing how limited it is. Like, we're still at that point, like setting up the document in Google Docs. I couldn't figure out in the app how to duplicate a file so I could bring the show notes over and start working on them. I had to actually log in remotely to the studio computer here and do it in a browser, right? So we're still limited at those points. But I think when you go to the iPad Pro and that size, I think you get closer to the point where, well, we can do a little bit more.
Right.
I think for illustrators, I think it's a big boon for them. I think there is a point where for certain professionals,
or hobbyists, they can start on an iPad and do most of the thing they need to on an iPad, and then flip it off to the next person that needs to take that to the next level.
I think what the advantages for something like this are for people who are in business who don't want to go to that level. Like, for example, like if I want to post, if I'm taking a photo of myself that I'm advertising some bit of clothing, like I just want to clean it up in a way that maybe Instagram can't do it, or the photo editing software that comes with your phone can't do it. There's so many nice tweaks in Lightroom that you can do that kind of quickly without even knowing very much about Lightroom. You know what I mean? Without knowing how photo editing works, and get them kind of wham bam quickly out there. So things where you might be wanting to post things business wise that you just want those extra settings that you want out there, as opposed to somebody not passing it on to the next level, but that's all the highest, it's an additional, that's the highest level it'll go.
They also can be a really good introductory to Lightroom, right? Oh, Lightroom's that important thing that all my photo friends that I don't understand at that level what that's about, right? And oh, great, you tried it out. Oh, you really need to pay for Creative Cloud now, right? And now, now I'm paying for Creative Cloud, whether I use the full-on Lightroom or not at this point.
Yeah.
And also, like I said, it's a more advanced thing to make your Instagrams look good.
Yeah.
So, like the next.
Plus, I could put that on my resume. I've used Lightroom.
Mobile.
There you go.
Lightroom,
Done.
mobile. Yeah,
There you go.
Exactly.
I'm a photographer.
Stuff like this is helpful for word people in the journalism world who are suddenly being asked to take photographs or to if we expand this a little bit to prepare short video clips. I don't include myself with this because I tinker with visual stuff a lot, but those folks, they want something kind of quick and kind of easy. You can do some of that stuff with the native software that we're talking about, iOS or Android. But if you need to do a little bit more, it's helpful. It's helpful. I understand, why someone who shoots at the level that Rob does would be dismissive. I probably would be too. But in that context, it's not a bad thing.
Exactly. Even when you're looking at the mobile site over here, they're like, create a collection, add your photos, capture a photo, edit the photo, share the photo, and then you install Lightroom CC on your computer so you can refine your photos.
Yes.
It's an introductory thing, like I said, or it's a little bit of why the heck would I want Office on my iPhone? Because you're familiar with it. If you're very ingrained in Adobe, and you can bring at least a little piece of that application you're familiar with, be it Premiere, Photoshop, Lightroom, I think that helps that as well, and keeps you in that ecosystem, and you continue. I think give Microsoft, Adobe money like that. I think it's real good for that, and I think. You talked about kind of the different levels of people, and there are. I guess I kind of do things a hard way because I didn't have all these easy, fun tools, several years ago when I started this thing, right? But so many are getting so much done with these in creative ways and working around those limitations, like we're seeing with Vine, Snapchats, Instagrams, right? So how many movies you see that shot on an iPhone, but they had a little bit extra hardware, but a lot of capabilities, and I think it just lowers that barrier. It's really awesome. So speaking of creative endeavors, we're doing a lot of fun stuff over here. Sidekick Media Services. We're doing a lot of marketing videos here with a lot of people. Talking with some really cool people and some fun new projects going to be coming up here in the coming months. But if you want to see what's going on, go over to sidekickmediaservices.com. We can help you with your podcast, with your marketing video, and social media help as well. We can throw together a website for you, whatever you need there in the digital realm. And we have a lot of samples over there. You can check out the demo reel, what we've been doing here at Sorgatron Media over the years, and we're trying to make those available to anybody that needs them. So please hit that up. Follow us on social media. Hit up the contact page if you have any questions on something we can help you with, and see if you can name all the Steelers in our video.
No, I can't.
No, you can't.
Nah,
You know?
no. I couldn't name any of the Cleveland Browns if they showed up in your video either. So
Oh,
Like,
you're
you're not
an
wearing a uniform?
outsider. You're an outsider. Listen. I think we
I'm starting a quarterback for the Browns this weekend, by the way.
Oh, you know what? I think we got like the best mix for a demo video. We have Pittsburgh Steelers. We have the now mayor when he was running for it. We have zombies.
You got everybody covered. That's perfect.
We have TV personalities. We got everything in there. We got Chachi floating over the point in a parachute. Parasailing out there. I mean, we got everything. We've been everywhere over the last how many years we've been doing it. I even make a cameo in this as a protester. So go check that out. Yeah, we've been doing things for a bit. SidekickMediaServices.com. And we do a lot of podcasts. You can check out this quick clip of last week in Sorgatron Media. Try to have more fun with that part. All right. So that's there. We'll put that there for later. What do you guys got? They're selling the Pixel C now?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, went on sale.
Yeah, I need help because I'm buying a new laptop. Bum bum bum. Goodbye, Hello Kitty duct tape. Bum bum bum.
No way.
Mm-hmm. Yep, first laptop since 2007. Bum, bum, bum.
Is this a segment we're doing?
It may have to be.
It should be.
It may be shopping with me.
Okay.
Can I take you all shopping with me tomorrow?
Shopping with debtors in an elevator.
Yes.
Okay, let's do that, and then we'll fill in the rest here, and I'll do some shout-outy things at the end. All right. Okay, we're going to have fun with this.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's wrong. What? There's 2 number 8s. That's not cool. Okay, I was going to go with a 4 shot. Then I saw everybody in awkward situations.
What you doing?
Katie's over here. He's got food in his mouth. Crappy, no beer tonight? Oh, there it is.
He finished one right before we started.
That was the Sierra celebration.
Oh,
That's the normal Christmas ale.
Hold that moment. We are back, the AwesomeCast. Check out all that stuff at Sorgatron.com, and we got a couple fun segments right here. First of all, what is Crappy drinking? Because he's always, he is the beer guy of the Post Gazette, and
I do a beer show at the PG. If you do post-gazette.com/beerme, you will find this video series. This has nothing to do with that. It's just a delicious bottle I found in my fridge that I thought would work for tonight. Oatmeal Stout by Great Divide. Oatmeal Yeti. Yeti's the kind of their stout brand. This is brewed with raisins, which is an interesting kind of very subtle, sweet twist with a stout that is typically a kind of a beefier thing to drink. It's high test, which means I'm going to be kind of silly by the time I finish this bottle. It's about a 9.5 ABV. So I'll try to control myself, but it's very well done. It's a very nice beer.
There you go. Oh, I have your audio won't go away. I can't de-audio your video here. There's a little bit of him in action over there on Beer Me over at the Pittsburgh Gazette. So go check that out. All right, and another new segment on the show. Oh wait, I almost forgot one. In this, hold on. You're still telling me about beer. There we go.
Shut the guy up. God.
All right.
Jeez.
So I almost forgot about this. Thanks to Chachi for this donation. But in this week's edition of this Ye Old Tech, so this is a hey, look how large that box is. First of all, over here on video here. Yeah, look at this thing. It's bigger than my head. And it's got a face on it too, so it's rather they'll just do the show like this. So this is a copy of back in the day when we used to have a store called Babbage's. There used to be software in boxes. Yeah. And you may think, wow, how big were the floppy disks back then? No, this is a CD-ROM in this thing, and it sounds like not much else. Okay, I don't know, because this is a sealed copy of a game called Virtual Vegas, and let's see, do I have a copyright year on this? 1994. By the way, I'm going to enter this to win a free trip to Las Vegas.
and always runs QuickTime, and is a CD-ROM for Macintosh and Windows. So I'm sure there's a lot of includes voice recognition technology for Windows. Sorry, Mac. And this is running you need a hot screaming 25 megahertz 386 megahertz 386 chip computer or a Macintosh, and there's just a bunch of numbers there I don't understand. So thank you, Chachi, for that. So that's gonna hang out back here, and I can't even think we could run it on anything that's in the studio.
That's spectacular. I moved to Pittsburgh in 1994, actually.
He was playing this back then. So there's not even there's hardly a screenshot on here. Oh, there's this wonderful lady here. Oh, they left on crappy. There's this wonderful lady here, and she's digitalized in 16-bit glory right there. So there you go. Take a road trip on the information highway.
Whoa.
That's excellent.
An oasis of adventure awaits, but this is no desert. This is like a fanfic. Richly landscaped virtual worlds of interactive excitement provide you with the vacation you've always dreamed of. I don't know if I dreamed of this thing. This looks crazy. All right, that's gonna go back there and have fun with that. It's no solitaire, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, and the new segment for this week, we're going to go shopping with Katie. Katie, now I can't believe the day has come. The day has finally come. So I hope you're on video, because this is this wonderful white plastic MacBook that she's always trucking to our meetings with Hello Kitty tape. No.
Yeah, duct tape.
Duct tape. Yeah.
Duct tape. There's a crack. That's a big crack right there. And finally, when was this purchased?
2007.
I actually have one of those sitting on my desk at work.
Aw, yeah. This is
in a frame,
No, it still runs. It's really loud. The fan's going bad, but it does work.
That's outstanding.
Oh wow. And again, remind me, what is the reason there is Hello Kitty duct tape on here? It's not a beautification project, right?
Nope, surprisingly not. Okay, I don't know if you're looking at home. If you look at the old MacBooks, the plastic around the keyboard, there's this little teeny sliver that they had here. It's this little itty bitty thing there. Well, this eventually peels off. If you can see there, none, some. And if you rest your hands on here where there's none, it hurts really, really bad.
And it starts to crack because on the top of the monitor, around the bezel of the screen, there's two little plastic lips that push down into. Yep. There they are.
Oh.
It was a design defect.
Oh no. You've been.
So do you think I can call them?
They would originally replace that.
Oh, dang it. Do you think they'll still do it?
No, I think you're off the Apple Care.
Can we record you calling Apple Care about your issues with your laptop?
Oh, you should totally give that a try.
I mean, completely. So has it given up the ghost?
No, it's fine. It's still good. I've been informed that apparently the Hello Kitty duct tape is not for professional use. And that's the main selling point of why I need to replace it.
Wait.
Well,
like
besides the fact that I could lift weights with this.
So basically, you're at the point that you've been told that your laptop is not up the dress code for work.
Mm-hmm. Plus, apparently, the lifting and carrying of this behemoth is more than I should be doing.
Wait, are you suffering physical ailments from hoisting this behemoth laptop around?
Carrying it around in my backpack along with books, yes. I'm sure I have several back ailments from this.
This is true. Actually, at some point, I was walking back to my car when the PG's offices were still on the Boulevard of the Allies, and this car pulls up on the street as we're getting close to Point Park, and Dutters falls out of this car. And I swear to God, this happened, and I have to think it was because, she has this, you guys have seen this gigantic backpack, and it's sort of lead with that. So she's falling out of this car on top of this backpack, and I just thought, wow, that looks really heavy.
If you fall over, are you like a turtle?
She was. I actually had to help her up.
Okay.
Yeah, with the backpack, I would be a turtle.
I actually just looked it up. That's a 5-pound laptop.
That's a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, it's nice.
Compared to by today's standards, it's definitely heavy.
Mm-hmm.
I've upgraded the RAM and changed the battery, and that's the only thing I've had to do with it, so I can't complain.
You can change the battery? What?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, they pop right off. See, there's this little thing. You just go poop, and there you go. I'd have to probably remove some of the duct tape though.
But anyways, you're looking for shopping advice because you have not searched for a new laptop in 8 years. Okay.
And I mean, I'm not sold on like a tablet-y way of going about things, but I don't know. Like the Surface Pros things look cool. Another MacBook would be cool.
What do you do?
What do I do?
What do you say you do here?
Besides like to carry heavy objects around.
It makes me look cool to my friends. I enjoy. Okay, I'm into the social media thing, so I have to be able to go online, which is everything I know. I can save the major things. I have a Mac Mini, so I can save the heavy duty photo editing and stuff on there. So that's not a big deal. This would be primarily things I would take with me if I was, if I had a presentation in a meeting, or if I needed notes on something, or if I just need to show somebody, this is a PowerPoint presentation.
To be honest.
And then as a word processor too, because I still do go on and type papers.
To be honest, and Chilla, I don't know if you're on the same page here, but given what you do and for my understanding of your work, Katie, I think you would be okay with like an iPad keyboard combination. To be honest, I mean, you're in the Apple ecosystem already. I don't know when's the last time you've used Windows extensively?
To be honest, I have my mom's laptop, which is look at that. It's got a touch screen.
What collection of laptops do you? What are we on? What are you? What? Are we on your phone again? Okay.
Yeah, I always go for my iPhone because it's the best picture.
Because she's just like pulling laptops.
Just talked about my tablet.
Like.
I have a tablet. The Windows thing scares me. I'm not as good with the Windows usage here.
Mm-hmm. Or even a Chromebook, to be honest. Because for what you do, I think you get more. It'll be more money, of course, but I think you get more functionality of an iPad because you have Lightroom, for instance, right? Stuff like that. At least you could do that, right? But I don't know. I'm thinking Chromebook or iPad keyboard combo, given budget. What do you think, Chilla?
I would go iPad Air 2 with keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you start to add in a decent keyboard, you're getting into that. Well, for $100 or $200 more, it opens up. Because I wouldn't go with a 16 gig tablet, right?
No.
I would at least jump up to the 64, which is the next step up.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, I'm going to question. I would go, if it were me, I would go with the actual MacBook. The new ultralight 1.1 gigahertz dual core Core M processor. Because, you can actually get away with some... Sorg, I know you're going to disagree with me, but I don't know if you've gone into the store and launched up Final Cut.
Not on that.
Yeah, go into the store and launch Final Cut on that and watch how fast and amazing it is.
Oh.
Where you're going to lag out is it's going to take longer to render the video.
Mm-hmm.
But almost any of the operations that you're going to do and the $1,299 price point with the Retina screen on that, I think is going to get you a lot more with your social media and running a bunch of applications simultaneously. And everyone is frozen on my screen. Am I frozen for you guys?
No, we got you. We got you.
Okay. So that's where I would come in, and I would actually, after that, if you were willing to look at Windows, I would actually look at the Surface 3, which is their Core M style atom-based ultra lightweight. And you could definitely, and here's where I'm going with this, Sorg, and I don't know what it's like for you, bouncing between massive amounts of social media on the tablet. It's good if you want to focus on one thing.
Right.
And I think it actually forces you to focus on one thing and doing one thing.
And was my
which
experience.
is very useful for writers, social media people, things of that nature. But the moment that you want to actually multitask, I think is where they're getting there, but your workflow could start to fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're going to be sacrificing things and you're going to be saying, oh, I'll wait till I get back home to my iMac. Or I think, Sorg, you do this, and I know I do this a lot. Oh, I'll just Chrome remote desktop back to my desktop at home for my
that's actually
iPad.
That's exactly what I did for my iPad today, just to make a copy in Google Drive. So there's limitations, unfortunately, because of some of the apps. But yeah,
because I have to. I'm spoiled. I spent a decent. What was it? I think it was like $1,300 on this.
mm-hmm.
But I've had it for 1,000 years as I bench press.
Right. Because I mean, you're also not pushing it till its limits with the work you do.
Yeah.
I mean, I price point wise, I think you'd be okay with an Air. To be honest,
Uh-huh.
if you're going there and you want, like, I want a laptop, want to stay in the Mac ecosystem, I think you'd be.
I would go Air 2.
But what?
Air
No,
2.
MacBook Air.
Oh,
If
MacBook
you
Air.
wanted to stay a laptop.
The only thing that after going Retina, I can't go back.
Once you go Retina, you never go back.
Like that's where
Yeah.
that's why I was going, instead of the Air, going the MacBook line. Because the MacBook, you get the Retina screen now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where, like, coming from the Air and going to the Pro, the MacBook and the Pro have a more on-par screen with an iPad than the iPad Air does.
Mm-hmm. Do you ever?
Or you can wait, if you can make it to March, you might see a new device come out, or a new, just a refresh of the line.
So get some white tape and hang out till March. So.
Well, you don't understand. Like, my mom's over here saying that, well, this duct tape is probably discontinued, so I probably. My mom's trolling me.
Tell her to join us in the chat room. But anyways,
just jump on here. I'll hand her laptop, which has touchscreen capabilities and weighs less than 1,000 pounds.
yeah. Do you have a target price range?
No, I don't. It's partially a Christmas present.
Oh, in that case.
Ooh. Now we look at Mama Daughters. Ooh.
In that case, MacBook Pro.
MacBook Pro.
Go on, spend.
We're gonna find a way to make a $10,000 laptop.
I don't think you can get too far off from that, to be honest.
That can be done. I bet that can be done.
I mean, have you played in the configurator on the shop on Apple lately? It's kind of a lot of fun. No, I think if that's the case, I feel like for familiarity, yeah, I think between the Air and the MacBook, the MacBook blank, I guess, probably be okay in there. Just stay with that familiar thing, and it's going to last a bit. Get your Apple Care and stuff, and you're going to be fine.
The interesting thing, and it's the one thing that I will say for carrying, I've actually started 2 days a week carrying the Surface 3 to work, and it's something I would really find myself appreciating for the MacBook is the USB-C charge. So your power brick to carry for your device with the MacBook is the same as the power brick for the iPad.
Oh.
With a USB cable. So if you can find crickets, you can find a charger for your MacBook.
Stop it! Cricket has already interrupted the show twice.
But I will say, like, because I've actually stopped taking the charger for the Surface 3 with me because it uses a micro USB. which I have 100 of those cables sitting on my desk.
Yes.
And I can plug it pretty much into any charger that I have, which definitely comes in handy. So when you go, it's going to be funny, right? Because you're going to go from like a 1/4 pound power cord and a 5-pound laptop to a 2-pound laptop with a pretty much non-existent power brick.
Yeah, look at this.
All that cordiness and I don't know. Have you replaced that? Because I have not gone through like a year of a laptop without having to drop the $80 on a new one of those.
This guy?
Bricks. Yeah, the power bricks for the.
Well, no. This has been fine. I had to replace the little doodad, the flip down.
Yeah.
And because that broke, and then I just got this last year. See this nice cord? It makes it longer.
Oh wait, they didn't come with the cord back then? Wow.
No.
Wow.
No, you just got you had to buy the extension cord separate. It's funny that you mentioned that, Sword, because I actually, for my 2011 Air, I still have the original power brick and cord with no issue. And that thing's I got in 2011.
I'm traveling a lot. Listen, I'm working at a different place every day. It's just that necessity.
Well, it goes to work. It goes to work with. It went
Yeah.
to work with me every day.
Yeah. But it's like then I'm like, I don't have like I'm sitting at a desk and I plug it in here and everything's cool. It's like coffee shop here, coffee shop here. Oh, we're over here. Let's go over here. Here we're at the workspace today. We're up in the office. We're in the living room. Whatever. It's my buddy.
And that's the nice thing about the MacBook, the MacBook blank. You're talking all day battery life on that.
Right. Yeah, I'd say look at those. I would for you. I think get to an Apple store. Get your hands on.
Can I take my old one with me?
Yeah, for comparison.
You should.
I would.
Do
I
that.
definitely would.
Do that.
Kai, can you tell me about this?
Do that and watch the Apple employees gather around you to witness.
Because does your battery still hold a charge?
Yeah.
Wow. So
shocking.
my battery doesn't hold a charge
she's
anymore, so I have to have it plugged in all the time.
But she's replaced it, remember? So
Yeah, I replaced it once, but that was about 4 years ago.
All
So I
right.
mean, I can't complain.
Well, Katie, keep us updated on your adventures in new laptop as we say. You don't have to say goodbye to your old laptop. You can just use it for other stuff.
I just won't take it everywhere.
Yeah, it's just like that home thing that I don't know, like do whatever on, watch TV on.
It would actually be easier for me to walk around with my Mac Mini and a tiny monitor than it would be for me to walk around with this.
All right, perfect. I hope we helped you out there, and I hope that discussion, that thinking has helped anybody else out there kind of looking for laptops. I know we're very Mac centric, but she started from one, so and
it's funny because we started this conversation talking about the Pixel C went on sale today.
yes, we did.
Which is Google's half kind of laptop.
Right. So is this mostly? This seems like it's the what Surface Book kind of concept a little bit, right? Like, is this the not the response? Because I think they announced it first, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like the Surface Book type device. The interesting thing, because the Pixel, if you remember the original Pixel that launched at one of their major developer conference, the original Pixel ran Chrome OS. This Pixel C runs Android OS. It does have the detachable, removable monitor piece, tablet, whatever you want to call it, and then it has the keyboard that it can connect to. This actually, I've been hearing that this device is a little on the heavy side. You're going to be looking at almost 2 pounds. It's not the 5 pounds that you're used to carrying.
Katie,
that's going to feel comfortable.
Yeah, 2 pounds is still a little hefty when you think about
especially
tablets and keyboards.
Katie, just cover this thing with Hello Kitty stickers, and you'll be right at home.
Perfect.
Good.
Look at that thing.
Perfect.
Can't handle change.
No.
And this device was built on Marshmallow spec, so it's Android 6 out of the box, and it's leveraging all the bells and whistles.
Right, because this is the like I mean this is almost like the Nexus, like where this is what we think this should look like in the finest method possible, right? The finest build, the finest everything in there, right? Specs, software, everything.
I think the device falls a little bit short when you get into non-Google apps because they're Android developers, and I'm not talking about Google. Android developers really haven't thought through the tablet form factor as much as they have the handset form factor. So it does fall a little bit short when it comes to those. When you're used to iPad apps that look really clean and crisp and designed for the iPad form factor, I don't think you get the same concept as well as, at least the device is in a 4.3 form factor. So it's kind of like holding that sheet of paper, whereas some of the Surface devices go back to that 16:9 form factor. To me, that's a little bit off.
Right. All right. So it'll be interesting to see what everybody thinks of that one and how that goes. To see if that influences also the lower end laptop or not laptops, but conversion tablet, whatever's. So somebody told me Snapchat was down because of Google today.
Yeah.
What?
So Snapchat was down. They're saying for almost 24 hours.
Oh wow.
And it was actually tied to an issue on the Google App Engine that I guess Snapchat leverages. I found this story interesting because I was surprised to hear that Snapchat was using some of the Google platform, but then I was thinking about it, and it's probably just like any other platform that uses Amazon's web services and Amazon's virtual environment.
Yeah.
So it's probably not that different. But I did find it interesting that Snapchat being down for so long, first of all, and then that the outage was actually tied to something that was going on at Google.
Wow, interesting. Well, yeah, everybody's running on somebody else's. I mean, how many things are started on Amazon cloud services these days? And you're really dependent on that. So, speaking of kind of services, real quick, the best way to check your internet speed is dropping flash. Speedtest.net. Anytime I'm sitting down and I want to know, can I stream this thing? Can I Skype this thing? I sit down in a coffee shop. I'm like, okay, what extent can I do here when it comes to my work? Because I deal with a lot of large files. Apparently, it is finally dropping flash. This has been a problem for me because I don't install Flash anymore. And if I don't have access easily to Chrome, or Chrome is busy or crashing or whatever, then I don't have speed test, and it sucks. But no, that's good to see. This is part of the continuing thing. I can't remember if we talked about it on the show, but Adobe Flash actually dropping the Flash out of its name and becoming, I forgot what the official name, but more focused on the animation side of it as output for HTML5. I think it's a good move for that.
I definitely agree, and I think that's actually isn't it Adobe Animation?
I think it is, yeah, because it's used in a lot of stuff you see on television, and again, kind of more focusing tools for HTML5. Real quick, Chilla, for those of us that are not out there into open source, Microsoft is doing a switch and open sourcing part of the Internet Explorer package, right?
Yeah, it's I think some of the engine that comes off of the Edge browser. They're going to open source that. It sounded like this week was a big bunch of conversations around open source. I think Microsoft open sourced part of their scripting engine that's part of Edge. Apple open sourced Swift and El Capitan. Right at the same time as Dropbox and Facebook killed some of their services. But it's nice to see a lot of the companies going open source, even if it is just portions of their code. Hopefully this will get other people involved and will just benefit everybody.
Awesome.
Oh, and I just read too that, who was it? Firefox, Mozilla scrapped their mobile OS for low-end devices.
Yeah, I heard about that too. But there's a lot of death stuff. Mailbox from Dropbox is going away. Also, Carousel for photos. Anytime I hear a story like that, and it's a service that I didn't get into, I yes, made the right choice. Something like that. It's like, oh, why would I get into good? And I'm very careful about that.
Facebook dropped Slingshot, Rooms, and Riff at the same time that Dropbox dropped Carousel.
Don't remember or recall what any of those are. So
Slingshot was like the photo Snapchat type app.
Okay.
Rooms was, I think, some kind of collaboration thing, and I don't remember what Riff was.
Wow. Stuff dropping off all around. Hey, so I found some local news for a little bit. First of all, if you haven't had a chance yet, friend of the show, Josh Lucas from up there in Work Hard Pittsburgh, was featured in Next Pittsburgh. If you guys aren't reading Next Pittsburgh in the area, you really need to. A lot of what's up and coming, not just like technology kind of stuff, but also a bit of kind of more social, what's going on in town in general.
Sorg, if I may, the new-ish news editor at Next Pittsburgh is a former colleague of mine, Kim
Yes.
Lyons.
Yes.
She does an excellent job, and I think it's noticeable at Next Pittsburgh already. So do check it out. It's a nice site.
I have noticed. Now I've been following for a bit, and it does seem like of the stuff catching my attention more and more has her name attached to it. So I think that's really, really cool. But they have a really good
and she would be behind the scenes well, so kind of directing
Nice.
stuff. So
Nice.
I see her fingerprints all over this.
Yes. If you're not familiar, they say right the byline right at the top is taking Pittsburgh to the next level. So and I say the pretty cool look at kind of a day in the life for him and all the stuff he does around there. And it's pretty cool. And a lot of the philosophy that's going on up there, because it's not just like kind of a co-working space where I park my butt on an exercise ball a couple of days a week. But they're doing podcasting, doing a lot of social work, and a lot of the conversation about Allentown, even the drinking partners that had Bill Peduto on episode 50, which is a podcast from Epicast who works out of Work Hard as well. Big part of stuff happening up over there. Talking about what is happening in Allentown, and they're a big part of that, and that redevelopment. And they're trying to make sure they don't repeat the mistakes happening in East Liberty with all the stuff coming up there. And I gotta say, just in the past year, that place, I was always iffy about going up there and doing work on a regular basis, but the neighborhood's coming up a bit, and it feels pretty good. So go check that out, nextpittsburgh.com. And also a shout to, hey, did you know there's a new Tech Talk show on PCTV? If you guys have the local cable, but it's also on YouTube as well. But it's Pittsburgh Tech Talk, and go give it a shot. They're talking about some businesses in the area as well. Look up PCTV 21 on YouTube. I believe it's PCTV21.org. We talked with we talked with a few members over there, including on Awesome Chat in recent months as well, and talking about how they're more than just cable access. They're actually making this as kind of a funnel to make better stuff for YouTube for community producers. So again, we talk about all that stuff you can do on your phone, but these guys are giving you kind of access to better higher end stuff and learning how to do video editing and having access to other means and methods and equipment. So go check that out on PCTV. And from there, I think that's all my shout-outy stuff. And also, please check out Awesome Chat this past week. We talked with Leo over at 412 Food Rescue, and we're going to be talking this week with the guy behind CeeMe, playceemi.com, CEEMI. A very interesting music concept where you don't have to exactly know how to play music to be involved in a very group kind of activity sort of thing. And we had a lot of fun with that as well. So anything going around the area you guys want to plug? Uncle Crappy, he's at the Post-Gazette. Post-Gazette.com.
Post-Gazette.com. And actually, if you go back and look at the Beer Me site, post-gazette.com/Beer Me, on Thursday evening, we will have this week's show posted. It is sort of a gift guide, some gift suggestions, craft beer related. So if you've got a person like that on your gift list, you want to take a look at that one.
Go check it out. John Chichilla at Chilla on the Twitters.
I'm actually checking to see if post HYPHEN Gazette.com is open to buy, and it is.
Oh, you should.
If you're actually looking to buy post-Gazette.com, it is available.
Wow. I think you better send somebody an email before they hear this episode.
That's well outside of my responsibility. So I'm not even going to get into it.
Somebody tell him on Twitter. And I was like, hey, Dutters on the Twitter, can he do this?
getting stuck in elevators or whatever mobile devices.
Using old tech and getting stuck in elevators. That's
That's
all you
right.
need to know about me.
That's probably why you broke the elevator, because it was overweight because of the 5-pound laptop on
There
it.
you go.
You wait, one day I'm going to have to take down somebody, and I'm not going to have this 5-pound laptop. I'm going to like 2-pounder, and then it's going to be like, oh.
Primary self-defense device.
There you go.
Right there.
There's an
Forget
old
mace, have a laptop.
There's an old Penny Arcade comic where somebody just like takes out his buddy with an original Xbox because it's so large. Like that. Like I can just place you in that laptop in there, right there. Wow. Anything going on with you? You want to plug?
No, I feel
Nothing
very boring at the
interesting.
moment.
Nothing.
I'll find something else to do.
You had everything last week, of course. Sorgatron.com. We got, again, if you want to check out about me talking about more extensively about Wirecast and Black Magic, and check out the Wednesday episode this week. I talk about something that I don't usually touch on the internet.
Ooh.
And we'll leave you at that. And of course, everything else is sorgatronmedia.com. Not just tech, but we also have pro wrestling, video games, and so much more from our client podcasts as well. And thank you, everybody, at Wrestling Mayhem Show. Live.sorgatronmedia.com. I'm thinking ahead to the other shows tonight. Live.sorgatronmedia.com, about 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We start rolling in, getting started. You can join us in the chat room. AwesomeCast on the Twitters and the Facebooks, and AwesomeCast.net for all the shows. Subscribe, check out our Patreon, and so much more. And at the very least, please share the show, like, comment, whatever the case may be. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to our awesome chat room, including Kraus, Wheels, and Juggalo John, and so much more. You've been our awesome audience. Have an awesome week. Boom. Hey, I'm going to do a pre-roll because I forget to do that every week. All right.
Who are you?
Real quick. What did we talk about? We talked about the laptop. I'm going to the laptop.
Post-Gazette.com.
Post-Gazette.com, Hello Kitty, duct tape, and elevators. That's pretty much it right there.
Okay. Wait, I'm going to mute you in case you guys laugh at this. This week on AwesomeCast, we talk about hyphens, Hello Kitty duct tape, and laptops that can take out a predator, and so much more tech content too. Awesome. Does that work?
Oh, that's the best one that's ever been done.
Okay, I'm going with that. I was hoping the predator part wasn't too strong.
No, you're good. I think you're good.
Nope, you're good.
All
I'm
right.
picturing that I'm out in the woods taking down a predator.
Right. You know, I mean,
Killing wolves.
So there's a video that we can do, Katie.
We're gonna green screen me with a predator.
I don't know. I don't know. Let me work on that concept. A little bit. You're gonna hurt your head holding that laptop.
I have a very flat head.
It's like the old posture book thing, right?
Yes. That shows you how good my
Alright.
posture is.
All right, watch yourselves, video game people, and we're out.
Run away. Okay, bye guys. Thanks for all your help.
See you guys. Have a good one.
All right,
Thanks.
see you guys. Thanks a lot. Great show.
Bye.
Bear me. So. Oh, he's out. I was gonna ask. Everybody left. Wow. Like,
Wait,
wow. Everybody popped out. Like, right. Wow. Nobody wanted to talk to you guys. I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask Chilla a question.
Oh.
Who in the hell is this?
I wanted to ask Chilla what his Xbox Live name was.
No, I don't think
I
I
guess
even
not.
have him on Xbox Live.
Huh?
I don't even think I have him on Xbox Live.
I think he friended me, but I wasn't sure who it is.
Maybe he's that mystery person I never figured out. Tweet him
Yeah.
or something.
Okay.
Tweet him. He's at Chilla.
I wanted
Very
to ask
simple.
him in
At
person.
Chilla. Hey, yeah, in person.
Because somebody invited me to a Destiny game, and their name was Chillax, but I don't think that was him.
No, I don't. That doesn't sound like Chilla.
No.
Be right back, guys. Kind of situation, but then I got into a wonderful conversation with the desk across from me,
And yeah, it was very interesting.
Cool. Yeah, we were positive last night, though, right, Riz?
Mm-hmm. That New Day's rubbing off on you, right?
Yeah. Don't you dare be sour.
Mm-hmm. They're just saying every week, stop bitching about Raw. We're here.
Yep, exactly. That's power of positivity, man.
Mm-hmm.
Has Riz said anything? You keep asking him questions.
I think he's muted, or is his microphone set up?
Riz, you're having problems.
I haven't heard yet. You've asked him like 3 questions. I haven't heard them.
Now you're in trouble. There was something I was gonna ask. Oh,
Riz a Rooney.
Sorg, what was the blab email?
Blab email. That's the way it's not clear when you look at Blab like who the original host was, and
it was Riz.
Yeah, and it looked like it was you, so I hit you up first, and I realized, oh wait, that's not right.
No, I was the G.
What?
I was a G. I was a guest.
Okay, but I guess I read the Blab wrong, and it looked like you were the host to me. But no, if you ever host a Blab like that and you do the on the record thing like that, it will send you an email with the audio and video files.
Oh, cool.
So,
how helpful.
Yeah, it is. It's very helpful, actually.
And friendly.
Especially in comparison to YouTube, where so you know how they did.
Search for it.
You know how Friday they did the midweek wars.
Yeah.
One of them just processed and officially posted today.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, I couldn't even get the files to put on the other formats.
Wow.
So I saw
YouTube.
I saw a random tweet come out like 3:00 today from that. I'm like, well, that's weird. I didn't set that up. Then I'm like, wait, that was YouTube. That thing just finished. So
sucks.
It was just a weird queue thing. It makes me kind of want to just use Blab, but like kind of, but not really.
Blab's pretty good though. I like Blab.
I'm really digging it.
I like that it has that chat room that like people can talk and you can see who comes in and watches.
Mm-hmm. Now,
it's really helpful. I think I actually like it a lot. I don't like the new Hangouts as much.
Right? No. And if they ditch the old Hangouts, I'm gonna have a problem in here.
They were made by the devil.
I'm sorry. I'm just noticing some emails I have going on in here. What am I doing in my emails? What am I doing over here? What's the next thing we do for this show? Oh, I'm supposed to get files. Okay. We're waiting for Riz anyways.
I went to the original Hangout.
Oh, this is a problem.
Why?
I'm not seeing the networks I'm supposed to see.
WWE Network?
No. $9.99. No, Bobby.
Okay.
No, Bobby.
We got so many new game news today.
Where? Okay, this thing happens where I can't see any of.
Chris better come back. I got a whole story with his expertise.
All right, I have the internets. That's a good sign.
I don't have expertise.
I got expertise.
Oh, I forgot to share this Loki pick.
Oh, no.
What do I forget each week?
Loki pick. Damn you, Loki. That's my catchphrase in fantasy football 1 year. It was damn you, Loki. Because he kept taking all the players I wanted in the draft. Chachi, you want to run down before Riz comes back?
Sure.
All right. First up, we're going to talk about Linkle.
Pass.
Oh. Then we're going to talk about the Riz Rants free Kojima.
Pass.
We're going to talk about Final Fantasy VII.
Pass.
We're going to talk about the PlayStation experience.
Pass.
And we're going to talk about the Video Game Awards.
Pass. I'll see you guys next week.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. You find the stories. It's my fault for not getting you one that I am interested in.
That's fine. Yeah. But we are going to mention next week. Our Video Game Awards are next week.
Will you have Video Game Awards?
Yeah, we did it last year at the end of the year.
I don't remember this.
Don't you remember?
No, I don't remember this.
We did it. It's a yearly tradition of the 2 years we've been doing this. Last show of the year. Last show of the year, we do the awards.
Yeah, I never remember that you do awards either.
Game of the year. A couple different categories. Mobile game.
What's going on, Riz?
Riz, where you at? We need you. We need your rant.
Holy crap, this is not happy. An error occurred.
Hi, kitty. When did you come in here? Hey, did you see my arts? Do you want to see my arts?
Hold on, I gotta take care of something, actually.
No, you don't want to see my arts. Chachi, you want to see my arts?
What?
You want to see my arts?
Who are you?
I'm Bobby of J-Town. Friendly neighborhood J-Town.
Who are
Actually, J-Town is not a friendly neighborhood because it was deemed the 8th most dangerous city in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Newcastle is number 2.
Huh.
But Johnstown was number 8.
Okay.
Hey, he's
Newcastle's
back. Hey,
number
we can
2?
hear you.
That better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there? Where's
We
this
need you
listing?
'cause-
Where's this listing? I want to see where Greenville ranks.
I don't think Greenville was on there.
Oh, probably should be. How about
Philadelphia was like up there.
Farrell's
Greenville's
usually
not dangerous.
No, it's not.
only like emotionally.
Johnstown
It's
was.
just high.
You're just high.
Jamie has his butts in the background. I just noticed that.
I am not high.
Wait, you just noticed?
I just
Jason
noticed
Mewes?
that. Yeah, I just noticed his butt.
Whose butt?
Jason Mewes' butt.
That's
Oh. Jason
Riz?
Mewes' butt's always in the background.
Riz ran into Jason Mewes' butt this
I
weekend.
did.
Literally.
He almost ran me over.
Was he in a
And-
hurry?
Yes,
It's probably the Red Bulls.
probably. Because I saw, his eyes were wide.
His eyes are always wide.
Yeah, and I just got out of his way. 'Cause
Yeah, his eyes are always wide. They're never not wide.
My eyes are never wide.
Bobby, your eyes are perfect.
Thank you.
He's on heroin now, or he's on Red Bull now that he got off heroin.
Who, Bobby?
No,
I'm on.
Bobby's on heroin?
no,
No, just Red Bull.
Jason Mewes. Jason Mewes got off heroin, went on Red Bull.
Oh no. I don't know which one's worse.
Oh, nice. And he died. Good job.
Who
Wait,
died?
What are you playing?
I am fighting my amiibos.
Let's check my crops.
All right, check those crops. Yeah, eat that food. Check those crops. What?
Who are you?
Yeah, what are you doing, Bobby?
I don't know. I don't know who I am anymore.
I know who you are, Bobby.
I'm me.
You're Bobby F. fucking J-Town.
Yes,
You
I
are Bobby F. fucking J-Town.
Don't you guys forget it.
Believe that.
Oh, he said the thing. Chachi said the thing.
I said the thing. You like how I did that? It
Yep.
worked.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
eat
didn't
that
force
food.
it. It fit right in.
Yeah, plant that food. Plant that food.
That's like penis jokes.
It is
Yeah.
a joke.
Riz, you want to run down?
No.
Sure.
No,
Right,
surprise him. Surprise him.
No, well, he has to know one of the things is his.
Don't tell him.
Chachi,
Well,
Chachi.
You told me the final battle questions, the whatever thing.
What
My
thing?
rant.
No, it's not the final battle question.
No?
No,
Okay.
it's in the middle.
Continue.
We're going to talk about Linkle.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about then it's your thing, the free Kojima rant.
Mm-hmm.
Then Final Fantasy VII. Then the PlayStation experience.
I forgot to watch that.
Well, then we're going to talk about it. Then the Video Game Awards.
But wouldn't that be the same?
No, it has something to do with it, but we're going to get more in depth with the video game awards.
Yeah,
You
that's
get
right.
Bobby.
They get more in depth.
Did you say Nintendo was having something, or is that next week?
They don't worry about it.
Okay.
Of course, Nintendo said it was something really massive coming on Monday.
Uh-huh.
They announced it, and it was just Minecraft on Wii U.
Oh.
That's a big
Well,
deal.
it is pretty big.
That is pretty big.
That's actually a pretty
Yeah.
big deal,
That
Horace.
is big.
Yeah.
But I thought it was going to be bigger.
Well,
You know.
That's what she said.
No.
I heard that, sir.
I heard
That's
you.
what she said.
Sword, you're so mean to me, Sword.
Yeah,
I'm going to have a long night because I can't get these files off of this computer right now.
Oh, no.
The network won't see the computer.
Hey, Sorgy, what you gonna do?
I'm going to stay up late. That's what's going to happen. Is I'm going to stay up late and get these shows done.
You need to sleep more.
I don't got time to sleep.
I worried about you.
That's
You need
You
to sleep.
worried about him?
I worried about Sorg.
Listen.
No, you-
Just because I get on
I'm
the
worried
train,
about you.
just because I got on the train today and forgot where I was going,
Oh, no.
How does that happen?
I had a moment. I'm like, what?
No, yeah.
No.
You know, wait.
He was a mummy.
You ever
He
had
was a
that?
mummy
No,
on the
wait.
Orient Express.
Have you ever had that feeling where you sat through so many previews at a movie theater? By the time it gets to the point where you see, the beginning of the movie, or at least like these are the logos for all the people that made this movie, and then you have to stop yourself and be like, what? Wait, what movie was I seeing again?
No.
No.
That's
Jinx.
That's
Wow.
that's not a thing.
Never had that thing before.
No.
I don't know. That seems pretty normal to me.
I always forget the second movie of a two-movie feature at the drive-in sometimes, but
Usually,
I don't.
I'm anticipating the second movie more, and I don't pay as much attention to the first movie.
Yeah, I forget though,
Mm-hmm.
because I watched the first movie,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, why did I come?
Oh, there's another one.
Ah.
Because I'm like, it's not because of this movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that
You're
was
12.
the feeling I had today on the train.
Guys, there's no jiggle physics this week.
No
That's
jiggle.
fine.
Good, because that was very awkward next to the self-help stuff on the site.
Jiggle physics. We could have talked about jiggly coffee. Jiggle physics.
This thing isn't working. Oh, hey, I found it. It woke up.
Yay!
Jiggle physics. Jiggle
Alright.
physics.
Found it. Found it.
Found it. Give me a second to copy these over, and we'll get going.
What are you playing with?
Boo.
It says it's going to take 2 minutes.
I'm getting my butt kicked by my own amiibo.
Moo.
What are you after?
Moo.
Oh, are you talking to your cat?
Yeah. She's after something. I don't know what it is.
Hey,
Tune in to find out.
hey, son,
Yeah, what's up?
you still have that cat?
No.
Oh.
That cat has him.
We found that cat at home.
Aw.
Yay.
Yay.
Still got that turkey?
What?
That frozen turkey.
No, I ate that turkey.
Oh no!
Eat that food.
That turkey was...
Eat that food.
That turkey was the
Oh,
bomb.
that turkey was pretty good.
Yeah, eat that food. Work that fork.
What?
Yeah, eat that food.
Bobby Awkward. Bobby
So she
Awkward.
knows how to operate a
That's
turkey.
my favorite thing now. Mojo Rawley.
Is it?
He went from my least favorite wrestler to being tolerable.
Oh, man.
I don't get hype.
He's 2 steps above Ryback now.
You're going to be very excited about something I do in the near future.
What?
No.
Are you gonna interview Mojo Rawley?
No, I'm not going to interview Mojo Riley, but...
Are you gonna eat that food?
I got... Eat that food. Eat that food.
Yeah, eat that food.
Eat that food. Go on a show. Eat that food. What the hell? I love Katie's like, this is the cricket from tonight's AwesomeCast, available at Target.
So? Why are you angry?
Because I'd be talking about something and I hear crickets in the background and I'm like, is somebody trolling me? Is one of the co-hosts trolling me? It was the cat toy.
No, you told us not to do sound effects. Or...
My cat's after a bug.
Everybody tell Katie she's not allowed to do
Get
sound
that
effects.
bug. Get it.
Eat that bug.
Yeah, eat that bug.
Oh.
I think it's an ant.
Somebody's
get that
this is not an automated response. Thanks for sharing awesome.
Hey. Should we get started soon?
Yeah, because we got an interview.
Because Bryce.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of just terribly running late in general, but
Bryce Jordan Center.
I decided to take like 2 more stories because I realized we talked about like buying a computer for 20 minutes. I'm like, I should get some stories.
Yeah, buy that computer.
I'm not time managing well right now. Okay, listen, this is hard. Okay,
and we're not helping.
That's what she said.
Right.
We're not helping. Bobby,
you're recording. Do something.
All right.
We don't get hype. We stay hype.
What was that,
bro?
No, that just ruined it.
Yeah.
What?
Good job. Good job, Chachi.
Good job, Chachi.
How did I ruin it?
Zack Ryder. No, I'm just kidding. All right, are we ready?
Mojo makes Zack tolerable.
It was the other way around for me, but now it's the other way around. So you're right. It was a double reverse racism.
What?
I don't know. Did you ever see C-Lab 2021?
Bobby, start the show!
Double reverse racism.
Start the show.
All right.
Please.
Are we ready? In 3?
No, I'm not ready.
Damn it, Riz. All right, ready?
I'm ready.
In 3, 2. New games for everyone! This week on Boss Battle. Welcome, everybody, to Boss Battle number 172, a show in which the writers of InsertCoinToBegin.com get together to talk about video games. I'm your host, Bobby F. J-Town, but before we get to the infotainment and general good time making of this podcast, let's see what everybody's achieved this week. Chachi, how about you? What'd you achieve?
Call of Duty and Farm Simulator.
How are your crops?
Woo! See, I switched from wheat to corn.
Okay.
To milk.
Good choice.
And now back to wheat.
Okay.
And I also sell the grass to the biogas place whenever it's done processing. So
we need clean burning biodiesel.
Right. So I'm helping the environment and getting fat paid.
Yeah.
I own 6 fields now, 3 sets of equipment. I am.
Well, and that was your agricultural minute on Boss Battle this week. Back to you, Chachi. What else did you achieve?
That's it.
That's it? Okay.
You gotta turn that soil.
All right. Riz, how about you? What'd you achieve?
I can't top that.
No, you can't.
I cannot.
That's right.
Actually, I just got done training both my 2 oldest amiibos, Ouija and Dorfon Golf, to level 50, so I'm good on that one. And also, I defeated a Deathclaw with no power armor.
Ooh, aren't you special?
I am very special. Bobby, have you been into the
SPEACI?
Yeah.
No.
Have you been into the witches museum?
No, I don't want any part of that right now.
Yeah, it's very, very, very scary.
I don't want any part of that right now.
And it's weird because there's only one Deathclaw in there, and that's it.
Yeah, but I heard it's a big one.
It's a big old one. But other than that, that's pretty much it.
Cool. Sorg, how about you?
I played some WWE and Mortal Kombat on my phone. I just work here.
All right.
Wait, WWE and Mortal Kombat?
Yeah.
Yeah, on my phone.
Like together?
Oh.
WWE versus.
Yes, that would be Immortals.
Yeah, that is true.
That's actually
that is accurate.
That is actually Immortals. Like, yes.
But that is very accurate.
It's the same game. So.
All right. Well, and
what did you achieve?
I achieved this week. I got WWE 2K16. Played a couple rumbles in that. friend of the show, Dalton Castle, is going to WrestleMania. I won the Royal Rumble with him and with Jimmy Uso. So 2 out of left field choices.
Yes.
And I downloaded a whole bunch of creative wrestlers, Dalton Castle being one of them. Just most of the NXT roster, a couple of Lucha Underground guys, stuff like that. I played some Fallout 4 and some Destiny. I'm almost to level 40 in Destiny already, which, yay. And I bought a legendary gun off of Xur, which is cool. My first one of those. And I downloaded the game of the year from the Game Awards, which we're going to talk about later.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't play it yet, but I downloaded it.
You're going to have fun with that game.
Yeah. But we'll get to that in a minute. Now it's time to go around the net with Chachi.
It is?
It is!
Oh, man. It's now time for Video Game First up, YouTube user Captain Sparkles teamed up with Verizon to create a fully functional cell phone in Minecraft.
Wow. He is full of technology.
Yeah, the Verizon team worked on programming Minecraft so that you can build cell towers that function and allow you to call yourself via video chat on an iPhone. It was really cool because he called it. It's basically programming that connects to an outside program, and allows you to call yourself that. But it actually shows like the video on the phone in the Minecraft pixel style. So I mean, it's cool to check out. So you can go over to insertcornermedia.com and check it out. Next up, an amazing makeup artist uses makeup and transforms herself from woman to Trevor.
Hashtag nightmares.
Yes. It is scary as hell, but she is extremely well talented.
It looks cool, but it's scary as hell.
Yeah. So also you can check that out. And last but not least, Riz brought this rapper to my attention, Youngtown. Yes.
That's about right, yeah.
Who does...
Not to be confused with O-Town.
Yeah. Who does video game rap, and it's actually quite good. I downloaded the track that Riz sent me so I could listen to it over and 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 over again.
Also download A1 Pokemon.
And here's a little bit of it right here. Oh, it paused.
Oh.
And buffered.
It was good. Good job, rapper. Yeah.
It is fair use. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah.
Eat that Triforce.
It was really good. And
Bobby, that's another podcast.
He's far more talented than I am. Far more. But that's all I have for you this weekend. Video game from around the internet. Back to you, Bobby.
All right, it's time for some things we should be made aware of. This week we kick it off with some Nintendo news. Hyrule Warrior Legends for the 3DS might have unlocked a new character for the entire Legend of Zelda universe. It appears that Linkle, the female version of Link from the game, has caught the eye of Nintendo producer, bear with me for a moment, Eiji Aonuma. A new trailer for the game showed Linkle using a crossbow, to which he said, "I had a chance to give feedback on Linkle during development, but the satisfying action of using a crossbow, which we developed for the spin-off title Link's Crossbow Training, was implemented this time completely by Koei Tecmo." This begs the question: could Linkle appear in other games besides Hyrule Warriors? I think it's very possible to have Linkle be the counterpoint. This is me talking. I think it's very possible to have Linkle be the counterpoint to Link in a future Legend of Zelda game, as Link is pretty much basically a blank slate for the avatar for the gamer. Anyway, what do you guys think? Do you think we'll be seeing her in future Legend of Zelda games?
I yes.
Here's the thing. I can't believe you just asked me if I thought there would be any future Legend of Zelda games.
Yeah,
well, yeah, that's true. We may not get one if Nintendo keeps taking their time.
If there's a female in a Legend of Zelda game, that means there is a new Legend of Zelda game coming.
Right. I don't care if it's a female, male, transvestite. I don't care if it's a walking tree.
Heck, make it tingle. Pokemon. Who cares? Make it tingle for all I care.
Right. As long as it's a new Legend of Zelda game, I will play it.
Hey, you just got that new one from 3DS, the little Link, it's Four Swords Adventures or whatever. That counts, right?
No,
not at all.
All right.
The one where you wear dress. Yeah, that's not at all. But
anyways,
we just want a Legend of Zelda game.
That's true.
In the next year.
Yep.
All right. Well, Riz.
Yes.
This is
whining over this.
Okay, good.
I was not done whining, and you just up and moved on.
I'm sorry. I was ready to move on. I'm the host.
Who are you today?
I'm the host of this prestigious podcast.
God damn it, Bobby.
Continue.
Move on.
All right. Riz.
Yes.
This is a subject near and dear to your heart as you took to the internet to rant about it. Hideo Kojima from Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, man. Wait.
He's back in the news again.
Hey, Bobby.
Yes.
Is this what I think it is?
Do it.
Is it time for a...
Wait, I thought there was a... Wait. You were supposed to be a guitar... You were supposed to do a guitar riff in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's better.
What's going on? Anyways, Riz, tell us about what happened to Mr. Kojima over the weekend.
Well, not even over the weekend.
It was Thursday.
Well, yeah, there were two events in question here. Mm-hmm. The first one was at the PlayStation Awards, the PlayStation Awards ceremony, where I believe that's where the a PR rep from Konami went up and accepted an award for Metal Gear Solid 5. I believe it was for Game of the Year too, which blew my mind. And then at the Game Awards, it was found out that he was not even. Well, he was invited, but he was banned from being there due to legal blockage from Konami.
No, Riz, he was at a party.
No. He
was at a going away party.
No. You let me finish.
Vacation.
That's right. He was on vacation.
He was on vacation.
He was on vacation from life.
Was on vacation, bullshit like that. And you know how happy we were on this one. And I said this in the Insert Corn Begin article. You know how happy, how like funny and fun we've had with that one for the last couple months. It's over now.
Yeah.
It's over. Like, to not have the guy that made like your game popular, the guy that made your game worthwhile, made you money, and you're not going to allow that guy to speak and accept an award saying this is your game.
Who accepted the award at the Game Awards for his
Kiefer Sutherland. Snake himself.
Yeah. And right after that, what happened to Kiefer Sutherland?
Oh, I
you didn't see that? The lady that presented the next award for Best Voice Actor or Best Performance basically threw him under the bus by saying, "What's Metal Gear Solid without James Hayter is Snake." It was great.
It's true because it's true because.
No offense to Kiefer Sutherland. I mean, he's cool.
I mean, but Snake.
Yeah.
Hey,
yes.
Time out. Whose game is it?
It's Kojima.
Productions.
Hideo Kojima Productions.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait 1 minute. Let me look this up.
on the box
Solid 5.
and on the game, it says Hideo Kojima Productions.
Let's see.
Oh wait, they took that off.
No,
Konami took that off.
Konami took that off on the actual box.
Let's see.
But when you load it up on the game, it says Hideo Kojima game. And every time
I'm gonna look this up, but
okay, all right, I'm telling you what it says. It's his production. It's his baby. Konami just stamped on it.
Oh, look here. Publisher. Konami.
But it's still
That's not necessarily
his
the
game.
owner of the property.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his game.
It's his game.
Chuck.
No, because here, look at this. If Call of Duty were to get if Call of Duty were to get in an argument with Treyarch, if Call of Duty were to, if Activision were to get into an argument with Treyarch, Treyarch would no longer be able to develop any Call of Duty games.
Yeah, it kind of happened with Respawn.
But
I
think in your case,
technically Respawn.
I think in your case, Konami does own Metal Gear as a whole. But I'm just saying that, like, just saying, oh, it's a publisher, that does not necessarily say that that's the fact. Because there's a lot of things that are published. Nintendo published a lot of Rare stuff, for instance, and Rare just released it for Xbox. So
I don't think it was
Battletoads, for instance.
But the point, it's not.
In this case, Konami owns the IP. Therefore, if you piss off Konami, no matter what you do on the game, you lose all rights.
Right.
But it's still sad.
It's still more. I can't understand. Like, what did they think was going to happen when their guy was going to go up there and do that? Did they think
Kojima just gets on stage and he goes, "Konami sucks!" Drops the mic and runs off.
Like, this is mine now, and he just does the DX chop and leaves.
Mine now, bitches. He leaves.
It's just so like it just sucks. That's it. It just sucks that he couldn't be there to present himself as the game developer, as the guy who actually made Metal Gear Solid 5 and the Phantom Pain. And this is just a long list of how Konami has gone down really hard on everything they've done. If I'm not mistaken, PT was a Konami deal.
Yep.
And that blew up in their face.
Yep.
This blew up in their face. The way they handled Kojima in the first place was just downright criminal. Just going and just dragging us along with them, going, no, he's not fired. He's just on a vacation, guys. His whole team's on a vacation. They're going to come back soon. Don't worry. And then this, taking legal action over his game or whatever. If you want my opinion on it, it's on insertgoingtobegin.com. Check it out. Look it up. And if you want to comment on it, comment on it.
All right.
Booyah.
Thanks for that, Riz Rant, Riz. All right.
Hey, wait. Chachi.
What?
Do I get a guitar riff?
No, you don't.
Do I at least get a guitar riff?
No.
All right. Anyways, moving on. At the PlayStation Experience weekend, or this week, Square Enix showed off their new trailer for Final Fantasy VII, showing off the game's new combat and spruced up graphics. What they didn't announce, though, was the fact that Final Fantasy VII is going to be released in different parts. They put that in a press release. Whether that means in different games or episodically remains to be seen. The game does not have a release date. However, the hope for the Xbox One owners was attached at the end of the trailer, where it said play it first on PlayStation again. So, which could mean the game could be out on PC, could be the Xbox One, who knows? But I think they may be taking – I hope they're not doing this. but they may be taking a page from Telltale Games and releasing it episodically like that, or it could be like Final Fantasy 13, where they release 1, 2, maybe 3 games out of it. But they said each episode is going, or each whatever they called it, was going to have its own feel and going to be a unique experience. So that's cool. But in other Final Fantasy VII news, PlayStation released Final Fantasy VII's PC port on the PS4, and it's on sale till December 13th for 30% off. And after that date, it's going back to its regular price of $15.99. So you have limited time to get it for pretty cheap, which Final Fantasy VII, if you've never played it, is a pretty good game.
I think they're genius.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're releasing Final Fantasy VII in an episodic format, that's just smart. It is the most requested re-release RPG from Square Enix.
People are going to buy it no matter what, anyways.
I mean, they could release it one mission at a time at $5 a mission, and people are still going to buy it.
They're going to make bank on this one.
They're going to make it.
They could release this game in a Candy Crush format where you get 5 lives.
Out of moves.
Yeah, you get 5 lives.
Transactions.
Yeah, and you have to wait until you recharge or beg people to give you lives.
And every time you summon Bahamut, it goes, sweet.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, this is just smart on them. They're going to make bank.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be...
Yeah, they're just going to make it rain.
They're going to Scrooge McDuck this out of a money tower. Just tons of basically credit transaction receipts and dollar bills piled up in like this.
Transactions.
Yeah, just
buy a chocobo.
Yeah, that's it. When was this? When was the original one released?
The early 90s, not early 90s, like 90s.
97.
97.
Yeah. So there was that little thing that never happened then, which has happened now, called downloadable content.
Right.
So why not? Why not just go, hey, you're gonna buy it anyway, so just take it. You're gonna throw your wallet at us. Here you go. And they can, like you said, they can post it at $5 an episode. $4.99 an episode. Get that.
Not my phone. Not my phone this time.
It was released in 1997.
All right. Can we move on to other PlayStation news here? This week, Sony held their PlayStation Experience event. And here's some of the things they revealed. Real quick run down the list here. Uncharted 4 will reunite Drake with his brother and will feature dialogue choices in the game for the first time. PlayStation is the official home of the Call of Duty World League, and the first map pack will be available in early 2016, and it'll be called Awakening. Battleborn for the PS4 will get an exclusive character, which is a penguin driving a mech suit.
Wait. Can you say that again?
A penguin driving a mech suit.
Whoa. Hold on.
Yes.
Can you repeat yourself?
A penguin driving a mech suit.
Wait.
But the character, it's not
Battleborn just sold me on this game.
The character, I saw the trailer. The character.
Do not spoil this for me, Bobby.
Go watch the trailer and then tell me what you think. Fang was revealed as the last Street Fighter V launch character. They revealed a ton of indie game news consisting of 6 Adult Swim games that are coming to the console. A Sorg favorite, Hitman Go, is coming to the PS4 and Xbox One, I believe. Don't Starve and Day of the Tentacle Remastered editions were also announced as far as indie games.
What were some of the Adult Swim games? Did you?
I think the Duck game that you liked.
No. Duck game?
Yeah, Duck game is coming. A couple other ones.
I am so happy right now.
Yakuza 0 and King of Fighters were also announced. A really stylistic, awesome-looking ASCII 2-inspired fantasy game called Brutal. If you haven't seen screenshots from that, it looks amazing. Fat Princess Adventures and a new Ratchet & Clank game are on the way. a bunch of VR games, including Rez and a game that Chachi called 100-Foot Robot Playing Golf.
What?
Which is a 100-foot robot playing golf in a destructible city.
Wait, hold on. Let me see if I understand the concept of this game.
Yes.
You are a 100-foot robot.
Yes.
Playing golf.
Yes. In a city that you can destroy.
I think they could have been a little more descriptive with the title of the game. I'm not sure that 100-foot robot playing golf aptly describes the game.
Yeah, and it's a VR game.
Guys, just so you know, I'm going to have a GoFundMe page to buy me a PlayStation VR.
Oh, I thought you meant 100-foot robot playing golf.
And I will probably throw in that too.
At the end of the trailer that they showed, there was a really weird teaser with a corgi wearing a VR visor. Which I was like, what is going on?
Bobby, all of the things you're saying right now are making me the only one with a PlayStation 4 extremely happy.
Yeah. They also announced Ace Combat 7 and Ni no Kuni 2, which makes me happy because I love the original Ni no Kuni. And the event closed with a look at Epic's Paragon, which is a new MOBA.
And I believe they mentioned, I'm not sure if we covered this last week or not, my brain's all fried, the backwards compatibility coming to PlayStation.
But not with discs, but it's only PS2.
Yeah.
Not PS3.
Okay.
So that's
I can deal with that for now.
But you know what you can enjoy while you're waiting.
100-foot robots playing golf.
While you're waiting for 100-foot robots playing golf, you know what you can enjoy? Sorg, why don't you tell them what they can enjoy?
You can check out Slice on Broadway, our friends up here, sliceonbroadway.com, supporting Pittsburgh podcasting with the great pepperoni pizza. Thank you so much for them joining us. Check them out, sliceonbroadway.com, PGH_Slice on the Twitter. And check out what's going on this past week in Sorgatron Media.
No, nothing sad happened.
Nothing sad happened. Please roll right into it, please.
All right. We sure did a lot at Sorgatron Media this week, and we have you to thank. Thanks, everybody. All right, going into our final battle question this week, the Video Game Awards happened. So many things happened at the Video Game Awards, which Riz talked about earlier with Kojima not being there. But it was streamed on Twitch and Xbox and the internet this year. They had announcement trailers ranged from Psychonauts 2 to 2 new Telltale games, Batman games on the way. From Telltale, which
I'm interested.
Batman and Telltale, that is a marriage made in heaven. A new Walking Dead miniseries starring Michonne. A new Far Cry Primal trailer was showed off with some cool stuff, as well as a new one from before Quantum Break. Guys, you know what else made an appearance there?
100-foot robot playing golf?
No, it did not. Shaq Fu is making a comeback. Who saw that one coming? It's coming back via an Indiegogo campaign, and Shaq was there to unveil the trailer for that. And Rocket League, Riz, you were excited about this game earlier this year. Rocket League is coming to the Xbox One finally.
Yay!
But the real spotlight was on the awards itself. I'm going to run down through a couple of the winners here. Best family game went to Super Mario Maker. Best fighting game was Mortal Kombat 10. Best multiplayer game went to Splatoon by Nintendo. Best mobile game went to Lara Croft Go. Most anticipated game went to No Man's Sky.
Of course it is, because nobody's seen it in actual action. Yeah.
Best narrative went to Her Story. Best indie game went to Rocket League. Best sports/racing game also went to Rocket League. Games for Impact went to Life is Strange. Best fan creation went to Portal Stories Mel, which is like a best fan created game, I guess. Developer of the year went to CG Project Red, which is the makers of the game Witcher 3. Best action adventure game went to Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain, which also took home best score and soundtrack. Best performance went to Viva Seifert, Siegfried, from her story, which was actually announced as The Witcher 3 on the Game Awards, which was kind of a mess up. Everybody was like, what? And best role-playing game went to The Witcher 3. Best shooter went to Splatoon from Nintendo again. And the game of the year, The Witcher 3, which I was very surprised about. The cool thing they did this year on Xbox, I know, I think they did it on Steam as well. I don't know if they did it on PlayStation. But during the awards show, they actually had the games that were on sale. They were the games that were nominated on sale, most of them. So I got The Witcher. That's the game I bought. The Witcher 3. I played a little bit of The Witcher 2, and I'm ready to give this one a chance because I heard it's like so much bigger and everybody is giving it a lot of compliments. So that'll be what I'll be playing this week probably. But our final round question has something to do with the Video Game Awards. Do you think the Video Game Awards, or do you think that video games need an award show like this? I'm not sure if I see what they're trying to do. It's a good way to promote games that are coming up. But we also have E3 for that and other things.
It's to reward the people that actually do work.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like that's what they're.
But do they need to make it like the Grammys or the stuff like that? I mean, it is kind of different from the Grammys.
Yeah, because just so you know, the Grammys also have the American Music Awards. Yeah. They also have the People's Choice Awards. They also have other things. If it's in the movies, you might have get a Grammy as well, or get an Oscar as well. Mm-hmm. But it's what game developers have in order to feel good.
They do deserve credit for what they do.
Yeah, they deserve credit and to help them, push themselves a little bit better. Going, hey, we didn't win this time. We're going to come back next year.
They also need to be invited to the Video Game Awards.
Yes.
Or allowed to attend by their company.
By the way, Jeff Keighley, right?
Yeah, Jeff Keighley. He's the host and producer of the Video Game Awards shows.
That dude went off.
Mm-hmm.
Like not even on. It wasn't. I think he had more than one blow off on this one. Like he went off on so many things. He went on Konami. He defended Kojima, and I think he did some more stuff too, which was like off script and like really weird to have a host do. But he was just going off.
It was his platform. It was his show. He was producer of it. So what are they going to do? Fire him?
Yeah, that's true.
Anyways,
next year.
Chachi, you have anything to add?
I think it's a great idea, and I think they should continue to do it on a grander scale.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think
it was previously on Spike TV, which they kind of went away from that. I don't know why.
Because it's Spike TV. No one watches Spike TV.
That is true.
But
unless
no,
I rescue.
Like I think they need to have like a gold carpet. And have people walk down the gold carpet wearing their cartoon T-shirts and asking people who they're wearing.
I'm wearing Qbert.
Yeah, I mean, just to take it to a whole new level. I mean, I think they should completely mock the other award shows with nerd things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just think that's the way it should be. I think you should have like video game mascots walking the red carpet in like tuxes or gowns and just completely go crazy with it.
Yeah, just have like cosplayers come out wearing.
Right.
Lara Croft, can we get a picture?
Right. I mean, completely make it ridiculous. Because if there's anyone on this planet that deserves awards, it's video game makers, and
they spend so many times on those rocks, right, Chachi?
Right. So much time on the rock and every single blade of grass.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean,
Bobby, you're the counterpoint on this one. Why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they have?
I just think maybe they could do it at E3 or something like that. Just they don't need to like maybe televise it. I don't know.
No, because if they do it at E3, it would be the year behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it would be. the previous year's games, and then everyone would forget about all of the games that win awards at E3.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think
I kind of have an award show at E3. Anyway,
yeah, but that's
for preview games.
Yeah, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I just think I don't know. I think it should stay.
All right, and to kind of awkwardly transition to this, speaking of video game awards, next week is our award show, and we'd like you to send your feedback to us to either our at InsertCoinTV Twitter account or our Facebook group, or each of us individually. Let us know what you think is the game of the year. What's your pick for game of the year this year? And that is going to do it for us this week. You can follow us on Twitter at InsertCoinTV. You can visit us at InsertCoinToBegin.com. New articles going up daily, and you can join us live each and every Tuesday night at 8 o'clock on live.sorgatronmedia.com. Sorg, you have any plugs?
Just go check out everything at sorgatronmedia.com. We got a lot of geekery going on over there all the time.
All right, Chachi, any plugs?
Nope.
All right, Riz, plugs.
Chachi plays on Twitters. Chachi says on the Twitters. And Riz plays games on Twitters and the YouTubes. I'm actually posting one video a week because I have something to post now. It is finally I'm posting. Actually, the first video came up while we were doing the show. So
glad to see you're paying attention. All right. And I'm at BobbyFJ10. You can follow me there. That's going to do it for us this week, guys. Get us your game of the year choices. Game over.
Game over. Yeah.
Hey, did you guys know that kangaroos can't jump backwards?
Bobby.
They were pretty quick, though.
He did. I mean, it's because of me we were up late. So
Here's Alex Cars, and he's gone. There he is. He's there. Hi.
Sorry, did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is my first time seeing the new Hangout. This is kind of weird.
Hi, Alex Cars. Hi, Amen.
Hi. You want us to drop out?
Yeah, go ahead and drop out.
Right, later, guys. Hi and goodbye.
Bye-bye. So you want to go ahead and invite Bryce?
What's that?
Wait, what?
If you want, I can go ahead and invite Bryce.
Right. Is he on where? How is he bringing it?
He's on Hangout.
Oh, he is on Hangout. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Give me a moment. So Alex is hanging out with us too.
What?
Hey.
Hi.
Oh, you guys are doing the Bryce thing now?
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah, because
we swapped it up.
We're gonna film his part earlier.
Okay. That's fine. That is fine by me.
Hey, man, did I give you a heads up about Cars being on this?
Well, I saw Cars present. That's fine.
Okay, I couldn't. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember because he sent me an email and I was like,
okay.
remind me, and I'm like, it shouldn't be a problem. But it worked out well since he wants to plug Chikara Cast.
That's a Chikara thing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if you can tell. I got my Wrestling Heart shirt on that I won from over the summer.
Represent. All right, Cars. I'm gonna
They
put
did the Journey into Chikara thing for like 4 weeks during the summer.
Nice.
And I won like one of the first prize packages.
Nice.
So that was fun. I got a cup, a pen, a t-shirt, like a little mini poster or two, and I think that was about it. But the pen also had like a highlighter on the other end. So it's not just Chikara's flag, but it's useful Chikara flag.
Hey, where's your microphone over there, Alex?
My microphone should be this little...
Okay. Okay. I was just... yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
okay.
You seem muffled, but then I didn't realize you were also eating.
Yeah, sorry.
So I was like, why does it sound like his mouth's all... Oh, okay. All right. Got you.
Indeed.
There.
So, because I think I'm going to do like we're going to talk the season finale, obviously, and then
right.
Yeah, we are.
I kind of want to go into like just since the year is almost done to do like what Bryce's thoughts are like the year in indie wrestling and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's great. I'm going to mostly leave this to you guys. Alex, you want Twitter? Do you want Power to the Smarks on this one?
Let's do a CI-15 podcast. Since I'm here a lot for Chikara more than anything, let's do that for Indy at least.
Okay, cool. Got it.
All right.
Got
So
it.
it's at CI-15 podcast. Okay. Oh, and just as a side note, I had a really busy day today, so I'm actually recording the next one tomorrow.
Nice.
So,
Hey, be sure to tag Mayhem Show in it, and
Yes.
I'll make sure to retweet it. I haven't got you in a thing that I see the updates yet.
No, yeah, I got you.
I mean, it's my own fault.
Yeah, that's okay. It actually kind of works out since I'm doing this now, and then I can just put, because every episode I do a Chikara in the media, so this is going to fall under that, and I'll just bring up that Bryce was on the show, as was I. So
awesome.
We'll do that kind of deal.
Good.
So, and then obviously I'll have you guys tagged in that. Excuse me.
Sweet.
We installed a window today. Not windows, an actual window. So.
Let me check.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I need to try to do something.
Okay.
No problem. And I'm ready whenever you are. I just sent him a message saying it'll be about a minute or so.
Oh, go ahead and invite him. I think I'm about ready. His is Bryce is right?
Duh, Bryce is right.
Duh or duh?
Duh, but like D-A.
Duh, Bryce is right. I don't know if you can see the screen here. I'll fix it up.
I can't really see it.
Yeah, that's a really rough resolution. I'm sorry.
Well, it's just cut. That part's just cut off.
Yeah, that might.
I think it's right. Yeah.
Got Alex in California.
Oh, hi, Bryce.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. Leave my earbuds in.
Are they tweaked audio earbuds?
They are not. I looked into those once. They're way more expensive than I thought.
Even
Real
after
fancy earbuds are on my Christmas list, though. Because these ones I have are not fancy.
There we go. All right, how you going, man? How you doing, man? I think I got everybody lined up. Boom, we got the quad shot going on and everything. Oh, we are on point for this show.
Fancy.
Is it a video podcast? Should I have worn something fancier?
It is a video podcast, but don't worry.
It's a casual podcast.
It's a casual video podcast.
Oh, Bryce, I wanted to show this. I'm actually wearing my Wrestling is Heart shirt.
Oh my goodness! I don't know there are too many of those in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I have a Wrestling is Fun shirt I wear to the gym.
Oh, nice.
I got it on clearance. Okay.
I'm gonna not misspell your name. That'd be good too. There we go.
His Heart is one that I never went to. I never went to any of those shows.
That's okay. Neither did I. I haven't been to any of them. I'm out in California. That's
what part of California?
Southern California. Long Beach to be specific. It's about I want to say a half hour though down south of LA. So.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah, I definitely want to have you on to talk about the season finale and kind of go over the stuff that happened there. And then we were thinking kind of because the year's wrapping up to we'll have some questions about what you thought of this year in indie wrestling and stuff like that.
Sure, sounds great.
Kind of more general talk since we had the interview last time you were on. So
yeah, totally. I have no secrets.
Yeah, we really kind of.
In that case.
Yeah, we really kind of throw out the book when we have a second interview. We didn't figure that format out yet.
Oh, that's fine. It'll have a good conversation. I feel
certainly. Yeah. All right. See you podcast.
Sorg?
Yes.
Can we ask him the vegetable question since it's the second interview?
The old.
Oh, that's a good point. I don't think we've ever asked
the old big
Never
question.
Asked any of them that.
I was.
For a reason.
No. That's the identity of the other show. I kind of quietly told myself we weren't going to do that here.
There's always
Bryce, if you have an opinion on what vegetable you would be, if you could be a vegetable, we can ask you that.
I might have asked Bryce. Actually, I might have asked Bryce that before because
I feel like I remember that. I'm gonna start thinking about that
because we interviewed I was there at King of Trios.
WrestleCon? Oh, King of Trios.
Like 2009, and I
freaking recorded interviews with you guys on like a freaking iPhone 3.
Back in the day.
That's
Hey, sorry, that's okay. I remember getting a voice promo from Kevin Steen one time on an iPod Touch.
Nice.
That was for another friend's podcast. And that was fun. That was after I went to the PWG show at Wrestle Reunion back in 2012. That was like the last time they did a Wrestle Reunion.
I don't even know
like
what the Miz promo they got us at Big Apple Con. I don't even know what that was recorded on. But I forgot we had it. I was looking through the liners. I'm like, well, Miz, where the hell did this come from? But all right, and Iron Sheik's in there too, and we never interviewed him. That would be interesting.
Okay. I kind of think I'm over the Iron Sheik.
You think he's past his
I'm over it.
You're
I
over
feel
it?
like I get it. It's kind of sad at this point. I watched the documentary on him. I was like, this is just kind of sad. Like, dudes are just kind of exploiting him now. I don't know.
I don't know, man. You were talking to the guy that sat in Virgil's living room to film him talk at his.
Was that a Dombrowski project?
That is the Dombrowski project. Yes.
I knew it.
Yep. So, oh boy, but that's something I can not tell my children.
Yes.
All right. I think we're good to go. I'll do the intro. I want to switch this up. I'm going to switch this up this week because I feel weird that I introduce everybody, take a break, and then introduce our guests. So, I'm just kind of roll with me, Eamon. Okay.
Okay. I was gonna say when you said switch it up, I thought we were gonna do that one thing that one time you made me start the show. And it was terrible.
No. We're never doing that again.
We're gonna switch it up. We're gonna have Bryce start the show.
Bryce, this is your show this week.
We're all gonna film the ceilings and speak as we think what they have to say.
I like
it's gonna get really weird. It's gonna get really weird and avant-garde in here.
Then we're gonna be looking up at the lights.
We can pilot that. We can pilot that show tonight and put it out for Mayhem Gold for our Patreon submitters, and we'll be good to go. All right. You never know. Big things in 2016.
Big things popping.
Big things. Yes.
That's a kind of liquor, right? Patron. Isn't that a fancy? Isn't that like a fancy tequila or something?
No, it's
support
it's
the show.
Patreon.
Support the show.
It's
Give
French.
us Patron.
It's French vodka.
All right. I think we're pretty good. Alex, I know I don't know, distance, whatever. We usually have issues. Just make sure, kind of watch the crosstalk a little bit because there's just that slightest bit of delay to throw you guys off. So, yeah. All right. Here we go. 99. Holy crap.
Oh, man.
99 problems, but this show ain't one.
If we had those kinds of titles, I'd use that for this show.
Alas.
Hey guys, it's the Indy Mayhem Show, number 99. A big week next week, but a big week this week. Big week every week here on the Indy Mayhem Show. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitters. And of course, this is a show where we talk with indie wrestlers, indie people, indie creators, people just all over the place. You know, I don't like how this is feeling. I'm going to do it the old way. I'm just going to do it the old way. I can't roll it together in my head. All right. They're going to do it the awkward way. Hey guys, it's the Indy Mayhem Show, episode 99, the last stop on the road to 100. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitters, video producer here in the Pittsburgh area, working with some local wrestling groups and doing some documentaries, including, yes, I almost said Finding Virgil, Legend of the Virgil and his traveling merchandise table, amongst others. With me, as usual, from San Antonio, Texas, he's the voice of Inspire Pro Wrestling down that way. He is Eamon 2 Please on the Twitters, Eamon Payton.
So close, Sorg, the triple digits. This is a real thing that's happening. I can't believe it. I'm very excited.
So close, and I'm sorry your shot was so close to your face. I fixed that on there too. And also special guest number 1 joining us from California. He is the guy behind the Chikara in 15 Minutes or Less podcast, and he's all around. You see his name floating around all over the Wrestling Mayhem Show universe. He is Alex Cars. How you doing, sir?
Hey, good. I did it. I've cashed in my golden opportunity. I'm on the Indy show.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And also with us, our guest of honor of tonight is returning to the show, Bryce Remsburg.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, guys. Only 99. Next time. When you get to 1,000, give me a call. All right, I'll come back around again. I want to be the big monumental one, not just the on deck circle next time.
That's good. I just
thanks for having me.
We just kind of figured you didn't want to share the stage with a team that calls themselves the STDs.
Oh yeah, correct. I want nothing to do with that.
You know,
I don't want to be anywhere near that.
There you go. Exactly.
No one really does.
No. Well, what does that stand for in their world? What we think it does?
Sexy, talented dudes.
Oh, I was going to say saves the day in a band from about 10 years ago.
We'll get into straight into the STDs next week. But of course, this is the Indy Mayhem Show. Please check us out, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. You can subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Spreaker, iHeartRadio, YouTube, and Daily Motion. No, not Daily Motion. We're not in there. Anyways, there's some other stuff on there too, though, for Wrestling Mayhem Show. You can also follow at Mayhem Show on the Twitter. Follow Wrestling Mayhem Show on the Facebooks as well. Let us know any thoughts on indie wrestling, anything you think we're missing. And of course, drop us a line to goodtimes@WrestlingMayhemShow.com or the hotline 412-206-WMS0. Big thanks, of course, to Basic Sickness for the intro and outro music, a Pittsburgh original. Check them out at BasicSickness.com. So let's get into it. It is the big finale coming up this week, right, Eamon?
Yep. Well, big finale. So it's for there was a big finale last week that we definitely wanted to have Bryce on to talk about, and that of course was Chikara Pro's season finale. Their big Top Banana event that was at the ECW Arena this past week. And definitely a big reason why I wanted to have you, Bryce, on sort of talk about that, because it seems, and going into a few days later, there still seems to be a lot of buzz coming from the Saturday's event.
Yeah. The 2300 Arena, please, Eamon. We've been instructed very specifically in all of our social media says the 2300 Arena, because this place, was known for one thing many years ago, but for some reason they keep trying to rebrand themselves and host boxing events. But whatever. The ECW Arena, which looks way different than it did. Yes, we had a big night on Saturday. Many have said it was a return to form of sorts of all of the big Chikara events held at the arena, but a lot of those events, King of Trios 2011, King of Trios 2009, High Noon. All of them featured special guest stars, and it was kind of cool that, despite maybe some would say not having our strongest output of a year, we did manage to have such a home run of a show with all of our in-house talent. No guest stars, just our own storytelling, our own guys, and the response was amazing. And like you said, there's still people talking about it. And with a wing and a prayer, the event will be available tomorrow for everybody to enjoy. I know the editors are working overtime, putting touches in, and it's getting close to being ready. Hopefully tomorrow, definitely by the end of the week, everyone can enjoy Top Banana. I know there's already been several hundred pre-orders, which is really, really awesome. So I can't wait for everyone to share it. I saw some of the clips, and a lot of the times when you have this great feeling about it, you know what I'm talking about. You guys are around live wrestling. It feels awesome. You watch it again. It's cool on video, but it doesn't feel the same. But I watched a good portion of the event on video Sunday while I was going over to help edit, and it holds up. Like, it's just as powerful. Like, I pretty much wanted to watch the entire event again 2 days in a row. Like, I'm really, really excited for everyone to see it. Fire Ant and Soldier Ant's match made people cry, which is crazy that there were fans crying because guys that are, animatronic ants were hugging. That's a real testament to our storytelling. It was really powerful. And the big news, the big news for me was an Archibald Peck sighting. It's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. It's always great. Very exciting. But the big news, which is the one that I've already done 3 interviews with newspapers about and stuff, is that Chikara is now home to the first female primary champion in professional wrestling history. China held the Intercontinental title, and I'm sure Deborah held the European title or something crazy during the Attitude Era. I've lost track. But no female has ever held the primary championship in a male-dominated promotion in professional wrestling history, and that is Princess Kimberly is now the grand champion of Chikara. She won it on Saturday night. She's amazing. She's well-deserving. It's very exciting, and I think it leaves a lot of excitement to come in season 16 when it starts in January.
Definitely. And looking at your looking at the Chikara sort of roster now and how things are shaping up, I mean, you have Princess Kimberly, who is the current grand champion, Heidi Lovelace as well, the current Young Lions Cup champion. You even have a lot of fresher, I don't want to say fresher, but newer talents, I would say, like NRG with the Campeones. It seems like the newer talents that are coming through Chikara Pro, excuse me,
Close.
Are making big waves, is what I mean to say.
And there's more on the way. We changed Wrestle Factories this year, and there were times where there were 3 or 4 students in the pipeline at the Wrestle Factory, but we changed the system around where it's based off of improv comedy. There's like a 101 level. If you complete the 101 level and keep going, you sign up for the 201 level. It's much more affordable. It's like 7 weeks. It's like 2.5 hours, like every Sunday night for 7 weeks. And because of that, which is really awesome, we now have 36 students enrolled in the Chikara program right now. Not saying they're all going to debut or any of them are going to debut anytime soon, but there are 36 humans, several ladies, as a matter of fact, more than one lady in the pipeline. So exciting times coming, yes. Sometimes maybe in baseball speak, or maybe they say this in football too, a rebuilding year perhaps. But there's a lot of exciting things to come. And with Princess Kimberly leading, he's had enough, he's leaving. With Princess Kimberly leading the charge, I think there's a lot of excitement to come in season 16.
Awesome. I gotta say, sorry, Eamon, but it's the first wrestling school I saw that had a Cyber Monday sale on her training.
Yes.
So that was kind of interesting.
Yep.
So.
Yep. It's true. It's all true.
It's always nice. Going also to like some of the stuff that happened at Top Banana. You mentioned Princess Kimberly winning the championship, but also I guess sort of spawned from one of the big things that's happened all season for you guys, which is the Challenge of the Immortals and the finals of that tournament being held at Top Banana. Mm-hmm. The story that was told, with Princess Kimberly and Jervis Cottonbelly and Los Ice Creams kind of being the lovable losers of sorts, and then making their way up and eventually winning it all. How everything came together, how did you feel with the end of a tournament that lasted pretty much the whole year?
Yeah, it did. It started in March. There were 90 matches, 90 professional wrestling matches led to the final. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but the finals were supposed to be Dasher's Dugout against the Wrecking Crew, but they vacated all their points. So the Crown and Court just kind of fluked into this. They were technically the third place team. So it might be interesting to hear what, Heidi, what happened to Kim on Saturday, that could have been Heidi's spot, in theory, if Dasher's Dugout could have beaten the Wrecking Crew. So that's going to be interesting to keep an eye on. But yeah, they vacated all their points. The Crown and Court, they were in last place in July. And by the time the tournament ended in November, they were in third place. They got the chance. They were the underdogs. They lost all their matches, I think, with the Wrecking Crew all year. And they pulled one out. When it counted the most, they pulled it out. Princess Kimberly German suplexed all 4 members of the Wrecking Crew in sequence, and then pinned Blaster McMassive with the Alligator Clutch, which is a move a pinning combination that she has that no one has ever kicked out of. She's pinned Fire with it. She's pinned Drew Gulak with it. She's pinned Ophidian with it. All year long, she's been winning with it. And the crazy thing is, the scary part in a way, is that's not the move she won the title with. She won the title with the Chikara Special submission move. Every time the Grand Championship of Chikara has changed hands, it's been via the Chikara Special. So maybe she had that in her back pocket, but now she has 2 moves that are really hard to beat. So I anticipate given the dominance that she had through the back part of the year, I would not be surprised to see a long title reign for Princess Kimberly.
Definitely.
As well, and also, just, while we're thinking about it, Jervis Cottonbelly and Los Ice Creams also still have their golden opportunities. She cashed hers in right away. She saw a great opportunity. Hollow could have just been in the toughest match of his career. He'd been out there for 25 minutes against Icarus and Eddie Kingston. She picked her spot, a very wise spot. She only had her coins for about a half an hour. But Jervis and the Ice Creams, they don't expire. There's no time limit on them, so they can do what they wish with them when they wish to do it.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Going back to the Challenge of the Immortals, and obviously a lot of topics, I guess, in modern day wrestling is the whole idea of long-term storytelling or long-term stories. How difficult would you say it was to sort of, see something that started in March and to cap it off, at this big event at the end of the year? How much work goes into that?
A ton. Literal Excel sheets and literal, you need that because every team had to face every other team twice. So that's, we figured out this algorithm in like January. Every team faces the other team twice. That's every team has to have 18 matches. It takes 2 teams to make a match. 18 times 5 is 90. I know this is getting really exciting. I know right now. Really,
those math skills coming in handy.
Right. It's like a PWG music video, pretty much. We're talking about right now. But yes, it's tricky. And then in the end, when it's like, oh, we have to have this match on this date, it's a matter of, a lot of people that work for Chicago work for other promotions. You have to make sure they're here for a date. You got to, make sure this person ends up in Minneapolis on a Thursday. There's a lot of logistics involved in it. And then, someone gets hurt. Someone gets, we should have learned our lesson with the 12 Large Summit. We tried that back in 2011. Brody Lee got injured. Amasis got it. It was a mess. Like we limped to the end of that tournament. I think Claudio got signed in the middle of the year and left us. It was crazy. But anyhow, somehow, some way, we got there. Everyone ended up with the results. Everyone seemed to be pleased with it. And while I would never say never, I don't think we're not going to be doing it again next year.
I was going to say if this is going to be a yearly thing.
It's not going to be a yearly thing. It becomes. When you're at match 53 out of 90, it's like. I've never run a marathon. God knows I've never run a marathon. But I imagine if I were to ever run a marathon, the beginning's exciting and it's starting. And when you're getting to the close, it's exciting because you can see the end. But there's a big chunk in the middle where it's kind of hard to really wrap your brain around it and feel like it. But I mean, in reality, every match matters. The result of every match matters, and it's very complicated. But I think for a lot of the guys involved and some of the fans, it became a big thing to wrap brains around, one match at a time. So look forward to that 7 DVD comp coming your way.
I was going to say, I'm hoping.
Yes.
Going back to Top Banana, one of the things you also mentioned was the big colony showdown between Fire Ant and Soldier Ant, and that was probably the other big match on the card that really got a lot of response. I could see from online. I guess if you could sort of pinpoint, what do you think attests to that? Like, what do you think is like you said, the anthropomorphic ants, hugging in the middle of the ring? What sort of led people to, feel this way?
I think that despite the attention spans of wrestling fans in 2015, almost to 2016, a lot of wrestling fans, specifically a lot of Chikara wrestling fans, appreciate a long-term storyline and a slow burn. And this Fire Ant Soldier Ant burn is really 3 or 4 years long. I mean, they debuted in Chikara on the same day in 2006, 9.5 years ago. They debuted in the same day. They won the championships 2008. They won King of Trios 2011 together. But they're kind of splitting and inevitable, hopeful coming back together. That had been good. That's at least a 3-year story there. And a lot of being in our home market of Philadelphia, being a big show, being in the arena, a lot of our long-term fans were there. And they, I think, helped with a lot of the casual fans. And I mean, you'll have to watch the match for yourself, but there's some really legitimately touching moments. It's strange, but I've been around this and I'm a part of this, and I had goosebumps watching it. Like it's really powerful. If you know what's going on, and even if you don't, it's entertaining because you're watching dudes dressed as ants, hug and stuff, and do crazy athletic things. But I think ultimately, a lot of the last 3 years of Chikara have been dark and sad, and I think we turned a major corner on Saturday of lightening things up a little bit. Maybe there'll be a little more comedy on the show, and a little more sunshine, and a few more happy endings. Hopefully, we shall see. But definitely, I don't think anyone went home. It's a testament that we've been making a concerted effort to shorten our shows, to be more compact and play to short attention spans and get in and get out, especially for our younger fans. We've been trying to shorten our shows to 2.5 hours. Saturday show, just with all the storylines involved, ended up going over 3.5 hours. So, we started about 7:05. By the time Princess Kimberly came out to cash in her golden opportunity, it was like 10:45 or 10:50, and no one had left. And when her music hit, and then eventually when she won the title, it was among the loudest pops I've ever heard in a Chikara ring. And I've been in the ring for a lot of the big moments. So that's a testament to something, too. Like, yes, it was a long show, but I don't think anyone left feeling they didn't get their money's worth. And, this event costs as much as all the rest of the events. It doesn't cost more than the smaller shows. Like, all fair pricing, and it can be pre-ordered now. And like I said, with any luck, you'll be watching it this time tomorrow night. We'll see. I know our editor's working very hard.
Awesome. Very cool. And
he's a perfectionist, too, which is frustrating when you want to rush things. But in the grand scheme of things, you can take a step back and appreciate that wanting to put out the best possible product is probably good for business.
Definitely. Absolutely. Going to also that I guess that point of storytelling and the connection you could say some of those long-term fans had with that storyline. Obviously, the Chikara model, I guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, is definitely character-based stuff. You have a lot of different unique characters within your universe, I guess you could say. Do you think that helps in a sense? Because I feel like, especially the colony, like they're so synonymous, I feel, with Chikara.
Yeah.
In the sense that, like,
they're legacy
would you say that's the case?
Yes. I think that the fans have been around for a long time, have been there with those guys through good times and bad, and they feel as if they're more invested in someone that's come along, especially because Soldrant was a Technico for so long, and just recently for the last 1.5 years or so he wasn't. And I think people like things a certain way, like when Star Wars came around again, and it was like, who's Jar Jar Binks? What is this? Why? Like, people just want Fire Ant and Soldier Ant to be on the same side. Like, that makes things feel right in the world. So when they weren't, it didn't feel right, and it felt different. And someone, put the wrong kind of chocolate syrup in their chocolate milk, and it wasn't right. And now, everything's right with the world again. And I think there's something to be said for that, when things just feel the way they're supposed to be. And I think that's a good feeling. It's a comforting feeling, and it evokes a lot of positive emotion, especially, like you said, from our long-term fans.
Absolutely. Going into, I guess, sort of the year that you guys have had with season 15, it definitely was a big year for you guys. I mean, your trip to London in the spring, or the UK, I guess I should say, in the spring. King of Trios also this year was a huge success. What do you think, coming off of season 15, how do you think Chikara is looking? Obviously, because you mentioned, from the reintroducing of Chikara back in 2014 and the stuff that you guys are doing now. How do you think the company has been progressing?
There are highs and lows, there are peaks and valleys. We definitely, every time we go to a new place, we're well received. I think we did we went to a lot of new places this year. People have been clamoring for us to come to Minneapolis for 10 years. We came to Minneapolis. We had 400 fans on a Thursday night, which is crazy. There's a lot of places left that we want to go. Some are places near where you guys live. And eventually we hope to go there, but I think we kind of learn from some, not mistakes, but adventures and experiences that, we go this place, it's going to be great. We go this place, maybe it's not going to be so great. So I'm not sure we're going to tour as extensively next year, but I don't know. I think because of the Challenge of the Immortals, there had to be a certain amount of events. And when there are, I think we did 32 or 34 events this year, inevitably, they're not all going to be must-see. Like, that's just the way it's going to be. They're not all going to be King of Trios. They're not all going to be Top Bananas. And some are going to get lost in the shuffle. And unfortunately, I think that's what happened. So maybe next year we have 25 solid events because we don't have to have Challenge Awards. We don't have to have these 90 matches spread out. So we'll see what happens. But if some maybe questionable, not mistakes, but we're going to learn from our experiences, and I think things will be a little more concise and on the more fun side next year. We definitely have our new Wrestle Factory is a place not only where the trading centers, we have events in now. and it's really coming together as a great spot in Philly. And I think we're going to be using that a lot more next year. It's like, we don't even have to take the ring down. It's pretty great. So I think we're going to be using that as a home base, as like the place to be in Philly a lot more next year. And it's nice because it's way cheaper than the 2300 arena, and we can run it far more often. Pretty much we own the lease, so we can run there every day if we wanted to. It's not like you gotta pay the lease, move the ring, and make sure the date's available. Like, no, we have a show. Like we have to have a doctor there because of the Pennsylvania State Athletic Commission, but we say we're gonna have a show, we have a show. It's us. So it's pretty great. We're gonna try to get more out of that next year, I believe.
Awesome. And I can't remember if it was the last time you were on this show or maybe it was another podcast you were on, but I think you kind of talked in the past about how, exploring different markets and like the different places Chikara go and sort of that hit and miss effect of learning which places sort of work and which doesn't. So definitely, I guess it seems like, narrowing it down to the places that really do work for you guys.
Yes. And of those places, there are many, but Chicago's great. Gibsonville, North Carolina is great, and we have a really great building and relationship with the people in Haverhill, Massachusetts, outside of Boston. I know we've already announced events for New York and North Carolina for 2016, and there's more to come. I can't imagine how well the UK tour went, which is definitely a high point of this year, was our 4-day UK tour back in April. I'm not sure if it's going to be next year or when, but I can't imagine we don't not go back there ever again. So we shall see. But yes, I would love to go back there. So we'll see what happens.
Definitely. Awesome. I want to give Alex a quick chance if he has any questions. Obviously, him being the host of Chikara in 15 minutes.
Yes, thanks for taking that over, man.
Yeah, no problem. I actually have a couple questions.
Sure.
Just kind of generally speaking, probably no real specifics, but what would you like to see happen in season 16? Like, even from a general perspective.
From a general perspective, I think that in the getting caught up in the Challenge of the Immortals kind of inadvertently took some of what made a lot of people fall in love with Chikara out of Chikara. You can't have maybe a goofy match when it's a part of this big, long, serious tournament. I personally would like to see not that Chikara is not fun. It's definitely still fun. But I think there are elements of it that I think we're going to turn the fun. I would like to see the fun dial turn back up to 11. I think maybe it got back to an 8 or 9. 8 or 9 is a lot of fun. But when it goes to 11, let's crank it to 11. Let's really explore, like, more grenades, more brawls around, the 24-hour matches that go outside, stuff like that. Like I'd like to really challenge the boundaries of, instead of we've always painted with a lot of colors on the canvas if we're painting a picture. Like, let's not even paint on the canvas. Like, I want to come up with more ways to alter the experience of someone going to a pro wrestling show. Like, people that don't know pro wrestling, they think they might know Hulk Hogan, they might know Stone Cold Steve Austin, they might know The Rock. That's not what we do. Like, people that don't love wrestling come to Chikara shows and love it, and I want to turn that up. I want wackier, crazier, unforgettable things. I want to keep thinking of things that have never happened before in wrestling and either do them or figure out a way to try to do them. And more of that. Just like let's get crazy.
Nice, I like that. That sounds great. And then one other question, and I know you kind of talked about, Chikara may not be touring quite as much next season, but if there was one place that you guys haven't already gone to, where would you like to see Chikara go to and why?
Well, it's funny I'm talking to you guys because in my mind that's a tie between Austin, Texas, and Los Angeles, California, of the places we've not gone yet. I've been to both places, but the building that Inspire runs in Austin is pretty much made for Chikara. Maybe not terribly soon, but one day it's on my proverbial bucket list to make that happen somehow. I'd love to see a Chikara event in that room. It's unfortunately not cheap to bring 25 or 30 dudes to a place that requires a plane ticket that you can't drive to. Same with Los Angeles. But I think that given a hybrid of the PWG crowd and the Lucha Vavoom crowd would really enjoy a Chikara event in Los Angeles. So those are top two for me. Maybe Portland, Oregon, which is a place I've been that I think would there's probably a market for, but I think Oregon has one of those bunk athletic commissions that's a real pain in the butt. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm going to say Austin and LA for now.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No problem, man.
Awesome. Going into now, moving from the Chikara world, obviously you ref and do amazing things for a bunch of different top indies across the country. The year's kind of wrapping up, and therefore the year in indie wrestling is kind of wrapping up. What would you say is, I guess just to start in general, what do you think the state of indie wrestling is currently? Like, is it better than it once was? Do you think if there's any aspects where it needs improvement? What do you think of sort of the indie scene so far?
I'm sure it's better than it once was, but it's probably not as prolific as it once was. I mean, it's always been said that the indie wrestling, it trickles down from the top. When Hogan was hot in like 85, 86, 87, the indies heated up. Like that kind of was like a lot of when the territories were shutting down. That's like kind of when the indies rose. Like really indie wrestling as we know it began then. And then when the Attitude Era was hot, 97, 98, 99, I was a teenager going to shows. There were huge crowds everywhere. That's the last time indie wrestling was like truly hot. So it's definitely not as hot as it's ever been. There's definitely like probably more shows with smaller crowds, and I think a lot of indies that used to draw bigger crowds, Chikara included, are maybe seeing smaller crowds now. Not to say the shows are worse, not to say that the talent is worse. There's a lot of very talented people, and I mean, every time someone gets signed to NXT, Biff Busick is a guy that just comes to mind. That is fantastic, amazing wrestler. I really enjoyed working with him. And now he's gone. Well, and like that's a bummer, and that's a void on a lot of shows, particularly like Beyond Wrestling up in Providence, Rhode Island. But guess what? That's a spot for someone else to step in. There's always going to be that next crew. Like when Randy Orton gets hurt, well now Dolph Ziggler gets more time on Raw. That trickles down all the way down. Like that spot that Biff freed up in Evolve and Beyond and PWG, that's someone else's spot to take now, and someone else is going to take it. Maybe they won't be as good at it, or maybe they won't be as talented and exciting right away, but like there's a ton of stuff going on. I think that we're going to see I think what we've seen happen, what's the effect that social media has had on indie wrestling, we haven't really scratched the surface of yet. I think we're going to see a lot more of that. Feuds over Twitter and people filming promos with their phone. Like, I mean, that's free. I mean, think of the days where you were printing up flyers, you were printing up posters, you were tacking them to telephone poles and all that stuff. Like that costs money, and this doesn't. Like a lot more of that. And Chikara's definitely been playing around with that, but more so in the future. I think next year and beyond of using that. Like that is free. Shorter. This is something where, despite Top Banana, shorter events. Being able to watch them on your phone, being able to get them wherever, whenever, like that's the way the world's going. That's why Twitter is popular. That's why Instagram is popular. Just being able to just make things as compact and simple and easy and affordable as possible. That was a big part of Chikaratopia, that you could buy just a match. Like, I don't want to watch the whole show. That's okay. You can watch just this match for $2 and have it forever. We were really adamant about that when we were developing it. So yes, I think that's the way. I think indie wrestling is definitely not as hot as it's ever been, but it's not in the toilet either. I think much like maybe Chikara, maybe this was a rebuilding year, and there's a lot of excitement to come. And I mean, PWG's plan is doing great for them. They just have crazy killer shows in one room. They fill a room, it sells out right away, and they sell a bajillion DVDs. Like, and nobody has to ever fly. The guys that run PWG never leave their house. You know what I mean? They never have to sleep in a hotel. Like, there's something to that. There's definitely something to that.
I think going to your point sort of about social media and those kind of online or different aspects of things, I think that's the one thing like I've noticed, at least in the Texas area, is that I feel like there's few promotions that do understand that social media thing, and few promotions that really produce shows even for audiences other than a live wrestling audience.
Yep.
And I think I think that is going to your point. So just the modern era of wrestling, and to what you said, like it's free, and I mean to some aspects obviously it's free, and you can sometimes even reach more people than just flying
Absolutely.
and stuff like that.
Absolutely. I can think something and I can put it on the internet and thousands of people see it within a minute, potentially. And that's just me. Imagine guys that have, Cole Cabana has over 100,000 followers. It's crazy. It's amazing. It's a world that our parents and grandparents could have never dreamt of. I think you're going to see fewer WWE legends on indie shows, especially in bigger cities and on the East Coast, maybe in the middle of not the middle of nowhere, smaller places, smaller towns. You might, that still draws, but I think that's becoming more and more of a relic in certain places.
And would you say also with Chikara, in the sense at least in the sense that I get with Chikara is one of the reasons I got into Chikara is just searching viral wrestling videos and seeing the grip, seeing stuff like that. Do you think that's as much important as anything? I think we've had discussions in the past on the show, viral videos.
I think my dog wants to be on. I think she wants to be on. Sorry. Hi, Annie.
She's got opinions.
Yes.
She's got opinions on it.
Tell them what you think. Tell them what you think about viral videos. Yes, I think that's absolutely the way. I mean, an old video of Chuck Taylor throwing an invisible grenade in Connecticut from 8 years ago was on ESPN last week. I don't know how and why, but it was. Or
even the recent stuff with Joey Ryan, even.
Yep, yeah. And the crazy thing about that is that was probably just a dumb idea they had sitting in the back before the match. You can't. There's no handbook for how to create a viral video.
No.
If there was, I would have read it already, and we'd be trying it all the time. But it just happens. And luckily for pro wrestling in 2016, there's always going to be a camera present. There's always going to at least someone with their phone's going to be present. It used to be think of the matches Steamboat and Flair used to have, and and they weren't even recorded. Everything's recorded now. If something happens, it's going to be online. Why things become viral? I don't know. I'm sure someone studies that. I'm sure someone gets paid a lot of money to study that. But it's in my mind, it's just kind of lightning in a bottle. It's just going to happen. Tons of crazy things have happened that are probably take way more talent than what Joey Ryan did a couple weeks ago. But that's just what stuck. That was unique. That got people's attention. And it makes Jim Cornette probably roll over in his undead grave. So that's great. So everybody wins.
It worked out. Going also to the point of you mentioned sort of the wrestler influx with indies where people get signed, but there's always usually a spot coming up. If you could think of going into the new year, if there's any wrestlers that you kind of have gotten to see or whatever that you think people should kind of keep their eye on, who sticks out for you?
I do not travel as much as I used to. I will say that, but I really enjoy Team Tremendous as a tag team of cops. Detective Dan Barry and Bill Card. Have you seen these guys? They're amazing.
They're pretty fantastic.
There's a guy in Texas by the name of Keith Lee, who you're very familiar with. He's great. I was very, very impressed by him last time I was in Texas. He's just so strong, and he sings his own entrance song, and I'm very impressed by that. There's a guy that is a manager for Ring of Honor named Stokely Hathaway. I don't know if you've seen him at all. Mm-hmm. His just presence and facial expressions and he's great. He's really, really great. I think Heidi Lovelace has only scratched the surface of what she's capable of. She is incredibly talented. She just has a brain for wrestling. I think we're going to be hopefully seeing her all over the place and everywhere as soon as possible. There's a couple of Chikara guys that some of them haven't even debuted yet. I'm really excited for the world to see them. I think within Chikara, I don't think enough people talk about what a great wrestler Mr. Touchdown is. I think Juan Francisco de Coronado is criminally underrated. I think hopefully you see them in more places doing more things. I think Missile Assault Man, I think we've only scratched the surface of him. I think he's got a lot more to give. in the coming months and years and whatever. But yes, that's something sort of after me doing this to date myself for 13 and a half years now, to see these guys come up and remember that some of them have only been doing it for a year or two and like asking for advice and trying to help out with character development. Some of the younger Chikara guys is kind of slipping into like a mentorish role, like is something that I've really enjoyed these last couple of years and been able to help and give advice here and there and whatever. Like I really, really enjoyed that. And it's fun, and it keeps like, it's great to still have the guys around that I trained with in 2002, the Ikaruses and Hollowickers and Eddie Kingstons. But to see this new crop of guys come up and to be able to help them and watch them grow, and it's really exciting, and it's very rewarding, and it kind of is a new aspect of this that I'm enjoying. Makes me feel young too.
Awesome. Very cool. I guess the way I'm going to close this off, because we had a discussion about this before the show about because we don't know how to do it with second-time guests, but we're going to I made the executive decision that we're going to rehash an old question that we used to ask on the Wrestling Mayhem show. It used to be our big question. Sorg's groaning over there, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Bryce Remsburg, if you were a vegetable, what vegetable would you be?
I think I'd have to go with, we're talking about food, yes, Annie? Yep. I would say butternut squash. I don't know why, but I would say I would be a butternut squash. I feel like I'd get to see some stuff. I'd get to know some things, and I'd have a fun name.
Definitely. If fans listening, read into that what you will.
I feel like Alex has some more questions. He's got this look on his face. No?
I was just trying to understand butternut squash.
I think it's just the last vegetable I saw today. It's fresh in my mind. It's like I was listening to ELO when I was walking home from work, so I have ELO in my head all night. That's how my mind works.
It happens. Well, thank you very much, Bryce, for coming back on the show and joining us. If people can check you out or check Chikara Pro out, or if there's any upcoming events that you're going to be on, feel free to
this is kind of the winter hibernation now. We all kind of like stop and don't do anything for a couple of weeks. We're all kind of doing like there's a lot of publicity and press about Top Banana, and specifically Kimberly being the first female primary champion of a professional wrestling company. So I've done a couple interviews this week. I know she's done several interviews this week. Some that aren't out yet. So normally after the season finale is over, we just kind of kick our legs up and wait. But like this week, like you said, this normally the buzz from a big Chikara event or weekend goes away in 2 days. So this is the third day. Tomorrow's the fourth day. Hopefully the event's out tomorrow. We can keep this going for a little while. But we're going to kick things back into gear. Saturday, January 30th, we'll be at the Wrestle Factory in Philadelphia. And we've already announced events, like I said, in New York, North Carolina, and more to come next year. And I'm at Dub Bryce is Right on Twitter. And ChikaraPro.com, at ChikaraPro on Twitter. Once you can pre-order Top Banana now, hopefully you'll have an email waiting for you with some good news by the end of the day tomorrow. And when you see it, tell me what you think about it. Tell the world by using hashtag #TopBanana when you talk about that. And Absolutely. it's always you're a gentleman and a scholar. I don't think your audience knows what a great dude you are. Drove some gentlemen that were acting like babies around in Texas and let us crash in your hotel room and let me commentate with you. You're a good man, and I don't think the world knows that yet either. So
I was going to say
one to keep an eye on is you as well.
Thank you. So I was going to say some gentleman that may be part of a specific club of sorts.
Yeah, a specific club. Yes. Next year we're going to Houston, so I hope you're ready for that. Houston's next year. Andy Dalton's hooking us up with tickets. Andy Dalton's hooking us up with Astros tickets. He already told me that.
That'll do. We'll get to work on that. That'll be fine.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
No problem. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back with more after we take this look at everything that happened this week in Sorgatron Media. We'll be right back. Awesome. That was amazing.
All right, that was great.
Thank you very much. Anytime you guys need anything, please let me know. Alex, thank you for taking over that podcast. That's really awesome. That still gets to be around. Thanks for having me. And Sorgatron, you tell Joe Dombrowski that I'm coming for him.
Oh, I'll text him right away.
And when he's like, "What does that mean?" Be like, "I don't know. He just said he's coming for you. You don't know when. You don't know where. He's coming for you."
Hey, Bryce, I got a quick question.
Yeah, man. Sure.
So I announced like a couple weeks ago on Chikara 15 that I was going to start doing the chatting with the Chikarmi again.
Sure.
And I posted on Twitter that I also was extending that to Chikara wrestlers and anyone else working for or that have worked for. And I was just wondering, can I get in touch with you sometime this week about doing an interview? I don't know, anytime between now and between now and the season premiere.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Send me a Facebook message or tweet me or whatever. I'd love to. It would be my pleasure. And if you need help getting in contact with some of the other guys too, just let me know. I'll put in a good word.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Some of them are afraid of me, so.
Well, thanks so much, man.
No, thank you very much. Hope to see you at a show in real life sometime soon.
I hope so too, man.
All right, cool. Cool. We cool, Eamon? You need anything else?
Yeah, we're all good to go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, we should be good.
Okay, say goodnight, Annie. Good night. Okay, have a good rest of the week, guys. Thank you very much. Let me know if you ever need anything.
All
right. Thanks a lot,
man. Thank you.
Okay, cheers. Oh, God.
All right. So I was digging. I was trying to see if I could find. Oh, I just found it, and I misspelled his name back then too. Hold on. Let me see.
Oh, did you put an E?
Huh?
Did you put an E?
Hold on. So he's about 6 minutes. If anybody wants to look at this in the chat room, this is the first time that he was on Wrestling Mayhem Show in 2009. Technically, I want to see if we asked him the question back then. I don't think we asked the question in 2009.
Maybe not.
Oh man, I gotta say that was something.
That was good stuff.
I don't get to that took me back to like going to some of those going to like the PWG shows and stuff, and actually getting to talk to some of these guys. It's been a while since I got to do anything like that.
Awesome.
I've been doing some of the local stuff lately, but.
Why isn't this working?
Yeah, Bryce is a good dude.
Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, I was actually kind of reminiscing, like the first IWC shows I went to. He was like doing refereeing out here in Pittsburgh, so that's how I first got to know him. Okay, well, it is now 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it is.
Eamon, do you want to do?
Do you want to do main show?
Let's do main show. Eamon, I was gonna go if Carlins is around. Alex, Mike, Will. If you can invite that combination. Let's. I don't. We don't have to go long, but let's go ahead and do that afterwards if you're okay with that.
That's fine.
So I mean, let's just do the around the indies, and I definitely want to mention IWC. Alex, did you have anything else you want to touch on? I mean, if you want, well, I guess that's really early for you actually, so I'm not worried about you staying up late. So.
Yeah, I mean, see that was the thing I was trying to figure out because my main thing for Indy Mayhem was talk a little bit about Chikara.
Right.
I mean, we already touched on it during the interview, so I don't have to touch too much. Maybe I can talk a little. I'd like to talk a little bit about Chikara 15.
Okay.
Yeah, totally.
Because there is a history to it. Because the show itself's been around for 2 years. I've just recently took over.
Right.
For it, so there's kind of a whole thing on that.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I wanted to talk a little bit, and I know because I was listening. I actually just got done listening to last week's shows, maybe the week before. Sorg touched on the fact that you guys mainly cover promotions that have like DVDs and stuff.
Yeah.
Or online for people to check out. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about like my experiences working with the local indie fed. I showed a little bit of it to like Sorg already, but
yeah.
I just got done doing like I filmed basically as much as I could of an indie show. Man, it was insane doing that.
Welcome to the struggle.
Yeah.
And then add that plus all the bells and whistles.
I got my first. I actually managed to edit one match. And that reminds. I also just listened to the Black Magic Basic Sorgamonics that you just did, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And when you were talking about how you used to have to do like all the editing before you had to, or like the fact that you do the live switching because you don't want to do that much editing. I was like, yes.
Look how long it's taken them to get that show out from this weekend with all the buzz, right?
Yeah.
Versus when we had Tommy Dreamer doing something and the thing we were able to put it out right away. Mm-hmm. And like I think one of those YouTube videos got picked up by TMZ or something. Like you have that on there, and we can say, "Hey, get the thing," like on top of everything.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So, did you?
Yeah.
Sorry. Did you say Matt as well?
If he's available, I wasn't sure if he was going to. He wasn't earlier, so
I'll send him an invite. Just
send him a thing. Send him a thing. I can juggle you. Awesome. Awesome.
Shirt rocks.
Somebody's Secret Santa gift came in today, and there's something extra special that I think I'm going to hold for the 10-year party. So
I'm mailing mine out tomorrow.
Well, I was gonna say that's probably a hint, but no, because you're the only one that lives up there. So yeah, that's right.
Yeah, exactly. If my address would give it away.
My God, I'm sorry. Did Eamon leave? Damn it, Eamon left when I was about to say something nice.
Oh, no, I'm still.
I just want to say how fucking beautiful this is right here. And as we're approaching 500, and we're approaching 10 years, and we have. Wait, did Alex leave now? What's going on here?
No.
Stop disappearing. I'm trying to represent you guys. No. I keep unclicking things so you guys are doing the face switch thing on Hangout. But right now, mostly we're representing like New York, Pittsburgh, freaking Texas, and California. As
almost every time zone.
That is.
We just need somebody from Utah in here.
It's the important time zones. Because really, what's in the mountain time zone? We need a Colorado.
Utah.
Is that it?
Nothing, Sorg.
We need a Colorado. You know,
Montana.
I mean, their air qualities, their air is not compatible with us. Okay, you know.
I was in Vegas for an hour and a half once.
So Joe Dabrowski responded, "I love that guy."
So Bryce coming for Joe is a good thing.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break because I've been here way too long and I've had way too much coffee today. I'll be right back.
Good, so we can talk amongst ourselves now. So it's great.
Now we can.
Shall I continue recording? What?
Yes. We're gonna say all the no. Oh, hi, Sorg. You're still here.
I'll BRB. I'll BRB. Entertain the chat room.
Let's talk about how much we hate all the Pittsburgh podcasters.
Oh. I'll be right back. I'm not recording.
More than one?
Yeah, like Sorg.
All
of them are from Pittsburgh.
Sorg's the only one I know from Pittsburgh.
This is the non-Pittsburgh podcast. Right now, gentlemen. We're talking from actual states. New York, California, Texas, actual states.
Yes.
What does Pennsylvania have? Philly? Fuck that.
That sounds like something somebody from Philly would say.
Hey. That's a low blow, all right, Cars? God damn it. I have executive authority here on the Mayhem Show. I will punch you off this fucking show.
Hey, I'm just happy to be here. Welcome to Freelancers. Welcome to Freelance for Real. I'm Alex Stars. This is Mad Mike. Sorg is in the restroom. And this is Eamon. We're going to talk about freelancing.
I know nothing about
a disembodied head of Eamon, and...
Technically, I think he'd be the disembodied
I was going to say, why is my video still gone?
I don't know.
The video's gone, Eamon.
Time to buy a new webcam.
Wait, to you guys as well?
Yeah. We don't see you.
That's the point. That's what I was trying to say.
Ah, there he is.
There he
is. With the Superman spit curl and everything.
Oh, yeah, it's great. It's great.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I miss? I miss when WMS Gold was an app that I could actually get video of gold from.
Yeah.
I talked to Sorg about that. He was like,
I miss listening back to us being stupid.
Yeah, and Sorg's like, yeah, that's not really a thing anymore because of Patreon. Oh, well.
We could still do it. You just have to have like a login.
I think Sorg's been busy, so he hasn't really like uploaded anything. So it's fine. I'm just saying, it was weird because I've had the app on my iPad since before I even had my iPad. Like I had it on my iPod Touch back in the day, and then when I got my iPad, it was one of the first apps I installed on there. So.
And that just made me remember that I had an iPod Touch. Oh, Jesus.
And by the way, Sorg was wondering how those interviews with Miz and the Iron Sheik were recorded.
Oh,
because those are both from me, and those were recorded on flip phones by leaving an answering machine message.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Yep. Yeah. And Miz was at San Diego Comic-Con. Yeah. Iron Sheik was at Big Apple Comic-Con.
Okay.
So I mean, I'm not gonna say I've gotten the biggest names on the Wrestling Mayhem show, but I've gotten the biggest names on the Wrestling Mayhem show.
And the Miz.
Nice.
I can't.
Former WWE champion. Damn. Actually, no. We had Kurt Angle too. That's a pretty big name.
Yeah. Actually, it's funny because one of the things
we had Kurt Angle.
Yeah, Will had like a 2-part interview or something with him, 2 or 3 parts.
Yeah. Oh, because that movie he did.
Yeah, and wasn't he on like? I feel like he was on some other like Pittsburgh related project before he did.
I figured that was you. I figured that was how it was done, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that was actually. It's funny if you go to the WWE website for WWE at San Diego Comic-Con, whatever year that was.
Yeah.
I want to say it was 2010 or 2011. There is a picture of The Miz holding my phone leaving that message.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you find that?
Did he take off the picture?
I think I screen capped it
yeah,
somewhere.
there is that. Yeah,
It's probably on my Facebook.
Can you share that on the group or something, on the Facebook group?
Yeah, it's on my Facebook. I have to bring it up. It is because I saw that when I was going through the photos. Because I'm like, oh, they had a whole thing from Comic-Con. Maybe I'll see me in a crowd shot. And I'm like, nope, there's The Miz holding my phone.
First time I ever got into something. There was one of the wrestling magazines. It's like Pro Wrestling or PWI or something, and they covered the 2001 Gathering of the Juggalos. And there's a point where Vampiro, I think fighting Sabu, goes into the crowd, and I could see. I'm like, that's us. It's a little fuzzy, but that's us. You know.
Hey, Sorg, quick question for you. When we switch over to WMS, is it possible to change my Twitter handle to the Power to the Smarks? Or
you don't want to plug the Chikarcast? Power to the Smarks.
I do, but I don't know.
That's right.
I mean, I want.
Because like Power of the Smarks actually is on, or it's on that. So
yeah, like it's I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how to do that.
No, spread it wide, man. Spread it wide.
Like I guess the reason I was asking if that's okay is because I was wondering if it's okay to then like switch it back, like when we do the other half later.
Oh, it's not a problem.
Okay.
I'm on it. Power.
Oh
wait. What's the Twitter is? Hold on. What, sorry, one request at a time. Sorry. Power to is it Power to the Smarts on Twitter?
Yeah, that's number 2, and then the Smart.
All right, so I got you there. Let me swatch this up because I swapped up what cam you guys were on. So.
Oh, and that reminds me. Thank you for getting the website name correct this last time. Occupy Pro Wrestling and not Split Wrestling. I appreciate that.
Oh, geez, I don't know why. I'm sorry.
it's a common thing. Oh, and that reminds me. Sorry, I told you about the weird thing with when I had the Google Plus community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was weird. I suddenly got for Mike and Eamon, I suddenly got a flood of like people making fun of the Occupy Pro Wrestling name, making fun of Power to Smart, trying to troll me with memes of various quality. It was a disaster.
Wow. So
and the best part was I was just like, I mean, I'm not offended by any of this, so I don't know. But I just realized there was so much of it that I ended up just deleting the group because I was like, it's not worth it to try to.
Yeah, I'd be like, great. You know, if if the moderators aren't going to do anything about it, then yeah, it's like, well, you guys.
Well, no, I mean that's a group that is a group that I made myself. So it's like.
Oh yeah.
But it was one of those things where I was like, it's not worth it to try to moderate through all that.
No.
It's basically a community where all the YouTube commenters go when they're done commenting on the video.
There's your first problem, because that's where they end up. And yeah,
Sorg.
no.
I posted the picture in the chat room.
Thank you, Mike.
And I remembered what it was. It was actually part of the video that they took at Con with Miz talking on my phone, leaving the same voicemail
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a close up of your phone. That's that same one that you just that just died, right?
No, didn't even die. I left it in a cab.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, nice.
Yep. So I had to get one of these fuckers.
LB says a couple these fuckers. LB says just a couple of minutes.
Oh, okay. That was my question.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
good.
wasn't sure if he knew that we were doing late tonight because I didn't know.
I messaged him. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I can't
Sorry,
wait.
he's the one that made comment before, so I make sure. I didn't put it in the Slack. Did we put it in the Slack?
Nope.
Eamon? I remember discussing with Eamon in the Slack.
Oh, he responded to my DM on Twitter.
Right. But I thought we were generally talking about that there. But I'm probably thinking the other thing.
I didn't see it in the Slack.
I posted it on Slack because I messaged him on Twitter and on Plus chat, Google Plus chat, and I was like,
Right.
maybe I'll try the Slack.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely not in the Slack.
I'm sorry.
No,
we're getting better about it. We'll get better about it. Well,
Sword, you know me. I'm up till whenever anyway.
Right,
I was just
right. Things happen. Wait, were you Brittany?
Yeah, I posted
were you guest Brittany that I was talking with?
What?
I don't know.
What?
There was a Brittany.
I was
in
not guest Brittany.
There was a guest Brittany in there that was asking when the show started. So
I would like to assume that is an attractive lady named Brittany.
Hi, Brittany.
Hi.
I knew
how
a
you
girl
doing?
named Brittany once.
Hello, new friend. What? Alex, what just happened over there?
Street. I once knew a girl who lived on Gordon Street.
I think Alex just went to a place.
There once
Yeah,
was
sorry,
an
that's
April
something
named. I'm sorry.
that's something that someone would say in the Braun Strowman voice. That Molly does.
I knew a Brittany once.
I met a girl named
By the way,
Brittany once.
like
I'm Braun Strowman.
Hey, I met a black guy once. Everything turned out fine. Shit, you guys.
Whoa. At some point, we talk about pro wrestling here once all of our co-hosts are.
By the way, Sorg.
We should probably figure out what our segments are.
We already
I mean, a joke that I can't say out loud.
TLC?
Sorg.
Hmm.
Supergirl.
What?
Oh, I need to
fucking
check.
good.
Hold on. I need to make
Good.
sure I can still watch all the episodes.
I was going to say, that's not a wrestling show topic.
I want to make sure they
It is
don't.
now.
You know, it is, Eamon. It is. All right?
All right. Wait.
You talked
wait.
about
Wait.
anthropomorphic ants, for fuck's sake.
It
Mike.
will be when.
They were in wrestling.
But
oh,
Mike.
by the way, Eamon, why didn't you cut Bryce off when he was doing science? Huh? Hey, Eamon?
Wait, what?
Why didn't you cut Bryce off when he was doing science, when he was
not
mathing
science, that
out
was
shit?
math.
Yeah, math is
Yeah, that's
science,
math.
Alex. Yeah, math is science.
So says the American school system.
So says the chemical engineer you're talking to right now. Math is science.
Math is
well,
a part of science.
I'm an art major, not a math major. So
Exactly my point.
you can't see if this is me ruffling your hair right now. Mathematically, it'll be okay.
No, it's not.
This is me rustling your hair.
It's not gonna be okay.
A great poet once said, "Don't you worry about a thing, because every little thing's gonna be all right."
The great poet also once said, "Fuck the police," but you know.
Wait, did that follow up with rockabye?
I was
by
going to say,
chance?
define great poet.
I'm standing by that statement. Rap is great poetry, Eamon.
Hey, another great
It is.
poet
It's
once
in
said
verse.
that
It
California
rhymes.
knows how
all
to
that
party.
stuff. Yeah, exactly. Nice. They keep it rocking. That's what I've heard.
Jeez.
In the city of Compton.
Oh, how does she do it? Did I watch Livewire? I did watch Livewire. Okay, so Mike, I got episodes 5 and 6 available for me to watch. I think I watched 4 already. Did I watch 4 already?
They
I think that's with her mom. Okay. All right. I need to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slow starting series, but this past episode just blew the fucking doors off for me.
Mm-hmm. The Human for a Day.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That one's
Well,
not
watch the
available.
one before that too. 'cause
Right.
that one has
no, I'll
Red
watch all of it.
Tornado.
I need to catch up.
Yeah.
I need to watch 4 and 6 still. I'm sorry, 5 and 6 still. So I'll try it. That'll be up top of the heap when I finally get a chance to watch anything. I'm probably not gonna be able to watch.
I highly recommend it.
I'm probably not gonna be able to watch anything until like Thursday. Got a gig tomorrow night, so.
Oh, this is gonna be a late night.
By the way, Sorg, guess what? Look what I got at console.
Black.
Yeah. What is that? It's a puck.
It's a puck.
So are you on the little screen over here?
By the way, fun story for you guys. I want to let you in on a little secret.
Okay, all right. Do you realize you're streaming to the internet right now?
It's okay.
Okay. I always say I always get worried when somebody says, "Let me tell you a secret." All right, us and everybody else.
That's like the time Eamon had a conversation with a guest that was like, "Whoops, I was sure that had that on the live stream." No, my little secret is where I'm at. You see, I mentioned that I needed to find a spot that had good internet, but it wasn't going to be a busy Starbucks.
Are you at Brittany's place? What?
No. I'm actually at my church, so.
Oh, I don't think
I'm in
we're
the office at my church, but I have my headphones on, so it's all good.
So wait, does this mean we're not allowed to curse?
I don't know if you're allowed to do that.
that.
This is almost as uncomfortable when we found out how old Eamon was.
Oh yeah.
You guys will be fine. I have my headphones on.
Okay, good.
What is? Somebody's here.
Hey.
Hey.
What
up, everybody?
Hey, Lunchbox. Welcome to Freelance for Real.
Hey, did you guys ever look at just like old Mayhem show names and like this one's like Dressing Titus O'Neil, episode 438.
Who came up with that one?
What the fuck? This is gonna be. That's what we should do. We somebody for the 10-year. Let's do this for the 10-year. Somebody needs to take a peek through. We should do like the top 10 names of episodes.
That'll be fun.
Because we've come up with names for 498 episodes collectively.
Which one did you come up with?
Well, we're about to record the 499th.
I'm sorry. Math is hard for me right now. I'm William Bryce.
We're about to embark on 499.
499 podcasts on the wall. 499 podcasts.
Hey,
take one down.
LB, what is going on?
And it's great because episode 9 of Jakarta 15 will be happening tomorrow on December 9th. It's all 9. It's all coming up Millhouse tonight. I don't think I said that right. My bad. Everything's coming up Millhouse. There we go. That was the joke.
Everything's coming up Lunchbox.
Everything's Millhouse.
Are you with us, sir?
I'm here.
Okay. Oh, I meant technically. Are you technically with us? Because I hadn't heard anything yet. Oh, and you're in full HD. You got the little bug and everything.
Fancy.
Look at you.
I don't know how that happened. I updated my video drivers. That's how that happened.
Oh, dude, you look so sexy right now. Shit looks good. Shit looks real good. Why are you here twice? Oh, that's Eamon. You don't want Eamon. Eamon, if you want to hang out in the background?
I can do that.
Okay. Wait, what? So what are... Hi. What? You're down here. What's up?
Oh.
Hi, Mizzy.
What's up?
Hopefully she's bringing Sorg more pizza. And then they're going to fax the rest of the pizza.
It's good pizza.
Because I could really go for some pizza right now.
So your hair is doing great things.
I thought you said something about his hair was great. I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, Karis, why did your state have to ruin pizza?
I'm sorry?
Why did your state have to ruin pizza?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm glad she's not on there.
So, do you want me to just...
So the title already lined up for 499th edition of Wrestling Mayhem Show. The T's and the L's and the C's and the B's. The B's? The belts.
The bees?
The birds and the bees?
The belts.
Oh, you know what? I just realized they're not doing a stairs match this year.
Good.
That feels weird, but in a good way.
Hey, we don't know what the stipulation for Swagger Del Rio is yet.
No, they said it was a chairs match.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
LOL.
I meant Ryback and Rusev.
Oh no!
They used the stairs a lot, didn't they, guys?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Let it sink in. Let it sink in.
Oh, my heart hurts. Oh. Everything in my soul is crying right now.
Oh, Watson.
Oh, I turned back around and there's Kitty.
That's okay.
Right. What's going on?
So Missy already did the image, and it's tables and ladders and chairs and belts all photoshopped in the ring.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Okay, so we should probably talk about those things then. Huh?
We should probably talk about those things. Yeah, we should probably talk about TLC tonight.
So if you want me,
Yeah. What? Who's trying to
I
get
was
me?
gonna say, do you want me on the show or just like?
And
like,
just
mute
in
myself
the
in?
background, and then when we start sciencing and you need to speak up and interrupt, go ahead and do that.
Okay, that's fine.
So what?
Hey, Sorg.
Oh, yes, the cat's down here. Okay, all right. Seriously, guys. Okay, so we're gonna do TLC. What was the other segment that we talked about, Mike?
Oh well, I was just saying that I was really excited about TLC.
Yeah. Oh, but I was like, we have to come up with topics, and you're like, but we have them.
I thought we had both things.
No, we don't have both things. I don't have the other topic yet.
I mean, if you guys need a segment, I got a segment for you.
What do you have?
Because I need some more entries for the Chikatsu competition.
For the what?
And I have a picture from a Chikara show, and I'd like some more captions for it. So I call it the Chikatsu competition. If I send you the photo right now,
They don't. This is an audio podcast for a lot of people, so that's.
well, I can describe it.
No, that's okay. That's
Hey,
just fine.
I run an audio podcast, and I do this caption competition every week.
That's
or at least
just.
I've been trying to.
That's just fine.
I'm just saying, if you need a segment, you don't have to do it.
Oh, geez. All right, let's just start with the TLC, and we'll see kind of what we get into. I guess. I think maybe.
We might get something from the big question too.
That's right. What? Well, I need a second segment.
I know, but we might glom something from the big question.
I mean, we could talk about SmackDown.
But I record the second segment before the big
yeah,
question.
we can talk about SmackDown moving to USA.
Does that have?
I mean, because I've been writing recaps and reviews for SmackDown for a couple months. How about if you guys are willing to talk about SmackDown, I'll drop you my goofy jokes for the other one. Because I mean, if anyone else is actually watching SmackDown.
Wait, I got this because we touched on this on Indy Mayhem. Let's talk about the Jim Cornette. Let's what? Let's talk about the Jim Cornette thing.
Oh God.
Who?
Does that sound good?
Jim Cornette.
The Jim Cornette and Ryan Joey. What's the hell's the guy's name?
Jim Cornette is.
What?
How do you not know who Jim Cornette is? Tennis racket, doesn't like heights, get dropped off of scaffoldings recently.
I'm sorry, I was born in the late '80s. So if you're talking about a wrestler, I'm just kidding.
Wait, what?
Sorry.
Then what's Eamon's excuse?
Eamon went bye-bye.
Actually, there's no excuse.
And Garza and Matt both said, let's talk about Joey Ryan's penis.
That's what I was going for. Can somebody we'll start TLC, but can somebody give me a link to his story with those tweets, please, in the chat? Yeah, and we'll roll into the second segment. I think there's a good discussion around it about different kinds of wrestling. Actually, there was some really good comments on the Twitter last night, so let's roll with that. Good. You good, LB?
What's up?
I'm worried that you're too relaxed.
Why?
Because you look too relaxed.
What am I gonna do?
What do you mean? What are you gonna do?
How am I too relaxed?
I don't know. How were you when you first got on?
Are you afraid I'm gonna fall asleep during the show?
Yes, and if you're super relaxed, then it comes off on the show.
Yeah, it's late.
I'm sorry. Do you want to bow out and we can get somebody in a different time zone?
It might not be a bad idea.
Okay, if you're not up to it, that's fine.
Well, I can stick around for the big question and then go after that.
Okay.
Question for this week: how do we wake up Lunchbox?
All right, let's roll with it. All right, $4.99.
Hey guys, it's the Wrestling Mayhem Show, episode 499. One more to the big 500, and we flipped the odometer. Sort of. I'm Mike Sorgatron on the Twitter here in Pittsburgh, PA, ready to talk professional wrestling on the flagship show at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. With me as typical, he's there. He's hanging out. He's with us. He's under his title for some reason. Papa Lunchbox joins us at DJ Lunchbox on the Twitter. Get your head above water, sir.
Hey. Hey, can you guys see my cat?
No, there's a title there.
There. Can you see him now?
No.
Oh, there he goes.
There we go. There he is.
There's the
well,
cat.
we had Bryce Remsburg's dog on the Indy Mayhem show, and now we have your cat. So
yeah, I want to make a quick announcement. I am going to be playing King George on the Chicago. What's the word I'm looking for? Not Revolution. What is it? The revival, the Chicago revival of the Broadway smash hit Hamilton. I'm going to be playing King George, and it starts next week. I can't wait.
Awesome. And also with us, we're spanning the country. First of all, we just take a hop up to Poughkeepsie, New York, as Mad Mike joining us.
Hi, Sorg. How are you today?
Good. And also with us from California, it's a guy behind Power to the Smarks on the Twitter. I almost said that other thing. Occupy Pro Wrestling is the site. Alex Cars of the Chikar in 15 Minutes podcast.
Oh, radio, I'm back on the Mayhem Show.
I know we're going to have a lot of fun here talking TLC and so much more. Please check us out, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Hit us up at Good Times. Good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com or 412-206-WMS0. You can also check us out on the Facebook, on the Twitters at Mayhem Show. And please subscribe to the show on iTunes, Stitcher, Spreaker, iHeartRadio, and YouTube, and so many more places you get your audio and video content from. And also, please support us as our friends do at patreon.com/WrestlingMayhemShow. You don't have to spill the cash in order to do that. You can also just share the show. Whatever helps the Mayhem Nation grow, we appreciate it. Please do that. But you can go over there, just like our good friends, of course, Ed Burke on there, as well as Zero of the WrestlingRevolution.com. Diggity! Woo! And our friends at the Matthew and Jennifer Carlins Foundation for Podcast Betterment. Thank you so much for supporting the show with your dollar. And it says share the show however you want to support us. We appreciate all of the ways to get the word out and to help make it get bigger. So let's get into the show. First of all, TLC, Tables, Ladders, and Chairs is this weekend. The one we look forward to after every December, when we said, oh, hey, there's one more pay-per-view in December for Royal Rumble, and it's that one with all the hardware, and we're setting up for it. And I know, Mad Mike, you expressed your excitement for TLC this year.
I did, Sorg. It honestly surprised me as much as it surprises most people, I think. I was watching Raw last night, and I didn't really get spoiled on anything that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And, the opening segment just kind of hooked me. It was different, not too different, but it was different than what we've normally been seeing. And, we're getting a triple threat ladder match with New Day, Usos, and Lucha Dragons. That's going to be really fun. We're getting a 4-on-4 elimination tables match. I mean, that's going to be super fun too. Roman and Sheamus may not be who we want to see in the WWE title match, but that's going to be a damn good match.
Mm-hmm. They're going to work their asses off.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued by what the hell they're doing with Paige and Charlotte, because for me, it seems like it's kind of the first time they're doing heel versus heel for a Divas title, which I'm okay with. I mean, it's very intriguing. For something that has not had that good of a build-up, I'm really excited for the pay-per-view. I think it's going to be a lot of really fun stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes sense if you're going to bring back all these ECW guys for anything. TLC absolutely makes sense. It's right up their alley. And again, kind of, I don't think it's too late to go to that well. We haven't done it for a while. We haven't seen Dudley's for a while, so it kind of makes us a little bit new, doesn't it?
Unless you're a fan of TNA, then yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you're like, right. Also, I want to give a shout. 2 former IWC champions from this year, International Wrestling Cartel, Rhino and Tommy Dreamer, who had a cage match both in Meadville and back in April at Night of the Superstars, and Cage Fury, available on IndieWrestling.us. No, that was really cool. We were excited to see him in Pittsburgh, and even see Rhino come out. New beard Rhino, by the way. Are we signaling a Wyatt turn? I'd be down with Rhino and the Wyatt family, to be quite honest.
Ooh, yeah.
Rhino Wyatt.
Rhino Wyatt. That's right.
I don't know if that works.
He's like a big, violent, bearded Pokemon. Bray's like, Rhino, I choose you. Rhino uses spear. It's not very effective.
Rhino has mega evolved. He used gore. It's super effective.
No, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, are you kind of over your kind of Wyatt's issue at this point, or we're kind of putting that aside for how this is kind of building up?
I mean, they need to win.
Yeah.
They don't need to win.
They need to win something.
Listen. They are slotting into that Kane hole perfectly.
Yeah, kind of.
Kane doesn't win anything.
But see, it's different if it's just one guy not winning.
Mm-hmm.
If it's 4 guys not winning,
but to be fair, they've won some matches here in the last week, so
it's also different with Kane because within the first year or so, he won the WWE title.
Uh-huh.
You know, he was involved in all these major things, and to be fair, he was a fairly dominant monster throughout all of it. I don't know when it all went south, but I mean, at least from the beginning. And then you have Wyatt, who started out, real strong in terms of kind of this whole face of fear thing, and then he lost to John Cena. And he's been losing ever since. I don't know. It feels weird to me. It feels a little disjointed at times.
Mm-hmm. It's difficult to take him seriously as a threat. But I think this is like a perfect scenario because Dreamer, Rhino, and the Dudleys have nothing to gain from winning this match. They have absolutely nothing to gain. Dreamer and Rhino are just there on loners, and the Dudleys are probably not staying much longer either. They're probably staying to get another WrestleMania paycheck and then get out.
But why not?
Yeah.
I mean, why not cash in? I think that's another thing to kind of bring a little bit of nostalgia, and WWE's high on this nostalgia right now. And we haven't touched on that for a while.
I kind of feel like Dreamer or Rhino is there because little Spike Dudley probably either wasn't contacted to do this or probably didn't want to do it.
Well, I mean, this is we're down to the reliable ECW guys at this point.
True.
Let's be honest. I mean, because there was some Tommy Dreamer had something out there that sounded like Sandman might be the guy coming in. I'm like, nah, no way that guy's sober. Or somebody
maybe for one night.
Maybe for one night. But it's just one of those there's a lot of factoring of, is it worth of us to deal with X to bring this person back, right? And I mean,
Are you saying we're not going to see New Jack?
No. Yeah, I mean, who else is there?
Could use a one night thing. I don't know.
I mean, there's the ones they like to work with, the ones that have been good to them. Obviously, Tommy Dreamer's a guy that have been there for a while. Same with the Dudleys, were built up even bigger because of their time in WWE. Rhino was a good hand for a while. Obviously, they brought him back for NXT, and that kind of put him in the purview to put him in this match here. They're the old reliables. They're the responsible kids that came out of that class, and WWE uses them whenever they can, and they're the ones that aren't broken down too. They're ones that haven't been doing stupid stuff on the indies for several years, and have had to have charities, charity
shows to pay for their hospital bills. You know, and I think that speaks highly of them to WWE that they'll come back. So
I think it also kind of speaks poorly of WWE's inability to build two other guys they could have put the Dudleys with.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there are other tag teams that we could have used here, like the Primetime Players, or even just two other guys to go.
But I think
up with the
I think
Wyatts.
anything else would have felt like just a random pairing, and I like this because it's like this is a unit, this is a brotherhood. I think the story is stronger because of it, and you get that other little bit. So I think it's pretty cool. And why?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I was just thinking too, like I have a lot of respect for Dreamer and Rhino being on there, and I especially have respect for Dreamer doing himself and doing indie wrestling a favor by promoting House of Hardcore. Whole there.
I made it. I don't know if I said this last week on the show, but I feel like Tommy Dreamer was in Pittsburgh because it wasn't quite so far away from where he's hanging out, and all they did was pay him a plane ticket and allowing him to wear his company shirt to the ring, you know, but which is really cool of them. I mean, that's really awesome that they do let him do that. You know, it's like it's an indie promotion. You know, even though it's owned by Tommy Dreamer, obviously, it's an indie promotion. You know, actually, let's look at it this way, because I don't know if you guys realize Rhino has also started a promotion up in Detroit. Nothing big. He's like running at a local VFW to kind of help them raise money and just have some nice, you know, good family shows with a bunch of local guys, right? And he's obviously the big name on there, so they'll draw, you know, a half decent for it locally. But I mean, you're talking about like two guys that run wrestling promotions are in this match represented on here. I don't know. Of course, so is Booker T. I guess we're kind of in a different phase where guys can do that, you know. And I think that's pretty cool. I don't know. Rhino doesn't have a T-shirt for his Fed yet, but it's brand new. By the way, speaking of TLC, while we've been kind of going here, holy crap! This cover art for their song with the scissors in the tongue. That was kind of throwing me off a little bit here for WWE. Just saying. The Wicked Ones by Dorothy. What? Really? Is the theme for TLC, I guess. Okay, going down the line. De facto Kevin Owens replacer Alberto Del Rio is taking on Swagger in a chair match. I'm still pretty sure that was supposed to be Owens last week, right, guys? I mean, it seems to kind of make sense. It's a little awkward this way. I watched that last night, right? I was getting really tired. Zeb's gone, right? Did we just did Zeb just ride off in the sunset again?
I think that's the case.
Yeah,
I think he's just gonna reunite with Swagger.
Okay, all right, fine. That's all right. And of course, Mike, you made mention about the ladies match. After last week, I dove into a lot of that old stuff on WWE Network, and there was something about the Miz TV with Charlotte and Paige that felt very Smoky Mountain to me. I don't know if you picked up on that kind of vibe as well, Mike.
Well, all right, not really Smoky Mountain, but I did appreciate it. I like Charlotte as a heel. I think she works better as a heel. And especially with her dad, like right behind her, saying, "Oh no, I know how this works. I've done this a whole bunch of times. We need to go." Like, but it still seems very heel versus heel to me. It's very weird.
Right. I thought we did a face turn on Paige, of a sort, or we just don't. Okay, both girls are motivated, right? So it's not like back in the day where bitches be bitches, or however we said it before, when it just seemed like girls were just all catty, and that's the only reason why any of them fought in the Divas division. I don't know. I want to see. Hopefully, we get some Paige on SmackDown so we can kind of see what the tone is, because they can just be like, well, Charlotte's the bigger bitch in this situation, so Paige is, you know, the de facto. We'll cheer for her. You know, in the long run, everybody's going to cheer for who the hell they want to cheer for anyways in this case, right?
Sorg, I think you're getting a weird SmackDown this week.
Oh, really?
Because they also filmed Tribute to the Troops.
Okay.
So I don't know who's going to be on
As
SmackDown,
long
but
as
they're filming tribute to the troops at the same time.
As
so.
long as I don't see the creepy Christmas Strowman that Strowman
Claus is coming to town.
Strowman Claus. Yeah, as long as I don't see that on SmackDown, I'm okay with that.
Oh, I can't wait for SmackDown this week.
But I don't know. I think I don't think this is a model Rick Martel versus Shawn Michaels of SummerSlam 9 kind of proportions, but I don't know. It is interesting. It actually adds a little bit more energy to it, doesn't it?
I would say so. I mean, I wonder. I wanted to see Becky Lynch come out last night.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see where she stands on this whole thing. I mean, I guess that's going to be probably the reveal at the pay-per-view, but like, I don't know. Is Becky Lynch the only face now in the Divas division?
I don't even know anymore. I think I'm supposed
I think it's hard to tell.
I think I'm supposed to cheer for Team Bad, right? Like, I want to. I did, but I'm just a huge
so bad.
But after that dance,
all shades of gray.
After the completely random, unless you follow social media, uniting of Team Bad and New Day, which I hope that just means they all come out together from now on. To be quite honest,
Bad Day rocks. Bad Day rocks. Bad Day rocks.
Yeah,
that GIF is gonna be my everything for all of 2016.
Yeah, and that's I mean that's beating the Wade Barrett dancing with the New Day thing from the last pay-per-view, which I thought was just absolutely incredible. But I don't know. Going down the line here, Kevin Owens, he's back from his sick leave, taking on Dean Ambrose. But the thing that happened last night, I'm sad that we got I'm glad Kevin Owens got to go home and he got to get better. But I'm sad that we missed another week of whatever happened there. Because I wish just Owens Ambrose have a long-term plan so they can keep doing interesting things.
I'm surprised this doesn't have a stipulation on it.
I think we're out of stipulations because there's no more furniture. More or less. I mean, we're already doing... I always think this is kind of redundant when we do a TLC plus a ladder match, plus a chair match, plus the tables match. Wait, are we doing a tables match?
Well, they do call it tables, ladders, and chairs, Sorg. They don't call it WWE TLC.
That depends on how you look at the logo, I think.
No, I'm going by what Michael Cole calls it.
Michael Cole, what does he know? No, it is a tables match versus the Wyatts and ECW originals. Now, here's the question: Is it
EV 3.0?
What?
EV 3.0.
No. One, nobody watched that to know what the hell you're talking about. Two, no. And three, as Shane Douglas told me for the nth time, Dixie Carter is a freaking moron. Ugh. You can see. By the way, if you want to see that, promo is on RWA's YouTube page right now. Talking, and by the way, if you haven't heard the Shane Douglas Dixie's a moron rant, watch that video, and it's the same speech he gave in the same promotion, I think, about 3 years ago. So,
Sorg, I'm gonna need this video for the midweek war.
Okay. Okay. Well, go get it. It's right. It's up there. I'll Dropbox it to you. Puts over RWA. Dixie sucks. But this guy in the ring, he's why we're not in the toilet. Boom, boom, boom. 3 point.
By the way, if they're out of furniture, I mean, they could always make Owens versus Ambrose a doors match. I mean, there's plenty of doors you can find in WWE.
No, if you're going to have
actually hitting each other with doors, though, it's just Ray Manzarek playing an organ while they fight each other.
It's going to be like a Scooby-Doo chase where they're going through doors and they're crossing around. It'll be great.
All right, first of all, if there's going to be a doors match in WWE, it needs to be between Bayley and Nia Jax. Secondly, if there was a doors match on a WWE pay-per-view and it doesn't have John Morrison in it, they've done it wrong.
That's the one he was born for. I get it.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but I get it. I gotta say,
not the worst thing I've heard.
That's true. But anyway, anything else about a title match, triple threat match for the tag teams?
It's going to be awesome stuff from these teams.
That match
to be quite
is going to
honest.
be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those great, triple threats. Yeah, I think it's going to be good. Not quite as convoluted as we saw at WrestleMania for their ladder match. Or wait, am I confusing things? Like, I feel like wait, did they have a triple threat match? What was it that they had at WrestleMania? Where
they had like 7 guys in it.
Right, where the Usos got hurt, right?
No, you're thinking of the Fatal 4-Way on the pre-show.
Right, exactly. But no, I think it's going to be fun. We have plenty of talented teams in that, and of course the title match, which I think they've done a really admirable job. Sheamus is, I want to say, as good as Seth Rollins, but he's definitely kind of filled the shoes very, very nicely, as we talked about in the last couple of weeks on the show.
It is a welcome pace not seeing the Authority saying how we love our champion, but at the same time, we're not sure if we like our champion every week.
Mm-hmm. That's true. LB, what are you looking forward to on TLC here coming up?
As with most things nowadays, anything featuring the New Day.
Mm-hmm.
If the New Day are involved, I'm on board. That ladder match sounds like a treat.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very much on board for that. And I'm morbidly curious about Sheamus and Father of the Year.
It's I don't Father of the Year. There'll be a lot more discussion on Father of the Year here coming up in the next couple of weeks. Actually, next couple of months, I guess.
I didn't know Sheamus was wrestling Titus O'Neil. That's awesome.
That's right.
That's going to be a Slammy.
Slammy
wait, is it really? Is it going to be a Slammy? I'm going to be pissed if it's a Slammy because
Slammys are in 2 weeks.
We're actually considering. Is it in 2 weeks? I thought it was next week. Because we're actually considering Father of the Year as a Mayhem award.
Fine, we'll beat him to the punch.
We're doing Mayhem?
No, we won't because we'll be recording it for January.
Well, we just need someone to leak it to Reddit.
Ugh. Well, no, I already got banned by Reddit.
He's the most technologically aware of all of us.
On a side note, if any fans out there are out on Reddit, we need an agent of WMS on Reddit to help us out. Because they don't like self-promotion, but if you just happen to like our stuff, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out Reddit. But anyways, I just know if we put something on there and it can explode. We saw some cool stuff off of there. How did a concussion-addicted dreamer pass the physical and not Daniel Bryan from Garza?
I'm telling you, Dreamer didn't even take the protocol. he just wants to promote House of Hardcore, and he doesn't care if he gets beamed in the brain doing it.
Well, it's not
about him. It's not a concussion. It's a traumatic ocular headache or whatever.
Side note, the promo in question is linked in the chat room, Mike. So if you want to snag that for later. Sheamus is as good as Rollins. I'm dead. What?
No, honestly, I think he is.
As good as Rollins?
Yeah.
Oh, honey, no.
No, not in the ring, but on the promo wise.
I'm talking about I'm talking promo wise.
Yeah, not in the ring. Obviously, Rollins is better in the ring. But Sheamus doesn't have bad matches.
No.
Unless he's wrestling Randy Orton.
Sheamus remembers his line. That's good enough for me.
Yeah. Alex, anything before we move on here, anything you're excited about in particular for TLC?
Other than them renaming it back to Armageddon, I'm actually very excited for the card because I feel like people give WWE a lot of flack for these these stipulation themed pay-per-views.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always kind of liked how they do book towards the different kinds of matches. Like you've got your ladder match, you've got your tables match. Apparently, you've got your chairs match. We may or may not have our stairs match, but the important thing is they're at least doing some effort to book towards these different stipulations, even though usually you'd see it being kind of almost the other way around, where it builds towards something to blow the feud off. At least we got something. I'm looking forward to the card as a whole, basically.
Good. Yeah, we'll see how that pans out. Well, guys, if you want to check out some pro wrestling
that maybe you're tired of the stipulation, maybe whatever the case may be, and we want to try something different. Try IndieWrestling.us. We got a lot of cool stuff over there, including two guys are going to be in the pay-per-view, a cage match from back in August at Cage Fury 2015 between Rhino and Tommy Dreamer. Great stuff. They were great guys to work with in the IWC. Or this past weekend, Seasons Beatings. Shane Douglas was a part of that show. A match of the year candidate. There was chanting match of the year before the match was even over between Amazing Red and Jason Gorey, a friend of the show. Really, really cool match to watch. A lot of fun stuff happening in the Renegade Wrestling Alliance as well. And of course, also Sanjay Dutt in a great match with the guy that I can't pronounce his name because he's very Japanese. I was introduced to him. He's very Japanese. But tremendous stuff going on over there. Tremendous stuff going on with the IWC. IWC with a show this weekend even. IWC's Winner Takes All happening up down in Elizabeth, so please check that out. Also check out the great column by our own Matt Cartlands around the Indies with details about Chikara's big season finale and their first mainstay women's. The main champion is a woman, Miss Queen Kimberly, I believe it is. We talk a lot about that. We talk a lot about that. Cars, you're the expert with it as the guy behind the Chikara in 15 Minutes or Less currently podcast. And of course, we talked with Bryce Remsburg over on the Indie Mayhem show about that as well, which you can also find on IndieWrestling.us. VOW tournament, Lords of Anarchy tournament, deathmatch tournament. Up there as well. Border City Wrestling. We have a great, if you follow us on social media, US Indie Wrestling on the Twitter or Indie Wrestling US on Facebook, we have an Advent calendar sale. That means that we have a different sale every day through Christmas. Currently today, I believe today we are doing a sale 50% off with the code Advent. What's today? The 8th? Advent 8. And you can get that Lords of Anarchy for 50% off digital download. And we'll have something different tomorrow. Yesterday, it was the Montreal Theory. You missed it. Should have followed us on Twitter. Check out IndieWrestling.us. All right, so let's move on. Speaking of indie wrestling, we're going to dive into a little piece from that because I think there's an interesting discussion to go on around it. Not to get into any political kind of aspects, but so there was kind of a throwdown on social media because we love when people are all kinds of upstanding citizens on social media around here, right, guys? In pro wrestling, because absolutely everybody is, right? I mean, come on, nobody's messed up on social media in pro wrestling.
Yeah, we're not interested in news items.
No, not at all. But of course, there's a video going around. Joey Ryan, who struck viral video gold. I think he was in Japan, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Eamon might be lurking, so he can correct me out there.
It's called DDT. I don't remember what it's called or what it stands for, but
I think one of the words is dong. But there was a little bit of a video.
It is now.
It is now. That's what they're known for. Might as well lean into that. You know what I mean?
TLC and D.
How do you win that match?
Well, Sorg, you have to finish before you're allowed to climb the ladder.
Oh, okay. Move. Okay.
Solid.
That makes sense. That's what we're talking about.
But there was a move, and Joey Ryan, we've seen him locally with the IWC and Ring of Honor. Yeah, he's been in Ring of Honor, I think. He's a very porn star-ish type. Oh, I did not watch the Grado video. I'm sorry about that. So they did a thing where he grabbed his junk, and it hurt him. Mm-hmm. It's a very hilarious clip. Am I accurately describing this for our audio listeners?
Sorg gets a test of strength with fist versus penis.
Fist versus penis. Okay. Oh, okay.
Also, the name of my favorite Chikara Trios match: Fist versus Penis. See, Cars gets it because there was a team called Fist.
Not okay, but like.
Oh no!
Yeah, we just broke cars. Okay,
My soul just
and
cried.
that's the last time Alex Cars will be on the Wrestling Mayhem show. But this led to controversy because Jim Cornette responded. I don't even know why he caught on to this. But
Because Jim
somebody asked.
He has nothing else to do.
Somebody asked, but he says.
You remember last time I was on the show and I talked about how Vince Russo continues to talk as if his opinion matters in professional wrestling?
Right.
Just copy and paste that, but where it says Vince Russo, replace it with Jim Cornette.
Right,
I was going to say replace 1990s with 1980s.
Something like that. But he responded to a fan and says, won't watch the video, but somebody apparently asked if he had seen the video. He says, won't watch the video, but the pic from Joey Ryan Online appears to enjoy staying over men with his something. And that turned into, saying, hey, that's really homophobic, et cetera, et cetera. And then it led to a conversation about kind of, Jim Cornette going into a tirade about, about being an embarrassment to wrestling and everything. And of course, we just had a big conversation about Chikara. Alex talks about it every week, right? And I think again, this is just an old thought here. And we talk about a variety of things like Lucha Underground. Did you know some people don't like Lucha Underground?
Sorg, who are
those people who have not watched it?
Can we shoot those people into the sun?
Whoa! And yes, with a copy of USWA.
You mean GWF?
No, I swear I was watching USWA this week. I don't know. There were a lot of letters and a lot of people with mullets and a lot of Jim Cornette. Okay,
which can't wait to watch Global Force on the WWE Network.
It's not the Global. No. It's Global Force.
But by the way, Sorg, on ProWrestlingTees.com, there is apparently a Joey Ryan King of Dong style shirt.
Yes, there is, because Joey Ryan knows how to capitalize on this kind of stuff. But I think it's a good point of, hey guys, there's a lot of wrestling out there these days, and there's a lot of creativity in wrestling these days. And while we're like we talked about last week about the old wrestling, we had the Smoky Mountains, USWA popped up, Stampede's on there. There's a lot of great stuff. But can you really say there was a lot of variety in comparison back then? Like, I feel like even though the stuff is great, it's all just a version of what they're doing down the road. Now, granted, there wasn't a lot of crossover. These were territories, right? It's not like today where we get to see what, Dong Fu is doing over there in Japan and DDT. I think, and obviously Jim Cornette's of another era. In that respect, but man, this is the sport quote that had the gobbledygooker. You know what I mean? Adrian Adonis, Gorgeous George, and you're gonna throw down on that.
Mae Young gave birth to a hand,
and I think that closes the discussion. Unless anybody has anything else to say on that, Alex, Will, LB.
No, man,
you can't really follow that up, can you? At that point.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, everyone loves something different about wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Some people love Chikara, and everything about that. Some people love the current WWE product. Some people don't. They love the Attitude Era, the new generation. Before that. Some people enjoy the era of Jim Cornette. I know Jim Cornette seems to enjoy the era of Jim Cornette, but I mean, everyone has their opinion. I don't know. I think the whole thing kind of, and I've been a fan of Joey Ryan. I mean, not everything about Joey Ryan I'm a fan of, but the wrestler, in general, I've been a fan of for quite some time. I met the guy in 2012. There's just things about Joey Ryan that I do enjoy watching, and so the whole video and the Jim Cornette thing aside, I just. I guess everyone just has their own opinion about it, but, it's very telling of the different eras of wrestling when you have a conversation like that on Twitter in 2015.
Right. LB, got anything to say before we roll on?
No, I'm good. Fuck Jim Cornette, that's all.
Good point on that. All right, guys. Hey, you know what we can all agree on around here? Slice on Broadway. And I'm sorry, Alex, you're a little too far out of the delivery zone out in California.
Just mail me a postcard with a picture of a pizza from Slice on
I'm gonna take a
Broadway.
slice. I'm gonna
And we'll
stick
be
it.
good for now.
I want to throw a stamp on this slice, this slice of slice pepperoni, and send
And
it out
please-
your
please-
way, man.
Please let it be pepperoni scented.
Oh, great stuff. Oh, I'm getting hungry again. It's sliceonbroadway.com. Check them out there if you're in the South Hills of Pittsburgh ever. Some great stuff right here along those tracks in Beachview on the in Pittsburgh city limits, as well as Carnegie, PA. Great stuff, great ingredients, a great creative pizza artist, you could say, perhaps. I don't know. Is that copywritten by anything else? Sandwich artist, I'm thinking, right? Screw those guys.
Yeah, that company has enough things to worry about.
Yeah, they kind of do. But no, some great stuff. Rico down there is super awesome. The staff is great. We actually just picked some up. We had a filming for Sawtooth Willie this past Friday, and wanted to feed them. We got to Gonzo. And it was great since we were amassing an audience for these tapings, LB, and it's pretty fantastic.
Yeah. We had 4 people there just to watch. Including, or that's not including Sawtooth and you.
Yeah, that's right. Just watching us filming a web series. Apparently, I would just start selling tickets or something. But hey, this ad is about Slice on Broadway. It was delicious. Everybody loved it. They've been supporting us, Pittsburgh podcasting, with pepperoni pizza for over a year and a half. Check them out, sliceonbroadway.com, PJs_slice on the Twitters, and of course, Facebook and Instagram. Get hungry too. Let them know you learned about them on the Wrestling Mayhem Show. And we'll be right back after this look about last week in Sorgatron Media. So you're gonna duck out?
No, I'm feeling all right. I'm in.
Well, we lost Eamon, so
yeah.
Eamon
We
tapped
don't have
out.
a plan B.
We don't have a plan B.
That's why I just realized that when I saw that that he was gone, that's why I jumped in for that with a couple things that you started asking him about. It's like, oh, he's not there now.
Well, all right. Alex, at least I got you to finish off Indy Mayhem later. So, although
that's funny considering we just talked about Joey Ryan.
Carlin's, I think that's Carlin's in there. This is another Matt. Carlin's, if you're feeling froggy after we're done with this, I'd love to have you to do Around the Indies with us if you're up for it. Sawtooth needs to meet the caveman. Yes, Sawtooth needs to meet the caveman. So somebody stick stick that link for that match in there so LB can grab it for later. A caveman and a superhero team up as a tag team called Super Savages. It's pretty tremendous. Okay, this is the part where we do the big question.
Sure.
Are you sure about that? Are you with this?
No. I got it. I got a good one. It's a rampant speculation question.
Oh, good.
Everybody enjoys those.
Oh, good. What was the other thing? Wait, there was something else that I think I was going to bring back.
Did you want to do? Sorg. One thing in our Garza mentioned in the chat room that we can talk about the WWE survey.
Right, that was the thing. The thing. I think that's a good lead. That's a good lead show topic. Okay.
Take this survey.
Okay.
Take a survey.
How about take the survey?
What your dick looks like.
Which is funny because I'm actually talking to somebody about putting together a survey for January. So there you go. There's the video. Video's in the chat if you want to snag it for later. LB, you got to check out this caveman guy.
Cool.
You want to take a survey?
Some of the best examples of little scrawny guys in wrestling that make the most of it. All right. Got your game face on? I'm starting with all of you. Everybody make a game face.
Well, what game is it, Stork?
Hold on.
Is anyone else hearing a little bit of echo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
I wanted to make sure it wasn't just me.
That was my fault because I think I turned you up.
Okay.
Okay. That might have gone away.
La 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 la. I don't hear it now.
Okay, I turned the thing down. That must have been the thing. Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready? All right. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. We're back. We got our game faces on. It's the Wrestling Mayhem Show 499. We're acting like we've done this before. Because we've kind of done it 499 times. It's a little
Kinda.
more. Kinda.
I like how you said kinda.
Kinda. I think I missed the week. But anyways, it's time for the big question. The biggest of big questions. From Not Mad Mike. LB. It's the LB button.
Yeah.
It's the big question button. What is the biggest question of professional wrestling this week?
Well, here's the thing. The Royal Rumble's coming up, which has me excited. Because I love the Royal Rumble. I love it. TLC also coming up. Big fan of TLC. That's going to be a lot of fun. And I started thinking even further to the future. Like, we're probably going to have some crazy returns at the Royal Rumble and everything like that. And, you know, who knows what's going to happen. So I decided to open the floor to maybe some rampant speculation. And the big question this week to the assembled panel and everyone watching at home is, what is WrestleMania 2016 going to look like?
Wait, as a whole or
just the main event? Like
whatever you like. What's going to happen?
Like pick a thing is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, pick a thing and tell us about it.
I gotta say, is there really, like last year we're like, oh, Sting's gonna do a thing. Oh, this is gonna happen. Oh, Roman's probably gonna take on Brock, right? Like we kind of had that idea at this time. Do we really have as much of an idea at this point? Like, is there any? Oh, Undertaker's gonna do X, right? Like,
do they really have an idea?
That's why it's fun. What's gonna happen?
It's questionable. It's certainly questionable.
That's why it's rampant speculation instead of accurate speculation.
Wait.
Okay. All right. Hold on. You want wild speculation?
Rampant.
Rampant.
Yes.
Fine.
That is the parameters of the question.
Here is my rampant speculation. Okay. You ready for this? You ready? Dean Ambrose wins the Royal Rumble. But the night after Fastlane, rejuvenated and healthy Seth Rollins comes out to demand his rematch, and we get Shield Triple Threat at WrestleMania. Go.
Well, I don't think we are because Rollins isn't going to be ready, right?
I think he will be.
You think he's going to John Cena this thing? You think they just told us that was going to be 9 months, so we wouldn't expect it?
If CrossFit has taught us anything, it's that motherfuckers are superhuman.
Okay, all right. CrossFit! Okay, I got it. What about you, Alex?
Alex, you're muted. There we go.
No, I'm thinking too. It's because it's a very good point, and actually I was thinking about this the last few days. It's like there really isn't that much that appears to already be looked ahead at as far as WrestleMania goes. I am looking forward to, honestly, almost pretty much anything Kevin Owens does come WrestleMania. Like, for me, it would just be a moment. Actually, if you want to talk strictly dream booking, Kevin Owens defends the Intercontinental Championship against Sami Zayn.
I could see that.
Strictly dream booking. But
I think we're going to have, whereas we're kind of been unhappy with the women's title matches so far, I would love to see, I think we could see a non-convoluted, full-on Charlotte versus Sasha at WrestleMania.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be great.
Think about that.
I can see it.
They pull out all the stops and they let them have a NXT TakeOver style match in freaking Dallas Stadium.
I almost want to throw in the other two 4 horsewomen in there.
In the match,
Just
no.
say fuck it. Yeah, why not?
Okay. Oh, that would
Bailey's,
be the dream.
Because Becky's already part of it.
Okay.
Becky's already part of it. If you bring Bailey up, because at that point she will have already lost the NXT women's title to either Asuka or Nia Jax.
Right.
I'm assuming. And I mean, WrestleMania is in March. That's a long time away.
Yeah. You could do some stuff.
If Bailey's not up by then, there's something wrong.
Yeah, I think it's more room. It's getting crowded up there. It's not a matter of you're ready. It's you're ready and we got something to do with you. You know what I mean? For the next 3 weeks or whatever the case may be. Yeah. I think that's the thing. LB, you gotta have an answer to this.
I'm gonna safe bet Wade Barrett will be on the pre-show. Safe bet.
Sorry, Matt.
John Cena will have a high-profile match.
Undertaker.
I love this.
Safe bet.
By the way, him and Undertaker, I think would be killer. And I think they should
John
do it.
Cena and the Undertaker.
I think that's something people would just blow their minds for.
I would be into that.
Mm-hmm.
Let them
they only have
reignite their feud from when John Cena pissed on the Undertaker's gravestone.
Yeah, he's still mad about that.
Yeah, I mean, they only have 2 big money Taker matches left, and one doesn't look like it's physically going to be able to happen.
Nope.
If John Cena beat the Undertaker at WrestleMania, the noise that the internet would make would give me an erection that would last until the next Royal Rumble.
All right, that's how you want to
be
think
incredible.
about it.
Face Joey Ryan at that point.
I think you got competition. You're good. You're good at that point. Yeah.
More outlandish booking. The McMahons are going to get involved in some kind of a match. I think they've been out of the picture long enough that it's probably going to happen.
Maybe the Rousey thing will happen. Right. I'd hope.
No, she's going to be filming Roadhouse.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, and The Rock is going to be filming too. So,
Mike, I know you have something coming up. We can't get to the chat first.
I have one more rampant speculation.
Okay.
If we don't get Sami Zayn on the main roster, because I don't think we're going to by then, because we need to figure out something to do with Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar's going to come out and say hi. We know he's going to be there because he's going to be. They announced him for Pittsburgh the couple weeks beforehand. So,
Sorg, I want Brock Lesnar versus Kevin Owens. In fact, when we do Mayhem Mania, I'm calling dibsity dibs on making that my first match. Yeah.
That'd be great.
So there's that.
That would be so great. Yeah.
Just imagine him promoing against Heyman.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Okay. Anyway, sorry, you wanted to go to the chat.
From the chat. Sorry, I'm contemplating here. From the big question. Garza saying deja vu. Lesnar versus Brock 2. Wait, what?
Lesnar versus Brock 2. That would be a great match.
Roman Reigns Supreme.
That sounds like
I don't think that's right.
Immortals.
Taker versus Cena
versus Beast Incarnate.
Taker versus Cena in a match 5 years late. Seth from Carlin. Seth Rollins will commandeer Zeb's scooter. Triple H versus Reigns. Winner becomes Rock's cousin.
Actually, they've been setting up Triple H versus Reigns. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not champion that's going to happen. That's going to be like their big money match.
I feel like perhaps Reigns was like what happened at the end of Survivor Series was the plan. I feel like potentially, maybe that was the plan the whole time, and which would have led to Rollins Triple H, let's say, at WrestleMania. That's my guess. I'm just rapid speculation of a sort. Nikki versus Charlotte seems more likely for WrestleMania. I guess so. If she was a big
I think the
comeback.
Bellas are going to be pretty much out of the picture by Mania.
You think so?
I think so. I think they're because I know their contracts are coming up.
According to Total Divas
has told me as such.
Jeez.
No, seriously.
Becky versus Paige versus Sarchar versus Banks. So we talked about that one. Fuck that. 4 Horsemen versus Total Divas plus Maria Menounos. Hey, at least somebody can carry it.
Sign me
right?
up for that. I'm okay with that
You
one.
know what? Let's give you Maria. Paul Heyman will open challenge for anyone that can beat Brock Lesnar in a Cell Saga-like tournament. Cell Saga as in Dragon Ball Z from Bobby F. J-Town. Nobody will be able to until Daniel Bryan, who emerges from the training in into the time chamber to take him down.
I want to see
Bobby
Daniel
really had
Bryan.
that planned out, didn't he?
Daniel Bryan in the hyperbolic time chamber is now my new fan fiction.
Oh boy, in a reverse battle royal.
And Bobby also said New Day will play video games on the giant screen at Jerry World.
Yes,
Which is highly probable.
You know,
All the buys.
Woods is sitting back in there like it's going to be the best. He started up, up, down, down just to have a chance to do that. Think about the timing. Think about it. I think it works. And reservations about Brock versus KO from Carlins.
Somebody will finally be the internet champion, and Zack Ryder will be pissed.
Zack Ryder will finally defend his internet championship against Mojo Rawley. The Hype Bros explode!
I'd be okay with that, actually. As weird as that sounds, I'm okay with that.
I can just imagine Bobby being
I want that as like
in the chat room right now.
I want that as like one of the semi-mains on the takeover the night before WrestleMania.
Can I make a appeal here?
Sure, Sorg.
Thank you
it's
for
your show.
Thank you for giving me permission. Thank you. Thank you.
Deal?
It's 499 episodes, and I ask permission still. Can the Miz get an inch here? Can the Miz get a spot?
No.
That's silly.
Like, can the Miz get another shot at the top? You know, like
You know what, Sorg? There are so many guys who haven't had one shot.
Yeah, I guess so. It's crowded.
Zack Ryder hasn't had it one shot.
It's got movies happening.
He did. His shot just wasn't that high up.
I mean, the Miz is on track to become the next Dean Cain at this point.
Dean Cain?
So,
Wait.
I don't know.
Wait,
I don't know.
so
who
he's gonna die in Supergirl too?
Yeah.
What? Spoilers! What the hell?
That's not spoilers.
I'm 3
That is
episodes
actually
behind.
spoilers. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
No,
Thanks
it's
a lot.
not.
Thanks a lot.
Never mind.
You can say no,
Son
it's
of a-
not. That doesn't mean it's not
Son
a
of a
spoiler.
bitch. So I'm going to ask permission to kick you off the show now.
That's okay. I don't
Thank you very
that's okay.
much.
I only watch Gotham anyway.
Listen, I'm a cord cutter. That's a spoiler, okay?
The first episode.
What?
Yeah, never mind.
You don't kill him in the first episode?
Yeah, no, they said he was dead.
That's okay. I don't want to watch it anyway.
I don't know.
Never
Anyways, I don't
Matt
think...
says,
Welcome to the
Matt
Rambling
says-
Movie Minute.
Matt says Miz versus Becky versus Charlotte.
Hey, you know what? If Queen Kimberly can get the main title out of Chikara...
Princess Kimberly.
What? Oh, Princess Kimberly. I'm
Princess
sorry.
Kimberly.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not caught up on
Because you're
Chikara.
now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Then yes, we can have Miz go for that. You know what I mean? I think that'll be fine.
For far too long, a woman has held the Divas Championship. Damn it, we need equality.
I thought Tyler Breeze would fill that role, though. I mean, that's what they seem to be building him up for. Now that he's on the main roster, I mean.
Rumble in Orlando, so 95% chance NXT guy debuts. There will always be one.
Oh
'cause they
no,
always...
no, you know who's gonna be in that Rumble in Orlando? Bobby Roode.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Man. And then he'll get
He's out of the World Title Series, Sorg.
Then he'll get confused because it's not a reverse battle royal.
No, and then James Storm's gonna come out, and we're gonna get beer money in WWE, Sorg.
Oh.
You want rampant speculation? I'll give you fucking rampant speculation.
And there comes your Coors Light sponsorship. WWE knows what they're doing here. I get that.
I'm just surprised that anyone from TNA didn't get confused when they call Battle Royal, and not a gauntlet match.
What?
Yeah, TNA calls their Battle Royals gauntlets.
That's weird.
Just to be different.
That's weird. All right. So there was some interesting news. Actually, Garza shared with us very early in the show. There was a survey out to the, what do they call this? The WWE fan committee or something like that.
there were questions along the lines of and we've seen another survey in recent weeks made this kind of question the direction of what they're doing with WWE. It asked whether WWE or WWE NXT did a better job or an equal job of the following. Here's the list. There's a kind of a long list, so bear with me, please.
So we got to take this survey.
What?
I got to take this survey.
Yes.
I mean, that was lopsided survey.
It's it was interesting. Do you have the word list of what you had to describe WWE programming as?
Right. Well, so this is the did a better job or equal job at the following, and this is including, and there's a long list. Bear with me. Seeing good rivalries and matchups, feeling part of a large group of passionate fans, getting an appropriate amount of surprises, being amazed, being amused, being entertained, having a great show to watch with family, having a great show to watch with friends. We know the answer to the friends part. Seeing a wide variety of divas. That's a goal. Seeing enough of my favorite divas. Watching athletic moves and maneuvers. Seeing the quality of in-ring wrestling I want. Hearing compelling dialogue / promos. Getting the right mix of unique characters. Seeing a wide variety of superstars. Watching interesting stories play out. Seeing enough of my favorite superstars. So that's. And is this like, or is this a rating system that you're doing?
Yeah.
Is it one of those like best to worst in like dot format kind of things?
Well, first they ask you to rate WWE based on those things.
Yeah.
Then they ask you to rate NXT based on those things.
Yeah.
And then they ask you to compare who did better at what thing, WWE, NXT, or they both do an equal job.
Okay.
Spoiler alert for my answers on the survey. It was mostly NXT.
you just went NXT, and then tick NXT.
Kinda. I mean, something I did give it serious thought. Some things I put that they equally performed.
Well, what do you
like physicality?
List. Okay,
I'd say
physicality.
Both brands are very equal on.
What did you think WWE did over NXT better?
I like, because that's one of the questions too. Like, why do you prefer NXT over WWE? And I say it's because of the storylines. It's because of the characters. It's because character motivations mean a big deal. Like, that's really kind of the point of NXT, is that you have to follow the storylines. WWE, you can jump in any week and it's the same old stuff over and over again.
Yeah, I can see that. And also I see which of the following terms describe NXT? Wait. A survey question asks fans to pick which of the following terms describe NXT and then the main roster. And it is again, so energy, authentic, hardcore, fantastical, really, hokey, unique, excitement. But also, is it fair to compare the what are we up to? 7 hours of main programming weekly of WWE to NXT?
Well, I mean, they're making us compare it, so I think it is.
That's true. Apparently they do. Okay, yeah. And also...
I mean, if they're asking us to compare it, I think it's more than fair that we do.
Mm-hmm. And it is interesting, because now that there's no brand split, there's also... And I think part of it, do I see enough of my diva or superstar? Man, I haven't seen so-and-so for a few weeks. I haven't seen Alicia Fox in forever. Yeah, because she's been doing Superstars matches for the last 3 months. You don't know. There's no way to follow your superstar or no. I'm a Kevin Owens fan, and not that he would be but I didn't see Kevin Owens or Raw. Oh, he's got a match on SmackDown. You don't know. There's no interweaving of that kind of stuff. They'll show, hey, this match is happening on SmackDown, but if they have 3 hours, you can let us know what's happening Thursday, okay? And I know the story can change or whatever, but I feel like there could be more teasers to make me tune in on SmackDown.
But Sorg, I think it's also the fact that there's oversaturation of certain people.
Yes, you're talking about between the
way
two shows.
Oversaturation of a lot of guys. Like, they have a huge roster, even with all the injuries they have.
Right.
Where's Damien Sandow?
Right.
Like, where there are guys that should be on other shows. Like, why not put Rusev on main event every now and then? He doesn't need to be on every Raw.
No, and I think I think somebody like him, he's in a certain level where he is. But then Stardust is still at a point where they'll pop down and do a match with the Ascension on Superstars.
No, but I think that should be with everyone. But Roman Reigns should be on main event once.
Is there any rhyme or
Because
reason?
otherwise, if you tell me that Stardust is wrestling Neville on main event, guess what? That's not a main event. That's a mid-card match on Raw at best.
Hey, you know what? I watched the show named Superstars, and I saw matches with Sparkplug Holly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Sorg, Superstars is just the name for guys.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I mean, main event.
Okay.
Different.
Saturday night's main event.
When was the last time the WWE champion was on main event?
Right. When it premiered on Ion Television.
Exactly my point.
Yep. And you're going to see the same thing. I know we were kind of joking around on the Facebook group and some other places. Well, hey, SmackDown's going to feel like an A show for about 3 weeks. While we're trying to make you all tune in on. And I think that's a mentality also that's kind of flawed too, because the main event settled into Superstars. SmackDown's whenever they make a move from a Thursday to a Friday and back again, or to a different network, it A shows for a little bit, and then
Or if SmackDown is live.
Yeah, or the random live one, of course. That's it. I guess the other point is, other than they get the advertisers, whatever. Do we need SmackDown at this point?
Yes.
It's yes. Why yes?
I was just saying yes.
What?
Are you just saying it?
I'm just saying because if there's no SmackDown, there's nothing for me to write about every week.
Okay.
I'm not going to write about Raw. No.
Okay, that's a reason.
Everybody else does that.
He's not.
Sorry.
Okay, he's allowed to have that.
SmackDown needs a purpose.
Yeah.
Like it's just like a wrestler. It's like a wrestler. If they don't have a purpose, if they don't have a focus, we don't need them on TV. If SmackDown doesn't have a focus and a purpose, we kind of don't need to watch it.
And we stopped watching it.
Remember the brand split?
Yeah, that was a great time.
It was good.
Was a great time.
Hell, for a time, and for a time, we considered SmackDown the A show.
Mm-hmm.
Now
that's because it was.
Yeah, well, it was.
It was legitimately the better show.
Very much, it was.
That's why they ended it.
All praise be.
Split,
all praise be to Paul Heyman, and Kurt Angle, and Brock Lesnar.
Well, Matt Collins is asking in the chat room: is it possible it's what killing WWE isn't the 3-hour Raw, but the end of the brand split? I don't agree with that, because if you have a brand split, if we think a 3-hour Raw is a lot of repetition now, imagine if they had half the roster. That would be a lot of the same guys over and over again for 3 hours. Unless they just literally changed the way they do things and they put jobber matches on Raw.
Yeah, which is okay.
It absolutely is. Like they do it on NXT all the time.
I mean, Raw used to be just jobber matches when it started. I mean, I wouldn't be. I think when you put it in that context, you would use the 3 hours differently. But
you would think, but WWE might disagree with you.
Yeah, right. There needs to be a cleanse. WWE needs to fail.
Whoa.
What? No, I mean, they're not. Okay. Wait, there needs to be a final solution. No, that's not right either.
Whoa, Jesus Christ.
To WWE. No, they need to.
There needs to be a new day. Yes, there is.
They need to fail. They really do need to fail. They need to, and I really hope, and I feel bad because right now they're failing in the ratings department when all the new guys have popped up, which justifies bringing back your Brock Lesnar, John Cena, Randy Orton, et cetera, et cetera, et ceteras. It's like it feels kind of like the times where Hulk Hogan would not show up on WCW strategically, so he could blame the fact that the ratings were because he wasn't there, not because they were going up against the NBA Finals. That's what it feels like right now. To no fault of the guys there, right?
Sorg, you know what they need?
I mean, can anybody deny that like these guys on the top across Raw right now aren't working their freaking asses off with what they're given, right?
Well, I mean,
Owens,
it's never been
Ambrose,
anything
Reigns.
against the guys.
What's that?
It's never been anything against the guys.
No, not for us. Definitely not
the
for
performers,
us.
No, the performers have been kicking ass.
Yeah, but it's not resonating enough for more than 3 million viewers, which is a problem for them. So
yeah, I think as far as the WWE TV situation goes, I think they need, for the longest time they've considered Raw to be the flagship show. So I think they need to take that word flagship very seriously. And they can handle that one of two ways. One, they can use Monday Night Raw to actually set the tone for the rest of the week, whether it's main event, well, maybe not NXT because it's, kind of a separate brand at this point anyways.
Right.
But like main event, Superstars, and then SmackDown. Or they can take the term flagship literally and have Monday Night Raw on a cruise ship every week.
And I think on that point we have solved all of our problems, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I want to see Ryback on a twisty slide now. No, but WWE just need to reboot.
No, they did. They do. They definitely do.
We need a reboot where everyone's reboot happy. They've rebooted Spider-Man 3 times. They reboot comic universes all the time. WWE just needs a hard reboot.
That's right. That's right. We'll
Just a hard reboot. We'll get the new 52 every week.
Oh man! Of all the comparisons you could have chosen,
all right,
you chose the worst one.
Then we're gonna have a gross like live sex scene between like John Cena and Nikki Bella in the middle of the ring with their wrestling gear wrapped around them in awkward ways.
See,
that's
Sorg,
burned into my brain.
You say that, we would all fucking watch that shit.
Man,
there's already a fan fiction.
Yeah, well, yeah,
I imagine. I try not to.
We did all watch that. It was called Trainwreck.
Yeah, that's right. We did.
We
kind of did. Amy Schumer's just got hired by the WWE. She will be the next Divas champion.
That's all right. I'd watch that. I would watch the fuck out of that.
That's right.
She will feud with Dolph Ziggler, her ex, at WrestleMania.
I like it.
Guys,
inside you're listening.
As educational as this been, what did you learn from wrestling this week?
Sorg, I learned that WWE shop needs to get me one of those fucking New Day unicorn horns right the fuck now. They need to sell them. I need to buy one. I need to have it. I need to wear it as I'm opening my Christmas gifts. I need that New Day unicorn horn right now. That's what I learned.
What about you, Alex Cars?
Let's see. I learned a couple things. I posted it in the Facebook group earlier. One of the things I learned is that John Cena is truly an American hero because even he can't stand Donald Trump. The other thing I learned is that Chikara Pro is truly the land of miracles because only in Chikara are you going to find a woman holding the main primary championship. All hail Princess Kimberly.
Nice. Good one. What about you there, LB?
I learned that John Cena's Instagram is amazing.
Oh, yeah?
And the reason for that is because he just posts the strangest pictures imaginable, okay? And sometimes they have meaning and sometimes they don't. But I think he does it just to see what kind of meaning people will glean from it, you know? Okay, so today he pictured the logo. He posted the logo of the Today Show. It makes sense. He was on the Today Show, right? A few days ago, he posted a picture of a pepper mill.
Wait, what the hell?
Let's see here.
I'm looking at this. Are we sure
GoldenEye N64 cartridge.
Oh god, this is verified. This is definitely
there's
verified.
A vote for Bill Murray button.
I support that political standpoint.
There's a picture of an elephant burying its face in the surf. It's really incredible, and it's fun to see what he posts. It is just as fun to watch the madness that follows.
Look at this beard
Like I
thing.
said, John
All
Cena
right.
is an American hero.
Nice trademark, such feed, much goals. What the hell? WTF?
What?
The father of Sheamus looks like you. You is spelled U-I-U. Or I'm sorry, Y-I-U. Goals. Sheamus, 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 Sheamus. Hey, is Sheamus not too white? Sorry to sound racist. What? It's very self-identifying. Everyone is saying Sheamus, but it's obviously Zeb Coulter. I love that there's somebody with reason in here. That's a sample of 611 comments. Holy crap!
Sorg.
Can you post? Can you post anything of mine, John Cena, please? Because look, elephants. Oh no. So this is definitely Barnum and Bailey's elephants that's pictured here. And then somebody asked, Thailand?
Mm-hmm.
What did they ask?
Thailand. Yeah. This is incredible. Wait. Bill and Ted's Excellent Cereal?
Brain hurt so much.
What? This is amazing. This is the best ever. Oh, I'm following this. I'm sorry, Mike. You're about to say.
I'm here to burned. I just checked WWE Shop again, and I have purchased the unicorn.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, jeez.
I was not joking. I've been updating Shop like roughly every 8 hours. To see when this was going to go on sale because I did not want to be part of the back-ordered motherfuckers.
All right. And also from...
And Matt Garland said the safe word is unity. And that's correct.
Oh, jeez. Hold on. I got to collect myself for a moment.
Bobby also learned that the rose bush needs to be nipped in the bud. And someone needs to add the Incredible Hulk slowly walking away music to the footage of Zeb driving away from Del Rio. I would also suggest someone Photoshop Zeb backing away into the bushes like Homer Simpson.
I learned Faction Wars, man. We just tag one of the pay-per-views Gang Wars and let these 4 teams come at. And also, we prepared for Survivor Series a month too late. At the beginning of that show this week.
I blame Seth Rollins' legs.
That's true. Garza learned that he's loving the build-up EV 3.0, the Wyatt's League of Jobbers, and Rock's cousins. I love that Ambrose is lumped in with Rock's cousins, actually. Survivor Series is going to be awesome. Daniel says that WWE can't be bothered to make new stars, so they go with ECW guys. Okay, I refute that a little bit. But they debuted NXT Superstar Rhino from Garza. I didn't realize. So Alex. So Cena denounced Trump on the Today Show.
Yes.
Wow. I need to watch this video later.
WWE Hall of Famer Donald Trump.
Oh no. That's right.
You forgot about that one, didn't you?
Yeah. That's good. WWE Hall of Famer and Vince McMahon's really good friend Donald Trump.
Oh no! But doesn't whoa. So doesn't that explain
John Cena and Lucha Underground by the end of the year?
Doesn't that explain most of WWE though?
Yeah, that's true.
Let's be honest.
It's very true. I'm not gonna lie.
Because that filters down from the top. You know what I mean? Garza also learned that WWE Female Wrestler of the Year Sasha Banks is now dancing with a fake horn on her head. Divas Revolution. Thanks, Steph. Thanks. Matt also learned Samoa Joe and Tommaso Ciampa can put on one hell of a match. Oh, yeah. And Matt also learned to never sing Drake in front of Tracy Smothers. And you can find out what that video is about at Around the Indies at IndieWrestling.us. Guys!
And Sorg, hold on. I missed 2 from the chat room.
Okay.
Wheels learned that he is awesome at doing 4 jobs at once.
This is true. He didn't have a bell ringer. He didn't have an announcer helping him out. So he was doing the match times, ringing the bell for the matches, and doing sound.
Okay, I was going to assume he was in an orgy. Anyway, Matt also said that Jen Carlin's learned that she can go to a movie on Monday night and not miss anything.
Back to Wheels' point, I learned that ringing the bell is really fun
because I had to help him. So I was video switching, and he was having trouble hitting it. And it was one of those like kind of post match deals. So I got to like really ring the bell like for a reason, and that is a really cool feeling. And I might quit my video to do that. Anyways, thank you guys. It's been awesome. Thank you. I know we're a little later. Bryce Runsberg joined us on the Indy Mayhem Show. Please go check that out, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Check out everything going out, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Subscribe to us, live.WrestlingMayhemShow.com every Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time for 3 hours of wrestling talk and actionable talking. At DJ Lunchbox, and, of course, PanelRiot.com with the fantastic 50th episode that was just up just recently. Please go listen to the whole thing. A lot of familiar voices on there.
Like mine.
We had literally everyone who's been on the show.
That's right. Including a couple guys here. And Mad Mike at Mad Mike 4883. And check out his midweek war. Sorry that didn't get out. YouTube. So you guys did that Friday.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube just posted them.
What?
Yeah.
That's weird.
There's something wrong with YouTube. They're in processing. I couldn't get the video from YouTube to put it in any other places. So it's out there now, guys. Sorry.
Okay. Well, it was a really fun midweek war. It was me, Eamon, and Garza, and Eamon and I disagreed on Impact.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, not, like Garza and I disagree on Impact, but, slight disagreements.
But to check in with them, follow the YouTube and follow at Mayhem Show on the Twitter for updates on when they
Also,
do.
this week we're going to have predictions, I believe, for Final Battle and for NXT TakeOver London. So that should be fun.
Next week, you should have end-of-the-year predictions for each show. Beyond what we do on this show.
I'm also trying to see if I can get someone who was at the ROH Nashville tapings on the show.
Ooh, look at you getting guests for this show. It's like it's a real podcast.
And it's a lady.
Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Wow. And it's not whoever was Brittany in the chat room.
It's not Brittany, Alex Cars. I'm sorry. Alex Cars, add power to the smarks. Chikara in 15 minutes or less.
Yep. Pick'em's League Season 1 is coming to kind of winding down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting the info ready for Season 2. That'll be starting pretty early January. In the meantime, just continue to keep an eye out at powertothesmarks.com and obviously chikaran15.com. It's going to be fun.
Awesome. Of course, check out Sorgatron.com, SorgatronMedia.com for everything else going on with me. And say hi on Twitter and stuff at Sorgatron over there. Thank you so much for the chat room joining us. Wheels, Matt Carlins, Garza, and everybody else that I might have missed that popped in there throughout the evening. Bobby F. J. Town hanging out as well. Check out his InsertCoinToBegin.com for him, Raisin Chachi, talking about video games and the such and the like and the everything. We'll see you guys next time. Mayhem out. 500 next week.
Woo!
Now I start organizing episode 500.
It's a final countdown.
I lost it for a moment, Cars, because your feed is just only slightly muffled. And I thought you said power to the Smurfs, which is something else.
I may or may not be looking into that domain as we speak.
Hey, Cars. So I tweeted Joey Ryan about your King of Dong style shirt, and he liked it.
What?
I tweeted Joey Ryan, the King of Dong style shirt.
Oh.
And he liked it.
Did you tell him that we were talking about on the show, so make it pimples?
I'm just saying. I might try that.
We should try to score him for an interview. I think he would be fantastic. But I don't get much chance to. Like I said, I already booked January. I already booked my half of January. We have, actually, somebody came to me. We got Ryan Rain coming on the 16th, and I just booked Jazz Kumar will be our next guest from the UK, actually. Oh, this doesn't affect you guys so much, but Indy Mayhem show that week will be on at, I think we're going to do 5 p.m. our time, because that's like 10 o'clock his time. So.
2 p.m. my time. That'll be great.
Huh? Which is
that's 2 p.m. my time.
Which is 2 p.m. Which is the mid-afternoon for you. So.
That's that's my lunchtime podcasting.
Sorg, we're going to be experimenting with what time to do the post-takeover wrap-up, because I think that's going to be on at like 2 in the afternoon.
Is it really?
It's because it's in London. It's live from London.
When is it?
Next Wednesday.
Oh, I need to check my bookings.
Yeah, so Amy and I are going to be in talks once they announce what time it is. We don't know when we're going to do the wrap-up for that, because I can't do Thursday nights because I'm going to be seeing Star Wars.
Oh, yes.
Solid.
Da, 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 da.
All right, I'm out of here. Later, guys.
Right. See you, LB.
Good show.
Yeah.
Good show, guys. Hold on.
Bobby said it's next Wednesday at 3 in the afternoon. So, yeah, that should be interesting.
Wait, it's next Wednesday?
Yeah, next Wednesday is Takeover London.
No, I know. I'm sorry. So it's a week from tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For some reason, I kept thinking it was tomorrow. I was like, oh my god.
No.
Because like I said, I'm wrapping up the Pick'ems League, so I'm trying to make sure I keep track of the last few events that are coming up this month. That's been a little bit tough because one of the things we've been trying to figure out what promotions I'm actually doing it for. I've mostly been doing WWE, TNAs, like the few live pay-per-views we do, stuff like that. So I'm just, I don't know. Some weeks is harder than others trying to keep track of the shows. That's why one of my big things for season 2 is by the time I get ready to start, I will have like the actual list of promotions that I'm definitely going to do, and I'm just going to stick to it. Because this past season I tried to do like Hood Slam, which is like a local, kind of local. It's up in like Northern California, but it's like very adult oriented. So I don't really, I personally don't pay enough attention to the product, and I can never find the results for that show. So it's like, no, I'm not doing that one again. But just like my point is that, you know, whatever promotion has a show that I can at least get results to within a timely fashion. So it's one of those deals. So I'm like, I've been kind of freaking out about this whole NXT thing because I'm trying to make sure I keep track of, like I said, what shows are coming up when. So next Wednesday.
How's the traction on those pick'ems? Like you get a lot of people involved?
I've honestly had only the same. I've had literally the same 3 people turn in like every pick'ems every week or every month since I started. I've had a few other people turn in, like I had some that turned it in at the very beginning and just stopped after like.
Did you plug it on our site? Because I'll do it next year.
No, I haven't plugged. One of my big things for season 2 is that's when I'm going to really start pushing the promotion everywhere. I kind of failed to do that after the first couple weeks.
But so. you were figuring out a lot of logistics, right? So
yes.
Okay, so it was kind of like a beta.
Yeah, I call it season 1. It was kind of a beta kind of thing, but
that's fine. It's like that.
As it is, I got to make sure I have money to buy the shirt for the guy that actually ends up winning the whole thing, because it's pretty obvious who's winning. The guy that I've had, because I've sent Sorg the email and stuff about the guy that has, which I have to do for this past month as well. That's another thing I got to keep on top of that, and maybe try to do some variety in the prizes this coming season.
Matt Carlins.
Give it on my cell phone. Give me Did you watch that video yet? Because this ain't happening until you watch that video.
I gotta watch that video. Okay. We'll put you guys
Grado singing Drake.
Yeah, I'm not watching that video.
Until he's attacked by Tracy Smothers.
I'm not watching that video.
Wait, is it like the Hotline Bling thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. I love Grado to death.
You love Grado, and you love Tracy Smothers, and you love Drake. I mean, it's all there for you.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
I like 1.5 out of 3 of those.
I like
There
Tracy.
you go. That should be enough. That's a tie. On the push, you have to watch it.
Nope.
All I know is that Grado used to call me on the cell phone.
You're worse than Riz.
Wait, what?
No,
I tell you to watch a video because it'll be amusing to you. You don't have 30 seconds to watch it. Like, no, everyone likes that video. I can't watch it. I bet you Riz hates the Joey Ryan video. What do you want to bet Riz hates the Joey Ryan video?
No,
Or refuses to watch it?
Riz isn't like Jim Cornette.
No, I bet you Riz is over it already. He won't watch it because it's already played out.
By the way, like literally as soon as I ordered the New Day thing, Matt. I'm so excited to get it now.
What's your safe word?
Unity! It lights up. Matt, it fucking lights up.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it lights up.
Oh no, not the mic stand. Wow.
I think Troy just broke his mic.
Yeah, Wheels was saying, Wheels had the post on the thing, or one of them did. I guess the main event wasn't posted right on Cage Match. From
for RWA?
Yeah, for RWA, like they weren't posting the results right.
I would think that they would correct that if you got in touch with them.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I wonder if Cage Match has the show that I did all that filming for. Because I sent in results from that to like a couple different sites. Sent it into the SoCal Uncensored, which is like the SoCal Indy scene kind of website. I actually turned it into WrestleView, which is the one that I've been doing the SmackDown reviews for. And I turned it into PW Ponderings. And I know at least one of those 3 places has actually already posted it. And it's the SoCal one, honestly. But so Matt, fun story for you. I actually got to edit my first indie wrestling match.
Yeah.
Recently, yeah. I finished one match out of an entire show's worth of footage.
Excellent. Congratulations.
I'm gonna head off, guys. Have a good rest of Indie Mayhem.
Bye.
Yo.
Well, I think it looks right now. The champions aren't listed correctly. I love that Mr. Z has no picture available. How many Mr. Z's do you think there were?
Cage Match is my go-to for results.
I think the
So
results
they messed that one up.
Yeah, they all.
I figured they just got it contributed from the feds themselves. I can't figure out how they could possibly mess it up.
Yeah.
Language barrier, maybe. Is it a German website?
It started out, it's because the original site's cagematch.de, which is the German domain. And so they transferred a lot of it over into English for cagematch.net. But a lot of the more detailed stuff past like the main results stuff, you're not even going to find on the .net. They'll try to redirect you to the German site.
Yeah.
So it's a weird thing with that.
That's what Google translates for.
Yeah, I just saw. So I was looking at headlines on 411 Mania, and I just saw one that said Flair, Foley's WWE criticism is unfair, and I immediately thought to myself, "You're right, Flair. It's not fair to Flair.
It's not fair to Flair. This is not fair to Flair."
All right, what did we want to hit on? Matt, I think we would just like have you kind of run down the best of. We already talked extensively about Chikara, so skip that part.
Yep.
I will tell you that the things to hit in around the Indies column is obviously Grado trying to do Drake and getting clobbered, and I'm a big fan of that handsome picture of Matt Cross, but you don't have to put that on if you don't want to. But,
okay, no.
The other one is this bit from Tier 1. Is that Tier 1? Yeah, where the dude hangs from the.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, I watched that one. I watched that one.
It takes him for damn ever to figure out what he was going to do with himself.
And it wasn't terribly exciting.
Sorg, when you go that high, it never ends well.
No.
Like, you remember when Kalisto climbed to the top of the chamber at the...
Oh, that's right.
At Elimination Chamber? I'm like, oh my god, what's he gonna do? Not a fucking thing.
I forgot. Yeah, well, I think you get up there and you're like, oh, what do I do? 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 You know?
Oh hell yeah! My girl Zara got into the main event again in Dreamwave.
I'll kill one of these off. You don't need this.
I mean, those are the highlights. The other really good video clip is we got Aero Fox jumping up in a high place. So.
Also want to plug IWC a good bit. Feeling good. I think
I'm hearing an echo of myself.
That's what I'm hearing. That's what people are telling me. Probably just have the feedback's probably just too loud coming back. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. That might help. Yeah. Sorry, I'm crossing my wires because I know I was talking to you about a whole another project today, and outside of this, and now I'm like remembering things that I can't remember. I talked to you and where they're at and stuff. But
oh hell yeah, we had a progress-filled day on our little project.
Oh man, it was a progress, what the highest point of today was finding a VHS tape. Right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, like.
Oh yeah. Once I'm like, yeah. He's telling me stuff like that. He's like, well, all I have is this one VHS tape from. So I'm like, we need that.
Bro, yeah,
give that to us now.
Yeah, buddy.
We'll take that.
I also reached out to my Erie contact. He left the station a week ago, but he has his contacts and say look into it for me. Said he knows that they have boxing stuff, but didn't know about the wrestling stuff. So.
Okay.
And I explained to him what happened, how the wrestling got up there. So, it was so brief. Who knows? All right. So,
flying the colors for you tonight?
What's that? Yeah, like
flying the colors for you tonight. See, look at that.
Were you wearing that under your shirt today?
Yeah.
Because I noticed the red text like under your shirt, and I just presumed it was a Barrett shirt. I almost made a comment. Awesome. I don't even have one of those shirts.
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
That reminds me, though. I'm actually still waiting for my Good Times shirt to come in.
Well, they are printing it, and it's Christmas. And
I know.
So wait. So I gave you your refund on it before you even got it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's a weird thing.
There's like one Spreadshirt sale I had locked in for a while. I don't know if we got paid for it, to be quite honest. I think it's that shirt actually.
I have something like that on my cafe press from something else.
Yeah, just like
you have like.
I mean, it's like $3 or something, but still, or unless it came in the PayPal and I didn't see it, I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's $3, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. What is dinging? Hi. What's this? Wrestling data from Wheels. Why aren't these links showing up as links? All right, Cars, you wanted to touch on, what did you want to touch on?
I'm honestly not sure at this point. I mean, because I know we talked so much about Takara already with the Bryce stuff, so it's kind of like.
Yeah.
You know what? I remember now something that I forgot to talk about in like the outro on WMS for the site. I'm actually thinking about starting up a podcast for the site where I'm doing a guy named Kevin Ford on PW Ponderings was doing something called Fan to Fan, where he was interviewing wrestling fans.
Okay.
And like maybe other people that just enjoy wrestling and the idea of talking about the things that you like in wrestling. And I think because, we see so much, kind of negativity, especially on social media.
Yeah.
So kind of my idea is to kind of put some more positivity back into pro wrestling.
I like it.
And so I'm thinking about doing the Occupy Pro Wrestling podcast starting sometime early 2016. I have to mention it on the other show, but As far as topics, I'd like to maybe talk a little bit about, I don't know. Sorry, it's.
We talked about before. You wanted to talk a little bit about your editing struggle.
Oh yeah, the whole the actual like the reason I'm doing Chikara 15.
Right.
Because there is a whole thing to it. Because that show is actually 2 years old.
Okay. We can kind of go into that, and that'll be perfect. Now the interview is already 40 minutes, so
I can keep it super. I can keep
it. We don't have a time. Like I'd like to keep it around an hour, which gives us about 20 minutes to do whatever we want. I mean, it's okay if we go over. I just don't want to go extensively long on these points.
I know.
So, maybe 5 minutes or so each or something.
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
So let's start talking about that as a spinoff of the interview we just came out of. Let me put a plug out for IWC and everything coming up this weekend. And Carlins will go around the Indies with you, and that'll be a wrap.
Okay.
Sound good?
I'll be sitting here waiting for you whenever you need me, Sorg.
All right. Let's roll it. All right, Indy Mayhem Show episode 99 rolls on. Oh God, I'm Michael Cole now. Ugh. But with us, so Eamon had to fall out here. But we are now joined by our friend in the mainstream media and the writer of the Around the Indies column over at IndieWrestling.us. Matt Carlins joins us on the show once more, representing his Mayhem Club T-shirt, available on Spreadshirt in our shop, linked over from WrestlingMayhemShow.com.
Real nice quality design right here, if I do say so myself.
How you doing, Matt?
I'm good. How are you tonight?
Good. Ready to talk some indies?
I love the Indies, Sorg.
You do.
Such a happy place.
So much he writes about it every damn week. All right, so let's get first of all, Alex, we want to talk a little bit more. So, so we mentioned you do the Chikara in 15 Minutes or Less podcast, which is not your origination. You actually kind of took it over. What's the story behind that?
Okay, so back in 2013, as many people know by now, Chikara had their shutdown angle, which started with the ending of their iPay-per-view Anniversario Never Compromise. And so with the shutdown came absolutely no news of any kind from the official Chikara sites. And so my friend Babs, at the time, decided that she wanted to help kind of provide any kind of news that was still kind of trickling in from like social media sites and whatnot, because during this entire shutdown angle, you had stuff like the Guerrilla Wrestling event where they basically had a rally at a skate park that ended with like a wrestling match and the whole thing with a fan supposedly being kidnapped, all that good stuff. Then you had like your scavenger hunt throughout parts of Philadelphia, basically. And then this whole thing kind of leading up into National Pro Wrestling. And in the meantime, not a lot of people were able to get a whole lot of info on the news. And so my friend Babs came up with Chikara in 15 minutes or less. The idea being it's short, it's compact, concise, if you will. Just a quick chance to get the news out about anything that was going on at the time, whether it was little things like stuff from social media that were popping up from Chikara stars or from like Condor Security and the Teeter conglomerate, which were big portions of they were big parts of the whole Ashes of Chikara storyline. And so out of that kind of came this podcast, which was essentially a newscast. And so over time, it began kind of growing in numbers. More and more people were listening to it, almost strictly to figure out what was going on. This was like your central news feed of Chikara news. And so that was like a big point for people to come to kind of flock to during a time of uncertainty during what we eventually called season 13 in the Chikara world. And so once Chikara returned, it became a real quick kind of recap of your Chikara, your past events, kind of a quick rundown of the upcoming shows, and then like other various things. And it always included a weekly feature, which was especially helpful for like kind of getting to know various Chikara stars, various Chikara storylines from past years. Like there was a feature on King of Trios, and so there was just a lot of again, central news feed with a lot of other extra Chikara things to kind of help in a very, kind of bits and pieces, like Bryce was talking about earlier, about the this idea that now everyone has, basically, because everyone has kind of a shorter attention span now, or it seems like that, especially in terms of like what they consume as far as media and news goes. So this is just that idea of keeping things concise in order to make sure that people got the news that they needed and kind of heard a little bit more about Chikara. This was in many ways a good jumping on point for people that were maybe not sure what Chikara was about, and just kind of going from there. It also grew into an interview series called Chatting with the Chikarami, in which she began interviewing various members of the Chikara fan base, known collectively as the Chikarami. I had the honor of getting to be one of the guests on that particular series myself, and other people like Kevin Ford from TW Pondering, who also does a very good job with the Viva Chikara podcast. Just again, the important thing is because Chikara is such a niche product, and what's already a niche of indie wrestling. So that's essentially kind of Chikara in 15 minutes is that central news feed, and kind of a nice, in some ways, it's a nice, helpful introduction of the Chikara world.
That's awesome. And again, Chikara is like a group that's really used YouTube, social media, as we talked with Bryce earlier. Really, I mean, that's how a lot of us got the attention. It was something different, right? And, plus their style on top of things. I think that's really great that there's this kind of fan motivated movement. I know between you and Eamon, I know Eamon was fascinated with the shutdown angle and everything that was going on there and putting the pieces together, and he went for the ride, and just like you did. And I think that's really cool, and I think they accomplished something. It's kind of funny. Just looking, by the way, at the John Cena Instagram of all places, and there was a good quote on there that caught my attention that if I recall it correctly, and I want to double check, kind of applies here. Art is anything you can get away with. From Andy Warhol,
is that right?
And I think Chikara got away with it there, and with that shutdown angle and everything, and whatever the reasons, maybe it was the financial thing, whatever. But I think it's something cool. I think it's something that a lot of wrestling fans will remember, like, oh, that one time when that wrestling promotion did that,
Yeah.
And I think that's really, really awesome. So that's great. It's awesome that you're a part of it now. Again, if people want to check it out, the website is chikaran15.com, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Go check it out. And I'm looking forward to see what else comes out from Obsessed with Wrestling over there as well.
Occupy
Damn it!
Pro Wrestling.
Damn it! This is my
This time I'm here to correct you.
This is my Night
That's
of
right.
Legends, Night of Champions thing in my after so many years. No.
Okay.
Screw the other place. I don't even know if they're around anymore. Occupy Pro Wrestling. Power to the Smarks. That's if you hear me like kind of start and stop and say Power to the Smarks, that's why. When I'm going through things. So sorry about
Better
that.
than Power to the Smurfs.
Power to the Smurfs. Plus your stuff over here is blue, so it doesn't help. All right. No, you had something else going. So, I know you mentioned, and thank you. You listen to Basic Sorgamonics. We're talking about our new setup where we're using kind of these little doodads and doing something new to switch RWA. We're going to be doing the same at IWC this weekend for video production. Now, you also had you started sending me a message that the struggle is real as you started diving into figuring out how to do video for a local wrestling promotion. First, what's the group that you're working with? I'm not sure if I caught.
So I'm working. So I started working with a group called Orange County Championship Wrestling, OCCW for short. I would direct you to the website, but there's been some weird redirects going on with it. But they're on Facebook. That's probably the best place to kind of find them at this point. But basically, this kind of started. I went to a show at like the end of September, and I just happened to catch a little bit of footage on my phone, and this is actually a really funny story to keep telling, because a goes into like all the technology stuff that I love doing. I just, I took some videos and a couple of photos with my phone while I was at the show, just enjoying what I could. And then kind of by the time I got home, or maybe the morning after, and I think, Thor, you might know more about this than I do even, but like Google Photos, the app for, kind of the default app they have for that, creates like little movie clips from videos that you shoot at like one particular place and time.
Right.
And so it was the weirdest thing. So I had a video in my library on Google Photos with a little bit of like sort of kind of stock music or whatever and little effects added to the video. And it was really cool. So I posted that like on the Occupy Pro Wrestling YouTube channel. And the promoter, John De La O, actually, like he took a look at it and he really liked what he saw. So he and I talked about actually just doing like a 30-second TV commercial, try to shop that around the local station. And so I worked on that. I actually got I had a good excuse to get back into using Premiere Pro for the first time in a while. Just putting together the clips, the original clips I had from my phone, and then kind of using that in After Effects to kind of create, a 30-second TV commercial in high definition. And then I gave that to him, and I got paid for the job, which was nice, and it's been nice to kind of build up a portfolio from that. And so I've also started working with him because we've been talking now about trying to do some other video projects. So I shot as much as I could from the last show that we had back in November 28th. And then kind of on top of that, we've been talking about other projects, like possibly a weekly TV show for the local station, because there's still value in trying to find something on the TV for wrestling. And so it's kind of coming up with those concepts, and then just, again, as you joked about this, we joked that the struggle is real. That's why you need a live video switch, because I finally did a full match where I edited the video. So many angles, and the great thing about this is that it was all basically me shooting from a hard cam, actually my mom's SLR, shooting from the SLR for the hard cam, shooting from my little 720p camcorder for the second camera, and just one man, two cameras, and just trying to get something put together. So the clip being shown is a nice little moment that I enjoyed very much, because we had a guy in the Fed called Bulletproof, and so he wears like a bulletproof kind of vest kind of deal, and it was just funny because it was one of those ones that's like I can't get a hit on him because he's bulletproof. And on a side note, I'm gonna upload it sometime this week, hopefully. I managed to get like a better clip of it now that I actually finished editing the match itself. So it looks I want to say a little more polished, but it's one of those things where I just wanted to get that out as quick as possible, because another thing we kind of talked about with Bryce was viral videos, and like how do you get a video to go viral? That's something that there's not really a formula per se.
No.
So it's just one of those things that, and even you kind of talked about, that's why you do live video switching, so you can get a full product out there as soon as possible, get people talking about it. And so it's just been a lot of fun working with the local promotion, especially because with my kind of current situation, I don't really drive. I have to take public transportation. Going to this show over in Los Alamitos is basically about an hour bus ride from home, which is nice. And so it's nice to have something this close. It's not necessarily at the same level as a PWG,
no,
but I like to believe that it's kind of getting there. At least it's enough that this past show, there were a lot of people. Like, there were a lot of people. It was almost a full house at this little American Legion Hall in Los Alamitos. And John even kind of talked to me at one point. He basically attributed a lot of it to him sharing that video that I had made of like the 30-second kind of the 30-second spot that I made for him. So it's just been a lot of fun to kind of have that little entry point in the world of professional wrestling. And
that's awesome.
It's the things that I love.
That's great. So I love that. I love that the chance for Google Photos thing, because I've had some really interesting stuff come out of Google Photos too, and that led to this. And luckily for me, I was very deep in video editing before I got to pro wrestling. So and I know you don't have kind of a long video experience. But I think you're getting concepts and stuff. They're really kind of in there. And look, I mean, you weren't using much to do it. I mean, I just spent all this money to do X, Y, and Z, but it's still not the $10,000 unit that we're using down at this other place, right?
Right.
And even for you were using the things you described, which are just what you had on hand, and you got to start somewhere, and it's a kind of a theme that I talk about over on Basic Sorgamonics. You got to start from something, and work and improve, and as you go, say, well, we need a new hardware, but you're learning how to work with what you have, and you grow and you grow and you grow and you iterate, and especially for a promotion like this, that's just kind of picking up steam a little bit. I think that's great, and I hope you guys have some decent growth from being able to put it out there online. So, all right. From that to locally, from locally for you out in California, man. Okay, I need to swing down your way next time I'm out visiting the in-laws. I know it's like 3 hours away, but still
worth it.
Yeah, at least it's the time zone, right? But from there locally, IWC International Wrestling Cartel, I want to give them a shout. We're going to be there. Sorgatron Media will be doing the live switch as we discussed for Winner Takes All, the big end of the year show for them. Pretty big stuff. They're going to have the first ever ladder match for the heavyweight title. Guys you may have heard of, friends of the show. John McChesney taking on Jimmy Nuts in that match, and title versus hair. Dylan Bostic, Andrew Palace. So many friends of the show. Raylan and Marty Bell of TNA taking on Britt Baker and Angel Dust. And a Kiss versus Restraining Order match. VIP Joe Rosa, Jimmy DeMarco, plus all the rest of the stars of the IWC International Wrestling Cartel. IWCWrestling.com if you're in the area. As we said, the DVD should be all hoping available as early as Sunday night, typically, if you want to go see what that's about. Also, I got so long-time listeners know Jimmy DeMarco. I know of Jimmy DeMarco and kind of how he rolls. Well, he's in kind of having a deal with this wonderful young lady who happens to belong to somebody else. Hence the Kiss versus Restraining Order match. And I'm not gonna play any music because I don't want to get any dings from YouTube. But there's this wonderful music video that's out there. The All I Want for Christmas, and I think there's another version floating around as well. If you go to IWC's YouTube page. One of the finest pieces of film magic that I think I've ever seen in pro wrestling. I recommend it. Jimmy D, All I Want for Christmas. I think you'll get the emotion of what's happening here in this wrestling angle. And it's pretty good. So go check it out. And yep. I think you get the idea if you're watching us on video. It gets interesting. So go check that out. IWCWrestling.com. Matt Carlins, you take us on a journey. Buddy. You take us on a journey every week around the Indies, which I know has been getting around actually. A lot of fanfare recently I've been seeing out there for it. And I know you're the one that helps me keep in touch with this. We talked a lot about Chikara, which I know you.
Yeah, it's usually me blowing up your phone with a text message. Did you check the column yet, Sorg? Did you check the column yet? Did you watch this video? Did you watch this video? I think I sent you 3 or 4 texts about this one video.
Monday night, Tuesday, he's like, "You gotta watch the video. You gotta watch the video. Make sure you watch the video." I was like, "What? You're already setting up. This is the best of the weekend, and then you go and say, this is the best of the best that I laid out in the weekend."
I know it's like my pick of the week.
Hey, that's what I love. I don't get a chance to participate in all this indie, but between I even loved sitting back and listening Alex and Eamon sit just BS with Bryce tonight. I'm just like, I don't have the time to get in Chikara. I love Chikara. but I love that you guys can just roll with it, and we have people do that, and everybody's just looking in different places. We're all listen. There's gold out there, guys, and we're all looking under different rocks for it, and we're able to pull it all together here in one place. I think that's a really cool thing going on.
Shakar is like the island of indie wrestling that is just completely to itself. Like everything else that you see when you're like kind of like scouring the results from the indie wrestling, everything makes sense. Oh, there's this guy, and he was in this town, and he went to that town, and then he's on this town next weekend. He'll be at this place, and then you check like the Shakara results, and it's just has no relation to anything else that's happening around.
So,
they're doing their thing. They're doing all their own wacky stuff. And it could be a tough.
Eat an ice cream. What?
It could be a tough nut to crack sometimes, which is why it's awesome that Alex is out there creating another gateway for people to get into it, because everyone who gets into it loves it.
Awesome. So what else happened that didn't involve ice creams this weekend?
All right, pick of the week, Sorg,
Mm-hmm.
has to be from Absolute Intense Wrestling. They were up in Brooklyn, Ohio, and they main evented with Grado versus Tracy Smothers.
Oh, man, that's a hot show.
And that is an indie dream match if I've ever heard of one.
Wow.
So, there's some audio on this clip. And so Grado decides he's going to sing some Drake for everybody before the match. And Tracy Smothers listens to it for about 15 seconds and just comes over and wails him.
Tracy is not a Drake fan at all. Oh,
I'm sorry about that. There's a second angle on this. I only used the one clip. I don't want to overdo it, but there's a second angle where a wide angle of the ring, and you can see Tracy Smothers just standing with his arms across his chest for about like 15 to 20 seconds while Grado just like does the whole routine, like spins around. He just turns his back, and Tracy Smothers just goes right after him. Yeah, kudos to that one. AIW on their Twitter account, Sorg, ran a poll going into the weekend. Who is the best active wrestler on the independents? Tracy Smothers got 65% of the vote, and Tracy Smothers got 35% of the vote. So,
with 108 votes, by the way.
Yeah, with all precincts reporting.
Yes.
All right.
That's the professional word.
Let's do one more video clip. We got to show this deal from Tier 1. Tier 1 Wrestling, Deer Park, New York, back on Friday. And there was a 6-way elimination match. And I'm going to read off these names because I got to be honest with you folks. I don't know all these guys off the top of my head. Ace Romero, Jeremy Leary, Shane Saber, Steve Scott, Travis Gordon, and the incomparable intergalactic Space Monkey had a 6-way elimination match. And Sorg, I got to be honest with you, if we're going to run this video, I don't even know which one of these guys it is, but one of the dudes decides he's going to climb up and just hang from like the structure beam, like the cross beam in the arena. He's hanging from the ceiling, and you're watching this guy hanging from the ceiling as a couple other guys do dives off the top rope. And eventually this fella finally kind of like lowers himself down and drops down. He actually drops from the beam and like lands feet first on the top rope and then bounces down into the ring. And I think in his own perfect world that he intended to land from the girder, drop down, bounce off the top rope, and do a somersault dive onto the guys who are on the outside of the ring, because right after he bounces back into the ring, he springboards back up onto the top rope and he somersaults over into the ring. That's crazy, Sorg. And it kind of goes to a point I think I was telling you while we were off the air, is that when you climb that high during a wrestling match, there's really kind of the plan has been thrown out the window, and it applies to all levels. So even whether you're an independent guy and you're climbing the girder of the roof of the tiny arena that you're in, or if you're, say, Kalisto, and you decide, I'm just going to climb this elimination chamber all the way to the top, and whatever happens, happens. And, I'm going to be honest. You know what? Tier 1 wrestling had a better outcome than WWE did at the Elimination Chamber months back, if you guys all remember how that played out. But, hey, you know what? What'd you guys say about art?
It's what you can get away with.
Hey, I would just like to point out, I just got some breaking news. Tier 1 will not be allowed to wrestle in that venue again after doing that.
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding. That's
good. That's good to hear.
Like, that was the last show that Tier 1 got to do, and that's keep the venue.
I believe it.
Sorg, we have time for one more?
Go for it.
All right, go down to the bottom here. Joey Ryan was at it again.
Oh, no.
In freelance wrestling in Chicago. He was in a match with Sally Stitches. No one does intergender quite like Joey Ryan, and surely his penis was going to come into play on this one. Could you fire this up for us?
Yeah, we'll bring it up, guys, for the video format here.
If you want to watch this in video, and if you're familiar with what's happened anytime, you know what? You just don't mess with Joey Ryan's manhood. And Sally Stitches learned the hard way. Yeah, that happened. So I guess we can expect to see Joey Ryan every night. This is his thing, Sorg.
His dong is taking on the world.
I'm glad it's someone like Joey Ryan, who's like a true veteran, a true professional, who recognizes, okay, my dong is over, and we're gonna go with that. So he's wearing t-shirts. That's unbelievable.
He's gonna have the most.
It happened to a nicer guy.
Yeah,
that's good to hear.
He's gonna have the most over penis that's not in porn.
Yeah, he may be over than a lot of other penises that are in porn. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh, that's so amazing.
Val Venus is not going to be happy about this.
Oh no,
Joey Ryan's dong lays down for absolutely nobody.
Undefeated. All right, Matt, thank you so much, and thank you so much for providing the Around the Indies. There's so much more. There are other videos, other results, other things you should know about what's the air of what's happening in the indie wrestling over the weekend. That's at indiewrestling.us, as well as this show is reposted over there as well. Check out all the past interviews that we've been doing. Talking about everything from RPGs to whatever else. Thank you so much, Matt Carlins at Mainstream Matt, and he also does a weekly column over at WrestlingMayhemShow.com.
New stuff coming up later this week, Sorg.
Bum, bum, bum. And of course, Alex Cars has been our Chikara man in the Chikara man in charge of sorts. And I know Bryce may know a little bit more than you in that area. I'm not entirely sure, but you never know. I think he put him through his paces tonight. Chikara,
it was great being on the show. It was great getting to talk to Bryce, and it was great, talking about indie wrestling.
Awesome.
Times.
Go check out ChikaraN15.com, if I got that right. And not obsessed with wrestling, PowerToTheSmarks.com is his other website as well. Great stuff over there. And go check out that video. We're playing a little bit on the show here from Orange County Championship Wrestling. Check out everything at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Subscribe to us on all the different formats. Mayhem Show on the Twitter and Facebook, and the Facebook group for Wrestling Mayhem Show. And thank you so much for joining us. We got the big number 100 Christmas end of year special, and we'll be joined in studio with the sexy, talented dudes, the STDs. Whichever configuration of that may show up. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hope you join us here live.sorgatronmedia.com or live.wrestlingmayhemshow.com. I'm hoping 11 p.m. Eastern time next week, and we'll take a little bit of break for a few weeks after that for the holidays. We'll see you guys next time. Support indie wrestling. Show!
Your basement's going to be crowded next Tuesday.
Yeah, buddy. All right. So this is a point where I determine, do I kick out 2 more basic Sorganomics for the rest of the week, or top banana? I get the Chikara scroll going in front of me now. Oh, good stuff, guys.
Top banana.
I felt weird tonight. Was that? Was that?
I got to be on Indy Mayhem, and I got to talk to Bryce. Tonight was a good night.
We kind of blindsided you with the Bryce thing, didn't we?
Yeah, because I didn't realize you guys were doing the interview first. Like, oh.
And I don't think he knew you were going to be. Oh, I think he did say he saw it. So I think just general. I don't know if you may have instigated it or this just happenstance. But I remember I saw him saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to have Bryce." I'm like, oh, Alex is on. That's perfect.
Yeah, it was. Well, that's why when you guys announced that Bryce was going to be, I was like, what?
Yeah, you saw the tweet. That's right.
I was like, oh my god, this is insane.
Bryce is awesome. I think the first time, because I don't know if I interacted with him when he was here with IWC, like he might not have been reffing after I started doing video. Yeah, because he might have been long gone by then. But like, it was there. He was sharing hugs or something at the Fanclave event, and so that was my first interaction, was getting a hug. So. Also, the time I lost to at Connect 4 to the Turtle Wiener.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that.
That's too bad.
That's almost as bad as certain interviews that we don't talk about.
Short people.
I didn't say his name. I didn't say his name this time. Oh, it's alone.
Oh, such a good day. Oh, Matt, and I had 2 other things come through too today.
Yeah, what else?
Unrelated to anything else. A random contact I got last week. We're going to have a meeting about a video. And then somebody that I put a proposal in like weeks after PodCamp came through. There's still more process to go through. But this is the first I've heard from him in like 3 months. I thought the project was dead. And if it happens, it's like going to be a pretty nice ongoing project that I'm going to be very, very happy about.
It lives.
It's going to be great if this all comes through. But and plus the thing in the VHS tapes, I haven't been so excited about.
As far as I know, only one VHS tape. I'm trying not to oversell it, Sorg, but
don't oversell it. Yeah. No, don't get my hopes up. I have VCRs. We can handle this.
The audio is more exciting for me.
The audio. Holy crap.
I'm like, oh my God, we can work with that. We can make that work.
Can we work with somebody to just release the audio? That was the other thing. I submitted emails to those people up north that I was talking to you about. And I was like, hey, let's get coffee. I have things to talk about. And I think I told you that one guy wants a Saturday in January. So
well, that sounds nice. You know that the guy that we were talking about earlier, the big fish.
Side note: I love how cryptic we're getting about this. Which big?
The big fish.
The big
fish.
The
big fish.
The big fish. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and take off. I need to get going. Thanks for having me on tonight.
No problem, man.
And yeah. Good chatting with you guys.
All right. Let me know if you need podcast-wise or anything. If you need to listen, if you need anything, let me know. And I'll help out wherever I can. And also, when you release something, I was telling somebody else this, or maybe I was telling you this earlier.
You're telling me about Tag and Mayhem show.
Yeah, Tag Mayhem show. I couldn't do that. It was several hours ago, so it kind of escaped my brain.
That was like one of the first things you told me too.
Yes.
Don't forget the Tag Mayhem show in this.
You're not the only person I've told this week, so because somebody else had a project, and I was like, freaking tag me, and I will share it to all the peoples, please.
Because that's how social media works.
Because that's how social media. I'm learning that because I never want to bother other people with the stuff I'm posting unless they follow me, and but I'm starting to get better about that, especially with the podcast network here. I'm going to get off the stream so I don't have to be cryptic anymore with Matt. And
good idea.
Yeah, well, I'm out too. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, later. Thank you, Wheels. I know you're the one still out there. Actually, let me see how many people are out there. I'm always curious to see like who's hung on this long.
Good night, guys.
Night, man. Good night. According to this, there's still 4 people out there, maybe 3.
All
right.
Kill the stream.
Thank you so much. We'll see you guys next week. And I take a look.